Hello and welcome back to my channel What If Deku 2.0. Join us as we delve into the realms of fanfiction and fantasy, bringing you the best stories and discussions. Today we're kicking off part 21 of our series, What If Deku Became the Villain Emperor? If you enjoy this video, please give it a like and subscribe for more content in the future. The author of this story is DekuVerse from Archive of Our Own. All the relevant links are in the description. Feel free to say hello to the author on their profile. Now let's dive into the fanfic. Invisi Beach sent an invitation to the group chats at the 1A Hot News and at the 1B Future Beauties and at the 1C Special Cuties. Invisi Beach sent an invitation to at Miss Explosion. At the 1A Hot News and at the 1B Future Beauties and at the 1C Special Cuties had accepted the invitation. At Miss Explosion accepted the invitation. Rockstar entered the group chat under the default name Purple Bride. Miss Explosion joined the group chat under the default name Miss Explosion. Miss Explosion, sup people. Laughing face, Gravity Queen, hey handsome. How are you doing? Miss Explosion, oh fine, but Power Loader had Spoldy come and drag me to the dorms, force me to shower, eat, and soon I'm going to sleep. Goddess? Goddess? Did Bakugo use the same threat from this morning? Miss Explosion, hey. It's a valid threat, damn it. Stoic face, I sense a funny story. Gravity Queen, I'll tell you about it later. XD. Alien Queen, back to the subject. Invisi Beach. Okay, now I think that there is a lot of confusion in here as well as countless questions. I will try to answer to the best of my abilities. Purple Bride, sup people, it's been a while. Gravity Queen, Kyoka-chan. XD. Purple Bride, Oka. XD. Goddess, it's indeed nice to see you both again at Rockstar and at Invisi Beach, even if under such circumstances. Alien Queen, so cool to say and all that, but let's discuss the big reveal, damn it. Miss Explosion, wait what? Femrimuru, oh right, you don't know Toru-chan and Kyoka-chan are now Shigarakis. They married Karma. You know, the villain that killed thousands of heroes and villains alike. Miss Explosion, wow, you guys are going to make super strong babies together. Good for you. Medusa Hands, for the first time I think she means real organic babies. What a twist. Fly Swatter, indeed. Thought Hatsum didn't know what real babies are. Miss Explosion, HEY. I know what real babies are. And I want one in the future. Lizardy, and what kid do you want? Miss Explosion, blonde with red eyes and big mouth and super cute spiky hair and sweats explosive chemicals. Fly Swatter. Goddess. Froggy. Gravity Queen. Stoic face, I'm going to kill someone today. Laughing face, Femrimuru, took the words right out of my mouth. Smiley face, Ghost Girl, back to Haggis, sorry Mrs. Shigaraki 1 and 2. Purple Bride, I let out a squeal when you called me Mrs. Shigaraki, you know that? Invisi Beach, same. Lizardy Simsel. Invisi Beach, and? Froppy, he must be one hell of a great boyfriend for you to react this way to marriage with him, Ribbit. Purple Bride, you should see him acting around his kids like the best dad of all time. Holy F, it's so wholesome that it makes me want to have babies with him right the F now. Sunflower. Femrimuru. Medusa Hands. Warp Perception. Little Pony, wow, an American Dream style dad, huh? Invisi Beach, yes Pony-chan. A dream dad indeed. Stoic face, and how did the marriage between you girls and him happen exactly? Vines, was the marriage even done correctly? You know, with ceremony and other needed necessities? Medusa Hands, are you being serious right now? Purple Bride, no? I mean, it's not like we can do it legally. We are villains after all. Invisi Beach, technically we could kidnap a church but... Shrugs. Vines. Vines, please don't do that. It would hurt my feelings. Purple Bride, Invisi Beach, K. Shroom Girl, how did the marriage thing even happen? Since when were you girls even dating the #1 villain anyways? I mean, this did come out of the grass all. Fly Swatter, ugh. Lizardy, ugh. Medusa Hands, her puns hurt me somehow. Shroom Girl, hey. Sad face. Invisi Beach, we were dating him since the internships ended. Lizardy, holy shit, that long? You must have had so much fun with him, L. XD. Invisi Beach, if you mean in our dreams then yes. Not in our L. Ghost Girl? Shroom Girl? Lizardy? Stoic face? Little Pony? Fly Swatter, what? Purple Bride, we're still virgins. And we'll probably stay that way for quite a while. Damn it. Sighs and absolute disappointment. Femrimuru, what? Medusa Hands? WTF? Sunflower, but you're married, aren't you? What's stopping you from, In Vizy Beach, Deku-sama is too innocent for that activity, which is disappointing. Froggy. Alien Queen. Fly Swatter. Little Pony. Stoic Face. Karma? Innocent. You want me to play the HPSC HQ destruction stream to remind you who you just married? Just in case you forgot. Purple Bride. Oh, in villainy nobody could question his evil, but with girls? He's a goddamn socially awkward teddy bear. Fly Swatter. Karma. Teddy bear. Those two words don't work in the same sentence. They just don't. Alien Queen. Unless it's Karma bought one his daughters a teddy bear, happy face. Lizardy. Or Karma destroyed a teddy bear factory to F with its corrupt owners, happy face. Ghost Girl. Or Karma turned one of his enemies to a teddy bear as divine punishment. Froggy. L laughing face. Medusa Hands. Elmthau laughing face. Femrimuru. The funny part is that they're all very likely to happen. Purple Bride. Very likely, especially the first scenario. Alien Queen. So? You didn't explain how that happened yet. I'm dying with curiosity here. And slowly melting like on acid. Purple Bride. Mood. In Vizy Beach we got a new recruit. Purple Bride. Her villain name is Howler. 16 years old for a few days now. Not said officially, but bits of her backstory seem to suggest that she was born as a result of ISP organized riot. Medusa Hands. I have a bad feeling. Getting sick. Purple Bride. Abandoned completely when 6 years old, and even earlier it had to be rather harsh for her, considering the fact that she has been avoiding any non-mutants like her life depended on it. Femrimuru. I want to shoot some people in the face. Alien Queen. I want to melt them. Fly Swatter. I want to punch them through a wall. Gravity Queen. I want to shoot them to the sun. In Vizy Beach, she was scavenging for food for several years, before some small-time villain group picked her up. Medusa Hands. Wow, villains picked her up, not civilians or the child support services. Stoic Face. F the government. Lizardy. And F our Prime Minister. Sad Face. Gravity Queen. Stand to that. Goddess. Stan. Froggy. Stan. Ghost Girl. Stan. Little Pony. Stan. Femrimuru. Stan. Warp Perception. Stan. Sunflower. Stan. Purple Bride. She is complex mutant quirk bearer of wolf variety because I couldn't fully tell. Fast reflexes, excellent tracking skills, incredibly wonderful sense of smell. Very mean fangs. Can move quietly when needed and has an excellent sense of direction too. Femrimuru. Sounds like one hell of a tracker. In Vizy Beach. Rather extreme issues with her own looks and extremely low self-esteem. Capable of talking but selectively mute unfortunately, very asocial to the point that our resident Reaper might be a social butterfly in comparison. Lizardy. Ouch. Alien Queen. Ouch. In Vizy Beach. Loner. She has skills no questions asked, but getting her to function would usually be an achievement. Fly Swatter. What does she have to do with anything? In Vizy Beach. Well, the mini eraser head in our gang likes girls with animal ears. Omega. Alien Queen. OMG. XD. Lizardy. Oh shit you don't mean. XD. Gravity Queen. Oh. Froggy. Ribbit. Omega. Purple Bride. They met for the first yesterday very late at evening, right after everyone else went to sleep, when Howler sneaked out of her room and went to the living one. In Vizy Beach. Then things escalated. Sunflower. How much? Purple Bride. Enough for hypnosis to come to our real-life god's office at 7 a.m. with Howler in tow, both of them officially informing our lord that they want to marry each other. Which they did. Howler's real name is now Chi-Chi Hypnosis's family name, and Mini Eraserhead himself informed our lord that she has the most beautiful smile and he wants to do his best to protect it. That's an exact quote. Medusa Hands. What the F? Gravity Queen. She must be so pretty to steal hearts like that. In Vizy Beach sent an attachment. In Vizy Beach. You judge. Laughing Face. Shroom Girl. Alien Queen. Miss Explosion. Goddess. Sunflower. Warp Perception. Lizardy. Holy shit, someone got one hell of a cute waifu. Froggy. The boys would lose their shit to such a pretty girl. Ribbit. Ghost Girl. Her beauty shines so brightly in the darkness. No wonder she enchanted someone with her light. Medusa Hands. She's hot. Guess it's no wonder the mini eraser head fell for her quickly then. Goddess? But how is that related to you? In Vizy Beach. Well, to sum up. Vampire. You know her and the one who impersonated President Mike in the USJ? Felt inspired by hypnosis and Howler, and kicked our lord's personal office's door and declared that she is now his wife. Femrimuru. And he just? Shroom Girl. Accepted? Sunflower. Just like that? Invisi Beach, yes. Warp Perception, someone is whipped. Purple Bride, oh yes. Purple Bride, so the rest of us refuses to be undone by vampire so we married him too. Vines oh dear. Lizardy, I know holy F. I feel painfully single right now, damn it. Warp Perception, I can't believe that Karma has a harem. Sunflower, I know, I knew he was a melodramatic person but this is a bit overboard honestly. Fly Swatter, but honestly it's not like he forced anyone. Stoic Face, right? Purple Bride, of course not. Invisi Beach, of course not. Vines good. I guess all I could say is that I am happy for you and I wish you a very happy marriage until your husband is inevitably arrested. Smiley Face, Purple Bride, in the dreams of all heroes XD. Alien Queen, wait SEC. Alien Queen, can you say it again at Warp Perception? Please? Warp Perception, I can't believe Karma has HAREM? Alien Queen, why yes, he does. Aha victory. Purple Bride. Invisi Beach. Gravity Queen. Goddess. Froggy. Purple Bride. Please tell me that you are not actually willing to follow through with that BET Mina. Alien Queen, yes I am. XD Squeals Enjoy. Invisi Beach, FUCK. I forgot about it. Bakugo Kuin is going to hunt me down to the outskirts of space to arrest me from the sheer force of his spite. DX. Invisi Beach, DX. Fly Swatter, what? Medusa Hands, I sense impending shenanigans right now and I need a good laugh at the moment. Warp Perception, is Big Brother Bakugo gonna be okay? Sad Face, Alien Queen why? You like him? Smiley Face, Warp Perception, yes. Like a loving if slightly rough Big Brother. Smiley Face, Alien Queen. Too wholesome to ruin. Purple Bride, at least you have boundaries. Invisi Beach, can you forget about the whole thing? Bakugo saved my life so I owe him that much. Alien Queen, he will thank you for it later. And me too. Don't worry. Gravity Queen, Mina-chan. You are going to cause a disaster or a suicide. Stop it. Goddess, agreed. Froggy, agreed. Purple Bride, agreed. Invisi Beach, agreed. Fly Swatter, I feel like I'm missing something in here. Purple Bride, Bakugo and Mina had a bet and honestly I low-key suspect that Bakugo thinks you were just joking. Alien Queen, but he seemed to think I'm serious? Invisi Beach, he's just playing along, you know he's not that good with jokes. Alien Queen, whatever, I'm serious about it. Goddess, well this isn't going to be nice. Warp Perception, I'm getting increasingly worried. Little Pony, what bet? Ghost Girl, something embarrassing I guess. Alien Queen, I said that I would get Bakugo a girlfriend once. Laughing Face, Femurmuru, oh? Stoic Face, oh? Miss Explosion, oh? Alien Queen, and Eiji told him to leave it me because I'm good at it. Alien Queen, but Bakugo declined because he said that I would build him up a harem out of sheer spite, which I said he has the looks for it. Alien Queen, he said that the day that the demon lord of evil does build himself one he'll let me do it and I said yes. Fly Swatter. Ghost Girl. Little Pony. Shroom Girl. Vines. Medusa Hands. Sunflower. Warp Perception. Alien Queen, whether he thinks it was a joke or not it doesn't matter, I'm going through with it. Medusa Hands, this is going to end up in bloodshed and for once I'm not looking forward to witness it. Fly Swatter, you do realize that he'll blow his own head off out of the power of his sheer spite to you taking a joke seriously, right? Alien Queen, he won't. Purple Bride, he will. Invisi Beach, he will. Gravity Queen, he will. Goddess, he will. Froggy, he will. Femurmuru, he will. Stoic Face, he will. Miss Explosion, oh he absolutely will. Medusa Hands, yup. Alien Queen, I'm not backing down though. So ideas? I could use advice. Purple Bride, do it behind his back instead of rubbing it in his face? That way he can't stop you. Gravity Queen, Kyo-chan. DX. Purple Bride, what? We did that with the boss and it worked. The worst case scenario was avoided. Vines, what was he case scenario? Invisi Beach, him warping into the nearest active volcano and falling in head first. Rockstar, or die from a heart attack or from brain aneurysm right through the confession. Fly Swatter. Invisi Beach. Yes, did you ladies forget that our Lord had his fair share of childhood trauma as a quirkless kid? Lizardy ouch. Ghost Girl, that's just sad. Alien Queen, so do it in secret, got that? Goddess, I beg to differ but I know you won't listen anyways Ishido. Alien Queen, call me Mina dammit. And now back on track, which of you has a crush on Bakugo? No judgment in here. Stoic Face, Me. Femurmuru, me. Miss Explosion, me. Alien Queen. Sorry but you girls are painfully obvious it's a miracle Bakugo didn't catch on already. Alien Queen, I meant who else has a crush on him? Alien Queen, come on don't be shy. Fly Swatter. All the girls had a slight crush on him, did you forget the popularity poll? Alien Queen, I mean here and yes I know about that but it's a thought for later. Alien Queen, don't be shy. Fly Swatter. Fly Swatter, me? Stoic Face really? Femurmuru, really? Miss Explosion. Wait I thought you had a thing for that loud blonde from your class with a copy quirk? Fly Swatter, what? No. He is like my annoying little brother that I must watch over. Alien Queen, well that's nice already. I think it's enough. Medusa Hands, what about the girl that he talks on the phone? I'm low-key sure that there is a thing there. Froggy, what was her name again? He told us about it but I forgot her. Goddess, Psycho and Eli. She is actually a friend of mine. She goes to CI Academy and has an intelligence quirk. You remember her from the interfestival battles as the leader voice, right? Medusa Hands, oh her. Goddess, you might want to not invoke her wrath Mina. For your personal safety. Alien Queen, sure but why? Goddess, because I'm almost sure she has a thing for Bakugo and she is smart enough to play chess with Nezu, she has enough money and connections to ruin anyone, and I'm fairly certain she is as sadistic as our Rat King of Chaos. You do not want an angry teen girl Nezu to put you on her death list. Goddess or worse. Alien Queen, terrified noted. Miss Explosion, then let's ask her. Lizardy. What? Shroom Girl what? Sunflower what? Warp Perception what? Miss Explosion sent an invitation to T-Expert. T-Expert accepted the invitation. T-Expert joined the conversation under the default name Genius Deviant. Genius Deviant. Well that was an unexpected turn for events for my evening. But it's intriguing nonetheless. Fly Swatter at Miss Explosion, why do you have her contact information? Miss Explosion. Well Splody asks me to hack stuff for him and get him info about the PLF possible operations and maybe apocalypse, and T-Lady here has enough brain power to go through the hundreds of pages of text quickly and get to best conclusions instead of days. Genius Deviant. I enjoy the challenge. Alien Queen. So? You know why you're here? Genius Deviant. Does it have something to do with Karma's harem? Fly Swatter. Lizardy. Ghost Girl. Little Pony. Shroom Girl. Vines. Stoic Face. Medusa Hands. Gravity Queen. Goddess. Froggy. Sunflower. Miss Explosion. Warp Perception. Goddess. How? Genius Deviant. Well explaining would take a while so I'll make it short. Katsuki-kun has Karma as a buddy in social media, and no not elaborating on that, Karma was nice enough to give me a breakdown of my quirk. I learned how to use a special new vitamin pills to give myself a huge IQ boost and I was taking lessons from Nezu like Yayarozu and Arisha for months now. Genius Deviant. So last week when I had to get to a business meeting with my parents I took down a Russian criminal syndicate that specializes in human trafficking through a simple but good internet connection and a good laptop. I came up on Karma's girlfriends by luck when I hacked into the conversation but I was kicked out from that chat fairly quickly. Fly Swatter. You took down a Russian criminal syndicate with just a laptop. Lizardy. WTF. Goddess, what is Nedza teaching you? I only learned strategy singing quirk analysis. Medusa Hands, how did you even do that anyways? Genius Deviant, the evidence was all there. I just compiled it. Shrugs. Warp Perception, why did you even try to take them down? Genius Deviant, I was bored. Little Pony, you destroyed a small foreign criminal empire with just a laptop because you were bored. Genius Deviant, yes. Alien Queen, remind to never invoke your wrath when we graduate. Genius Deviant, unless you work for the witch it shouldn't be a concern for you. Goddess, back on track yes. Alien Queen, you are here for a discussion. Genius Deviant, does it have to do with your bet with Katsuki? XD. Alien Queen, you know about that? Genius Deviant, Katsuki rants to me a lot about many things, that in particular came up more than once which almost never happens. And considering the discovery I made it's not even hard to guess you are here to ask me if I want in? Alien Queen, more like ask for your permission. Alien Queen, not pissing off someone taught by Nezu especially with the new revelations of your power. Genius Deviant, ah ha 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 ha. Genius Deviant, I like dealing with smart people. And yes, if only because seeing Katsuki for once overwhelmed and on full-blown panic be hilarious to witness. Femurmuru, you are sadist. Genius Deviant, and? Medusa Hands, I like you all. Genius Deviant, I don't swing that way. Warp Perception, oh. Sunflower, oh. Lizardy, oh. Little pony, oh. Fly swatter, oh. Medusa hands, same here, just saying that we'll be good friends. Genius deviant, I hope so. Genius deviant, who else has a crush on him? Fly swatter, hello. Stoic face, hello. Femurmuru, hello. Miss Explosion, hi. Genius deviant, I expected most of you but not Miss Kendo. Then again I didn't meet you in person to tell. Alien Queen, that was easier than I thought. Genius deviant, not so fast that was. How long did it take you to marry him at Invisi Beach? Invisi Beach. Months and months for the perfect moment to confess, and the marriage was more like inspiration by other people. Purple Bride, how are you not freaked out by us? Genius deviant, Karma is a drinking buddy with both Ryukyu and Eraserhead. Genius deviant, Karma is playing video games with Lemillion and Katsuki online 3 times a week. Genius deviant, Mustard is discussing conspiracy theories online with Shoto Todoroki the day before his hilarious streams. Genius deviant, and I'm like 99% that Reaper have a thing going on with Maruko because I've heard rumors on the internet. And I got some evidence, but it might be someone with cracked skin and another rabbit woman. Genius deviant, this is pretty casual to me in comparison. Fly swatter. Lizardy. Ghost girl. Little pony. Shroom girl. Vines. Stoic face. Medusa hands. Gravity queen. Goddess. Froggy. Sunflower. Miss Explosion. Warp perception. Goddess, I see? Medusa hands, how do you know all that? Genius deviant, I was bored. Again. Lizardy, excuse me but what the F lady? You can't pull this type of stuff because you were bored. Genius deviant, idle hands does the devil's work shrugs. Gravity queen, yeah no shit. Genius deviant, point is I don't have a problem interacting with villains out of the clock. No big deal there since you are from the better ones. What matters now is what is going to happen with this bet ladder. Genius deviant. This is the most I laughed since that first stream about Shield Maiden and All Might. PFFFFFFFFFFFFT. Purple Bride. Yeah don't remind me. Mel is still pissed off from people believing in that. Stoic face. Quick question, I think the sharing would be a good idea if only because we will cause a lot of problems if we fight. Femurmuru, but how would his work? Alien Queen? Not sure yet? I thought convincing you to share, and finding girls that likes our living bomb of a friend will be the hardest part. Now how to get it to work out should be easier. Genius deviant, just say you know to his face, and that he lost and should honor the deal like a man would, his pride won't let him back off. I know him long enough to tell. But you probably should do that without the teasing or he'll rebound out of spite. Alien Queen, oh, I can do that. Gravity Queen, Bakugo is going to kill Karma. Or at least give him a lot of nasty explosion wounds. Purple Bride, maybe? Who knows, the list of people who could hurt my husband squeals is very limited. Alien Queen, so now that this is over, you two are now married. How do you feel? Purple Bride, happy. Laughing face. Invisi Beach, happy. Laughing face. Invisi Beach. Eri-chan and the kids are grabbing us for movie night. Later girls. Purple Bride, by people. Invisi Beach went offline. Purple Bride went offline. Genius deviant, well that happened. Demon Nerd, I have an announcement. Demon Lord, is it important? Demon Nerd very. Ice Angel, then why not say it in person dear? Demon Nerd, I'd visit you officially but I'm currently too swamped with work. Demon Nerd, something very big coming. Green Beauty, I understand. And I'm sure you'll do great. Ice Angel, I'm listening then Izuku. Demon Lord, I have a very good feeling rubbing his hands. Demon Nerd, I just got married. Demon Nerd, it's been 10 minutes, did you stop crying Mom? Green Beauty, yes. Ice Angel, I expected to be invited to your wedding, Izuku. Demon Nerd, I almost wasn't invited myself. Demon Lord? Demon Nerd, another League member met a girl and married her within the span of 10 hours. 10 hours. Demon Nerd, Himiko was inspired by it so she entered my office, yelled at me that we're getting married right now and we'll make a party over it later and then she left after I said yes. I was too confused to properly compute it. Demon Nerd, the rest of you girls followed. I'm going to make it up to Momo and Ochako later for them being away to be part of this. Ice Angel, 10 hours. Demon Nerd, they aren't exactly, normal. In every sense of the word. Demon Lord, no one normal turns to villainy Izuku. Demon Nerd, to true. Demon Nerd, so Himiko Toga is now Himiko Shigaraki. Demon Nerd, did you stop crying? Green Beauty, yes. Ice Angel, we're so happy for you both. Demon Lord, and I can't wait for the grandkids. Demon Nerd, Dad sigh of exasperation. Demon Lord, I love my adopted grandkids but babies have their charm. Green Beauty, can't argue with that. Ice Angel, me neither. Demon Nerd, alright then bye. The U.A. Council. Satan 2 entered the group chat under the default name Small for One. Small for One, good evening everyone. The Brain, oh dear. Mad Bomb, Agusanava? You idiot. Mad Bomb, no need to pull Auntie into your boomelshit. Super Smash, that was wholesome. Mad Bomb F you. Small for One, F you. Super Punch, oh crap they are similar. Dragon Queen, what is it this time Deku? I mind, nothing is wrong about my daughter. Right? Hot Bird, doubtful. Mrs. Eraserhead, what is it this time? Knuckles Beach, I hope it's not another mass murder. Mean Rabbit, a fight is coming? Driller Thread, hope not. Fashion Statement, same. Captain America, I am ready to give the apocalypse a taste if my fists. Mean Rabbit, same. With kicks. Small for One, nothing like that is happening. Not yet anyways. The Brain, my worries had lessened slightly. Need nap, problem child. Mad Bomb, yes? Small for One, yes? Need nap. Hot Bird, oh. Mean Rabbit, oh. Captain America, oh. Mrs. Eraserhead, lol. Need nap, the evil problem child. Mad Bomb, oh. Small for One, yes? Need nap, identify yet if you wish. Small for One, not doing anything yet. But we all know I'm going to do something eventually. Need nap, sigh whatever. Need nap, what do you want then? Small for One, I have a request. It's not illegal. And you can do it pretty quickly too. Need nap? Super Punch? I mind? I spy? The Brain, what is it? Dragon Queen, I have a bad feeling. Mean Rabbit, I have a good feeling. Knuckles Beach, I have a feeling. Hot Bird, I want to jump through the window. Captain America, I want to do the same. Driller Thread, I want hide in a vault. Fashion Statement, I want to leave the country. Mad Bomb, I want to slap all of you. Mean Rabbit, good boy. Mrs. Eraserhead, I want to sleep with my husband. Need nap, sighs and exasperation. The Brain, back on track. The Brain, what is it? Small for One, I want you to change the wanted posters for Melissa Shield to Melissa Shigaraki please. Super Punch. I mind. The Brain. I spy. Need nap. Mrs. Eraserhead. Dragon Queen. Mean Rabbit. Driller Thread. Fashion Statement. Captain America. Hot Bird. The Brain. Are you serious? Small for One, yes. Need nap, you married Shield Maiden. Small for One, yes. I spy. I wish to inform you that Mr. Shield and All Might are screaming bloody murder and I'm sure they are going through the stages of grief in just 1 minute. Small for One. Actually the same request goes for Vampire, Consequence, Heartjack and Prism. The Brain. I spy. Need nap. Mrs. Eraserhead. Dragon Queen. Mean Rabbit. Driller Thread. Fashion Statement. Captain America. Hot Bird. The Brain. I spy. Are you serious? Small for One, yes. Hot Bird, you married 5 women. Small for One, yes. Hot Bird, you are officially my God-made flesh and I ask for your divine wisdom. Small for One, I can't help you. The girls made the whole thing themselves, declared their feelings themselves, then declared that we are married themselves. I'm so incredibly lost and have exactly no idea how in the actual hell this happened. So I decided that understanding them is way above my pay grade and I should do what did before. Fashion Statement, and that is? Small for One, care for everyone around and try my best to make them happy. Marriage is just more work. So not a big deal. Dragon Queen, I think I can see why they chased after you. Mean Rabbit, I mean if you only care for making them happy, not asking for anything back, how the F do you expect to not be grabbed? Dragon Queen, honestly loving men are a dying breed. Mad Bomb, I feel insulted. Mad Bomb, Endeavor was the one to die in Hosu, not All Might. Hot Bird, oh. Super Smash, oh. Captain America, oh. Mrs. Eraserhead, oh. Mean Rabbit, oh. Small for One, high five. Mad Bomb, high five. Super Smash, I agree. I spy, regretfully so do I. The Brain, back on track. That can easily be arranged. But are you sure? Small for One, my wives could battle a top hero each and win. Small for One, I have nothing to worry about. Hot Bird, fair. Super Punch, how's Melissa doing? Small for One, happy? I mind you don't sound sure. Worried. Small for One, I called her my dear wife today and she literally shattered my ribs with a hug, so I guess she is happy. Small for one. Never been more grateful for super regeneration. Mrs. Eraserhead, XD. Dragon Queen, XD. Mean Rabbit, XD. I spy, she missed the target. Super Punch, Mirai. Super Smash, SIR. The Brain, I mean he's not wrong. Small for one, and Atrocity missed all of you. The Brain. I spy, fair. Mad Bomb, whatever the F. Mad Bomb, anything related to work you got to share? Small for one. Negative, didn't find much on the apocalypse or paranormal liberation front. These guys are ghosts. I am beginning to think they are outside the country. I spy, regretfully possible. Small for one, but. The Brain, but. Small for one. I am doing an investigation on the CRC and would appreciate your help. It's gonna be big. I spy, how big? Small for one, to wipe them out in one go type of big. Mean Rabbit, I'm Ian. Small for one, excellent. Super Smash, nice nickname. Suits you a lot. Small for one, I can feel the sarcasm. Mirio Togata. Super Smash good. Small for one had irreversibly changed Super Smash's name to Small Might. Small for one had irreversibly changed Super Punch's name to Big Might. Small for one, take that buddy. Small Might, you jackass. Small for one, you are so sweet Mirio-kun. I'm flattered. Small Might, ugh. Big Might, ugh. Dragon Queen, I think this kind of cute. Small for one had irreversibly changed Dragon Queen's name to Nijiresmum. Nijiresmum, joke's on you Deku, I adopted Nijire after the camp disaster. Her adoptive parents were glory hounds anyways. Mean Rabbit, wait what? Small Might, wait what? Small Might, she didn't tell me? I'm sad. Mad Bomb, and that's why relationships are a pain in the ass. Good thing I'm staying the hell away from that. Small for one. Kachan, Toru had called the girls in your dorms to scream the happy news to hurt distant family, so Ashido-san already knows by now. Small for one, you're screwed. Mad Bomb, wait what? Small Might, LOL. Small for one, yeah. The Brain, am I missing something here? Mad Bomb, Mad Bomb, on an unrelated note, can I join the League of Villains from Right the F now? Neednap, no Bakugo you can't, you two are already problem children for me, I don't need you teaming up on the country. Mad Bomb, then I request to be expelled. Knuckles Beach, welcome to the Alliance kid. The Brain, denied. Neednap, denied. Big Might, denied. Small Might. Bakugo-kun or Knuckle Duster? The Brain both. Mad Bomb, FUCK. Mean Rabbit, why are you scared? Shitless? Mad Bomb left the group chat. Neednap, I have a bad feeling about this. Small for one at Neednap and at Dragon Queen, I'm texting you the whole thing in private, tell me what you think. Mean Rabbit, it's been 10 minutes. Why are taking so long? Dragon Queen, ah. Neednap, I give my resignation. The Brain, denied. Neednap, FUCK. Dragon Queen, ah. Mean Rabbit, what the hell? Small for one, not telling now bye. Small for one left the group chat. I spy, what the hell just happened? Big Might, I am so confused right now. Small Might, sir, let's go tie up Bakugo before he destroys the school barrier to escape. Big Might, what? Neednap, let him run, that would be way less headaches. Hotbird, okay, I tried to mind my business but WTF is going on? Dragon Queen, ah. The Brain, so that's what I look like. Neednap, yes. Mrs. Eraserhead, honey? Neednap, I need coffee and cats and cuddles and every comfort I could get. Emmy, my life is going to become a nightmare. Mrs. Eraserhead, what? Neednap, I'll explain later. As Deku sighed and went out of his office. He chuckled to himself seeing Kachan so freaked the hell out. He is curious to how this would play out, but he won't intervene. As he went to the living room with Rabbit, who looked very cheerful today, or at least as cheerful as some with her anxiety could get, following closely behind him. As he got to the living room he heard the sounds of battles from the TV, prompting him to quickly run with Rabbit in tow. As they reached the living room he saw in the television something that made his headache come back with vengeance. Oh come on Maria. Is that all you could do? Give me a bigger challenge for F's sake. Cackled Vengeance loudly as he blocked with his dark sphere the gigantic sword of Susanoo before pushing it forward. How are you an SSS-ranked villain? Okay, first off what? Started Deku with a groan, already feeling the headache. And second, the F? Well, to answer your question, this idiot attacked a CRC base, where Maria was making a visit, and now things escalated, shrugged Razor while drinking some wine from her glass. "I hate Mondays," mumbled Rabbit looking at the TV in exasperation. Deku felt brotherly love overpower his annoyance and anger at that moment. He is so adopting that kid, damn it. Deku sighed in amusement as he went out of his office. He chuckled to himself quietly. Man, seeing Kacchan so freaked the hell out by how life conspired against was definitely a way to bring up the mood. Deku felt both mischievous amusement and pity at the same time for his old honorary cousin. He was, if he was honestly curious to how this would play out, but he wouldn't intervene. Let Kacchan handle the fallout on his own. Technically he brought this on himself, and if Deku has to deal with a harem of a clingy girlfriend, then so does Kacchan. Although he probably should make sure Toru-chan stays the hell away from U.A and specifically Kacchan from now on, because he'll arrest her from sheer spite and righteous fury. Technically he could break her out, but leveling Tartarus would weigh too much trouble worth it, but unnecessary trouble that could be avoided. A good leader knows how to pick up battles and efforts and when to avoid both after all. As Deku exited the office, he started walking to the living room with Rabbit, who looked very cheerful today, or at least as cheerful as someone with her anxiety could get, following closely behind him while poking her index fingers together. Cute. Adorable even. "So Rabbit, did you enjoy working with me today?" asked Deku with a smile. He himself enjoyed it quite a lot. Having someone to bounce ideas around with is really relaxing. Who thought that planning a mass murder would be quite fun and fascinating? He sure didn't until this morning. "Why yes, I enjoyed it quite a lot. And I learned so much from you today," smiled Rabbit as she gave him one of her honest smiles. Rabbit in fact did enjoy working with him. He never got mad from her criticism, he always praised whatever ideas she had. And he would always smile at her. That sweet warm smile that put her ease. Was great. Deku smiled and patted Rabbit's head with his left hand gently before ruffling her dark messy hair. Rabbit smiled wider as she felt his hand, instinctively leaning into his touch. Rabbit couldn't describe it properly, but whenever she was around Sensei and Karma-sama she always felt at ease. She didn't know why. She just did, so whenever they ruffled her hair she would savor it. Because at those times felt truly safe from the world as whole. The two kept walking after that, chatting about the plan they were making and the investigation they were doing into the CRC to take them down. As the two got to the living room, Deku heard the sounds of battles from the TV, which prompted him to quickly run into the TV with Rabbit in tow. As they reached the living room, he saw in the television something that made his headache come back with vengeance, and much worse than before as well. Ugh, today is really destined to be a pain in the ass, isn't it? What day was it? Okay. Oh come on Maria. Is that all you could do? Give me a bigger challenge for F's sake. Cackled Vengeance loudly as he blocked with his dark sword the gigantic sword of Susanoo before pushing the sword forward with shocking strength. How are you an SSS ranked villain? Okay, first off. What? Started Deku with a groan, already feeling the headache. He remembers. It's a Monday. So it bound to be a living nightmare. And cause him to feel the urge to commit war crimes. And second, the F? Well, to answer your question, this melodramatic idiot attacked a CRC base, where Maria was making a visit apparently, and now things escalated. Although I'm not sure if it was planned or sheer damn luck that Maria was there, shrugged Razor while drinking some wine from her glass. But to be honest boss, he is giving that beach the workout there. Deku sighed loudly before sitting down and pinching the bridge of his nose with Rabbit following behind. Today just keeps getting better and better. Why does things have to be so goddamn complicated? He just wants to kill people that's too troublesome to keep around, settle down his empire and then move to rulling other countries. Was that too much to ask? I hate Mondays, mumbled Rabbit looking at the TV in exasperation. Her face displaying annoyance identical to what Deku was displaying right now. Deku felt brotherly love surge through his body and making his chest get warmer, so let it overpower his annoyance and anger at that moment. He is so adopting that kid, damn it. If only he knew how this whole mess started. Vengeance grinned as he put on his dark bodysuit and steel armor. Today was a big day for him. Today he was going to attack a big CRC base and wipe it out. His spy in the CRC had reported that base to him few days ago, and he was prepared for full-scale annihilation. He hated the CRC, oh he really did. He honestly had problems with all quirk supremacists around. And CRC was just that. They were supremacists that worshipped baseline humans and rejected mutants and all people that changed from pure human form. The CRC saw the mutation quirks, especially the complex ones, so gang orcas more than ingeniums or fourth kinds, as instinctually evil and dangerous and impure and all that shit that he honestly couldn't bother to understand. In Yami's humble opinion, you could literally copy-paste a manifestation of any past hate group in history like Nazis and Whatever the F else there is these days, and just exchange whatever the F they hated with complex mutation quirks, and it would easily summarize the CRC up pretty well. Which was just sad. A bit of a cruel irony, but the CRC was right from a biological point of view, at least once Maria took over. Earlier CRC hated everyone diverging from pure human form, but post-Maria they only had an issue with complex mutations. So people like Miruko, Gang Orca, Spinner, the Frog Girl or Alien Girl from U.A as example. Those mutations worked significantly differently than normal quirks, even normal mutant quirks, like Ingeniums, typically offering a much wider array of abilities. They were also absolutely dominant in terms of genetics and inheritance. Speaking about it in a more simple terms, Miruko's children would be rabbit people just like her. And so her grandchildren. And grandchildren. Regardless of who their other parents were. Complex mutant quirks typically overrode other quirks entirely when it came to inheritance. It was a proved fact, and his quirk scientist would vouch for it. As a result, if Miruko and her descendants were allowed to exist, then in a few centuries there was going to be a significant group of rabbit people living in Japan, potentially making standard humans into merely one of subspecies of generalized mankind. So yes, from the biological point of view, the existence of such quirks was a danger to humanity as it was understood presently. Unfortunately for the CRC, Yami and most normal people in Japan didn't really consider having rabbit, frog, alien, orca or lizard people in the society as a problem. And the black-haired boy couldn't give two Fs about the issue of complex mutants being more common than normal baseline humans. Well, that's at least until they joined the group opposite to the Creature Rejection Clan, the Inhuman Supremacy Party. Because then they honestly became idiots like those who discriminated against them. Fighting fire with fire wasn't the solution. Did that sound hypothetical? He was technically doing just that. Or was he fighting fire with hurricanes? It depends on who you ask, really. The doors to his throne room opened, causing him to turn around. Once he did, his mood improved somewhat from before. "My lord, the strike teams are ready to attack on your command. We are waiting for you in the main area of the base," said a female voice as a person stepped into the room, dressed in a silver spandex with gray boots and gauntlets. A silver shining helmet on their head. "Ah, Quicksilver. It is nice to see you, my dear. And thank you for informing me. I guess I took a bit too long preparing myself." "Time really flows by when someone's in a good mood, it seems," smiled Vengeance as he finished putting on his costume. "I take it that you are ready for today's attack? It's your debut after all. And I have a feeling it's going to make quite the impression on our country," he added as he put in his helmet. He chuckled at that. Oh boy, where does he even begin? Looks like Endeavor wasn't the uncrowned shittiest dad of all time like everyone believed. And that was just sad. "Yes, sir. And I won't disappoint," she said with a formal bow and waved it off casually. "I know you won't, I know. You have the power, drive and spite for a successful career in villainy. So let's go out and get rid of some quirkist idiots, shall we?" His question was met with a determined nod. Quicksilver really needs to chill out slightly, but seeing her upbringing it would be a bit hard. F her dad. When they first met, it was on the internet. He met her on a forum about hero haters and well, introductions, then chit-chats, then things escalated. Escalated as in he ended up breaking her out of her home when her dad wasn't present and then helped her be in better shape and health than before. "Alright then, let me go give our men a motivational speech." And with that, Vengeance exited his room and started walking down to where his men were, flanked by Quicksilver. The young villainess following behind him silently. She said nothing, she did nothing, just followed him with an even expression while staring ahead. He really should get her a hobby to make her open up a little, shish. His base was in the middle of nowhere, a huge warehouse that was abandoned and left to rot, which he claimed and turned to his personal headquarters where he started the Paranormal Liberation Front. After a bit of walking through the base, he reached the ground floor where some of his men were. His army was too big for just a single base to hold all of them. He had many of those, most of them in Hokkaido where his sister was generously keeping them hidden, but this was his main strike team. He stood up on the podium with Quicksilver right by his side, a couple steps behind. She was fully disciplined and professional with an air of seriousness people twice her age lack. That was useful for a second in command, he'll have to admit. But only when it was time for serious business. As he stood up in the podium above his men, the soldiers let out a loud horde of cheers for seeing him. He let them cheer for a few seconds before raising his hand, effectively silencing all of them. He liked how obedient his men were. It made things much easier. "Good morning, my fellows in the Paranormal Liberation Front," started Vengeance proudly. It was a classic opening, but those are always effective. "Today we are going to attack and fully annihilate a base that belongs to the Creature Rejection Clan." The room exploded into cheers. Looks like he isn't the only one excited by the idea. Yes. The Creature Rejection Clan, the group of hate criminals and cult that hides underneath religious aesthetic to hide what terrible people they actually are. People that hurt so many people for just being born different. The room exploded again, this time in outrage. The front was made up of people with weak quirks, villainous quirks, no quirks at all, and also complex mutants. This was personal to people in here. Yes, my friends, we are going to make them pay. For all their crimes and horrible acts. We are attacking their base today and slaughtering everyone inside. We will warp in soon enough and take those quirkish scum by storm. Put them doxin and bath their base in their blood. The room exploded into cheers at that. Today we are going to split up to cover said base with Deathstroke, Hellboy, Payback and Liberator. You four will be in charge of the groups to surround the place. On my signal you'll attack from the sides of the base, explained Vengeance loudly. He looked at each and every one of the supervillains who nodded at him. They were almost as trusted as his second-in-command was. And almost as loyal. Each of them had a problem with society today, a specific villain group, or just wanted the government to burn for kicks. He didn't judge for the last one. Most of his desire to destroy society was technically sheer damn spite for his dad being a piece of shit. Was it childish? Maybe. But he didn't care. He'll wipe out all redestros of the world and be done with it. Karma could take over the world if he wished. Yami had no problem with that as long as he gets to kill all the others. After this he'll attack the Beast's crowd. See if he could bring the jackass out of his hiding. Speaking of Beast, Vengeance heard through the villain network that Beast get quite the ass kicking on the hands of Dynamite's friends. That was hilarious. The Beast needed dental care from trying to bite a rock and Steel Boy respectively. Now that was irony. And let's not talk about Maria. She got her as handed to her in a golden plate, not silver. Dynamite gave her one hell of a divine retribution there in the Hero Festival. The injuries she sustained took weeks to heal from what heard with healing quirks. Now that was badass. Sir, how are we going to split? Is it based on our quirks, skills, the powers of the enemy, or is it just random splitting to cover he base? Asked Hellboy, raising his hand. Vengeance couldn't see his face with the mask, but his tone was that of curiosity. The villain was a person who Vengeance met on accident. He had a cool but quite troublesome quirk that got him in. A lot of family issues. So he joined to spite society that denied him a place like all others. His villain outfit was a dark blue bodysuit that was almost black, with pipes on the back to use his quirk from and a big helmet/gas mask. He wore bulky gauntlets and his boots had holes that void open and close from soles of said boots. Yes, a valid question with a very simple answer. Well, this specific base doesn't have any real heavy hitters, so it's the latter. I don't mind which of the positions you guys take. You could literally pick it with rock, paper, scissors, shrugged Vengeance. He didn't mind. The base from the intel he got was more of a place for those parody of religious acts that the CRC indulged in quite often. What? The room grew fully silent from what just happened. Vengeance couldn't believe it. He just couldn't believe it. He turned to look at Quicksilver. His face was that a man that was betrayed by his loved one. Here? In front of everyone? He asked incredulously, trying to hide how lad he was. His second-in-command, a bossy individual with serious attitude, just whacked him over the head with a rolled newspaper out of all things. What was he, 5? He would bet his sister had something to do with this. It's always her who pulls this type of bullshit on him. Always. And now Quicksilver too. Great. It's Lady Mastermind's orders. If you say it, try to do something. Well, dumb, I am ordered to smack you with a rolled newspaper, Quicksilver said with a straight face and tone. Like she didn't just smack her leader with a dangerous weapon. There was a pause at that. Prepare for the war in 10, what else could he really say after this? Whatever the F. With that out of the way, everyone went on and quickly started to prepare for the warp. Weapons were loaded, quirks were warmed up and gear was worn. Time for hunting. The CRC base the Paranormal Liberation Front were targeting was all the way in Tokushima, specifically in Naka. The warp gate quirk was painfully limited in its nature, unfortunately, nothing similar to what Kurogiri from the League of Villains has or Mika Amari from the U.A's first year's hero course. It was, to put it simply, much more restricted. It wasn't instantaneous. It takes few minutes to start, and few minutes to cool down after each warp. Not convenient, but well. You work with what you got, right? It wasn't that hard to surround the place and besiege it. He warped his men to the places around the enemy's base. Said base was on the outside a country club. But that was just a front. On the inside, the supposed club was frequented by CRC men. Where they had a church right in the middle of the whole land they owned. He despised Maria, but he'll have to give her one thing: over the past 200 years the CRC was always a thing, followers were everywhere, but they were more of a mob parody than an actual villainous organization. That all changed when Maria 20 or so years ago showed up. The CRC in a couple years became a power to be looked at seriously. She organized the whole thing into a well-built power structure of shell companies for funding, ordering weaponry and recruitment. Recruitment specifically was something she excelled in. Beast gave her a lot of propaganda material, to be honest. Way too much of it. The brainless moron. He was only giving her more ammunition with his activities. The warp gates opened around the country club's fences where the soldiers stepped out in groups. Deathstroke to the southwest, Hellboy to southeast, Liberator to the northwest and Payback to the northeast. Vengeance went to the entrance gate. Obviously. Call him a drama queen, but he liked to look dashing when he does villain work. Quicksilver was by his side, standing on his right as he was standing on his horse. His favorite part of his villainous escapades was riding his horse. I mean, it's not like he could just take it out on a walk, can he? That would be a huge blow to his image. So he had to compensate. And speaking of his horse, does Karma know that Vengeance bought in the internet from his daughter? It was awkward, but he couldn't deny that the horse was definitely as he asked. Mahoro Shigaraki definitely deserved her payment. That she probably blew on sweets and plushies. But he didn't judge. But he didn't care. He paid her for a horse that satisfied his ego. Plain and simple. Everyone are in positions. We are ready to start the attack, reported Deathstroke, with the others confirming his report. Marvelous. Then let's begin with a bang, shall we? Grinned Vengeance as he held his hand forward. On his palm a black on the size of a basketball was created, that condensed into an ball the size of a golf ball. A couple seconds later he shot it forward. It traveled at the speed of sound into one of the buildings inside the grassy land. It was destroyed to the last inch. The explosion something that would make dynamite whistle in amusement. A huge shockwave was created, that kicked up a huge cloud of dust into the air. There were screams, a lot of it. Which was expected. He just obliterated a building with a single attack. That would definitely scare anyone with any self-preservation instincts quite well. But it didn't matter in here. They were all going to die in here. Alone and afraid, without a chance for defending themselves. Or so he thought. There was a shining green light as someone jumped from the biggest building's top floor. The light exploded into green flames that grew bigger and bigger until it started chopping up into. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Quicksilver's face and tone were once again the same. But this time it was a deadpan expression and voice. He thought the same but in excitement. Maria was here. Oh, he would enjoy killing that cultist beach all right. Maybe if he pulled that one off he would go back to being number 2? Atrocity stealing the spotlight from him. Yes, his attack almost wiped out the U.A, but Vengeance was sure he had a much greater firepower. Atrocity almost killed All Might in his weakened form, but Vengeance killed Endeavor, and battled multiple Topps heroes. Come on. Sir, do we go back? Asked Quicksilver in exasperation. Well, she knows the answer. Stick to the plan. We got this. You deal with the fodder, I'll deal with Maria, grinned Vengeance as his horse let out a roar and started running up in the air, at a speed most people would call that of a speeding jet. Quicksilver sighed at that before shaking her head. Well, time to be a villain. Deathmonger was in the church when the explosion happened. It was like someone sent a small nuke to the building. The explosion was huge. And the cloud of dust that came up was shaped like a flower. Which what the F? He is a former rank 67 hero who at some point, he won't specify, let's just say complex mutants disgusts him. Defected to the CRC. He is loyal to Maria and the ideology of the organization. He wears a skull mask with some rather intimidating visors with HUD for himself. He wears under the black robes that was designed to not hinder him in combat, a black combat vest and a bulletproof vest underneath. He has a utility belt filled with weapons and he has a black blade strapped on his belt on the back. He ran out of the building just to be kicked by something that, fast. Honestly, fast is the only thing he could say. He just saw silver then was sent flying through the door. Deathmonger got up after few seconds with a groan as he heard the screams of his men. He looked around to see chairs, guns being fired, explosions from Greenuffs and corks blazing in every direction. And his men were being slaughtered left and right. Deathmonger looked in front of him to see a person looking at him, dressed in a silver spandex with, well, nothing. Not much into aesthetic, huh? Who are you? He asked as he prepared his quirk to fire. It was a perception quirk and his opponent seems to have a speed quirk, just his luck. The person didn't answer. And again he was attacked with a blurring silver, this time however he could react. Everything slowed down to a much better way for him to see what happens, but what do you know, she was still fast enough for him to need to move aside as quickly as he could. My name is Deathmonger. one of Maria's main lieutenants and one of the strongest people in the creature's rejection clan. So I ask again, who are you? He needs to analyze what he is dealing with. His opponent was fast. Way too fast. He only knew one person they fast, that honestly was so fast his battle that got him killed was only 3 seconds long, and yes, that was a running joke and meme in the internet. Quicksilver was the only reply. He grabbed his gun and shot at her, but she blurred from place to place, literally blitzing from left to right at speeds that was inhuman. But then, just as she was by his side, she charged at him. His perception is the only thing that kept him alive at that moment. The silver spandex villain charged at him with a knife pointed at him, and with her speed that thing would cut, not on him but through him. He was never more thankful for his quirk as he in the last second pulled out his blade and blocked. Her speed sent him flying back tough, and rolled on the floor for few seconds, which to him was much longer than that. Ugh, one thing that sucks about his quirk, he feels the pain also in slow motion, which, believe or not, it's not pretty. Imagine being shot and you feel the bullet pierce you slowly. Or worse, getting stabbed. Not pretty. Nasty in fact. But he fought someone like this once. The speed is the same even if the movement is different. So he recognized the person in front of him. Quicksilver prepared to attack again when Deathmonger called to her, and she felt her bolt go cold before it started to boil at his question. Unfortunately, Deathmonger didn't notice that. Is your family named Toyota? Asked Deathmonger as he got back up and dusted himself off. He didn't notice the anger, but he noticed her twitch at the name. Ah yes. Now I remember you. I saw it in the news. You disappeared a year ago, didn't you? Misaki Toyota. Runaway daughter of the number 3 hero, Thunderbolt. Now that's a twist for the kid of a top hero to become a villain, don't you think? But at least now I know what your quirk is. Misaki Toyota. Quirk. Super speed, class 4. Her quirk allows her to rapidly change the speed of her own body without suffering any form of recoil. She can instantly reach a speed of about 300 kilometers. She managed to change that into a true powerhouse despite being a quirk that's extremely tricky to use. It's quite easy for her to accidentally run herself into a wall. However, with extreme training and reflexes she manages to avoid it while being nearly impossible to hit. Quicksilver shot forward, but this time, Deathmonger sidestepped the charge before driving the knife into her. She deflected it with her knife, causing sparks to fly in the air at the speed of the clash. As she landed few dozen meters away, Deathmonger clapped his hands. Great speed and greater reflexes, that move was enough to at least slash your father after all. This shows that you are better than him, he complimented. I don't have a father, she dashed at him, and he was about to block when he saw her about to hit with a lariat, her arm transforming into a large jagged blade. He barely ducked, but had his hood and a good chunk of his gravity-defying dark hair cut off on the spot. As she landed a distance away from him, she shot him a glare. He thinks he helmet is annoying. Not a big fan of Thunderbolt, are you? He asked. Not surprised. Toyota Sr. was an idiot of the highest caliber. Deathmonger had a problem with complex mutants because how they threatened humanity as species, but Thunderbolt had an issue. Well, with everyone? Honestly, that jackass hated everyone that wasn't powerful, and in the sale time hated powerful quirks because he believed in quirk singularity? Yeah, he wasn't touching the subject of Hat Idiot with a 50-meter tall staff barbed in wires. He was the same caliber with the HPSC president. Both of them were idiots with ideologies that even they didn't fully get. Not that it was his problem was this insanely fast girl with a transformation quirk for some reason. He jumped out of the way or tried. If this girl was blitzing before, he doesn't know what to call it now. This time, she straight off teleported to his face and punched him with more momentum than he could handle. He was sent flying backwards at high speeds with his mask shattered on impact with its pieces flying around in the air. No, I am the opposite of a fan. I am despiser of Thunderbolt, she replied. You don't get to choose your parents. Misaki Toyota regrets that fact a lot. Her donor was a glory-hounding psychopath and absolute ass as far as she could remember. She had a mom. At least from the fact that he was married once. But that was all she knew from her. She died before she could remember. And Thunderbolt was neglecting at the good days, and downright abusive at worst to her, all her childhood. There is also a problem with her suffering from a neurodegenerative disease that rendered her unable to walk until healed by doctor after she was rescued. Yami was her first friend ever. Best friend even. And she took it as her mission to help him, whether it was small things like smacking him on the head with a rolled newspaper to big stuff like helping him commit genocide on some genocidal maniacs. Her friend had his problems. But one thing there was about that she loved. He cared for her. Yes, he had his problems and he is psychopath/sociopath/whatever else, but he was her psychopath/sociopath/whatever else, and she will make sure that he doesn't bite more than he can chew. Helping him in his goals was why she was here, fighting Deathmonger. He was a rank 67 hero, oddly enough. She doesn't know why he turned to villainy, but she could guess that he was just a Corcus prick and that was it. She was fighting him out of professionalism more than anything. Her boss ordered her to not kill him, so she came to do just that. No hard feelings, but then he had to make it personal. "Is your family named Toyota?" asked Deathmonger as he got back up and dusted himself off. And then came the waves, the anger. She involuntarily twitched at the name. "Okay. You idiot, you made this personal. Congrats for hat, because it's going to hurt." "Ah yes. Now I remember you. I saw it in the news. You disappeared a year ago, didn't you?" "Misaki Toyota. Runaway daughter of the number 3 hero, Thunderbolt. Now that's a twist for the kid of a top hero to become a villain, don't you think? But at least now I know what your quirk is." She charged at him again, powered by rage and spite, but controlled rage and spite. He sidestepped her and went to stab her side. Oh, the poor summer child. Yami was much faster than him. Blocking was a child's play to her. As she landed few dozen meters away, Deathmonger clapped his hands. "Great speed and greater reflexes. That move was enough to at least slash your father after all. This shows that you are better than him," he complimented. He was only digging his grave deeper. "I don't have a father," she dashed at him, and he was about to block when he saw her about to hit with a lariat, her arm transforming into a large jagged blade. Deathmonger barely ducked, but had his hood and a good chunk of his gravity-defying dark hair cut off on the spot. As she landed a distance away from him, she shot him a glare. "Not a big fan of Thunderbolt, are you?" he asked as he got up, slowly and painfully. "No, I am the opposite of a fan. I am despiser of Thunderbolt," she replied. And she means every letter of it. She despises him. And the knowledge that Endeavor was as much of an as if not worse was really a hard pill to swallow. Was all top heroes idiots in disguise? Was All Might somehow even worse? And as she delivered her line, blades grew on her arms, blades that she used to practically cross-slash the man, her speed going to the top of its limit and giving the ability to instantly pass by him before he could react. She turned to give him the finishing blow, just for red mist to envelope him. Whatever the injuries she gave him will kill him instantly. She had a leader to oversee, or she would have if it weren't for the gigantic tree roots charging at her direction with a supernova running from it. She isn't getting paid enough for this shit. Time to deal with whatever this is. Demon Puppy Eyes from Hellpoint 9. Torihiko Arashikura alias 9 had just finished giving a report to his new boss in person. He was tasked with attacking a specific Chinese crime lord as a show of power, which he and his squad did flawlessly. That's what Karma thinks as well. It wasn't that hard, really. Now that he could use his natural-born quirk without worries of killing himself, covered their part of town with thunderous clouds, with lightning bolts striking down for intimidation. His men wreaked havoc while the criminals tried to stop them, but, well, you could guess it didn't work well for them. He and his squad practically bulldozed through them without a hitch, and quickly after realizing who they were up against they surrendered to their might. Which, in logic, they surrendered to Karma's might. They were smart enough to realize that they got away scot-free since Carla himself didn't show up. Torihiko was arrogant enough to think he was remotely as scary as the High Leader. He was powerful and intimidating in his own right with a handful of powerful quirks, but Karma had an arsenal of them. In hundreds. So yeah, Torihiko considers himself and his men lucky to survive their encounter with Karma and be given a chance to join him. As he exited the office after being dismissed, he walked out to the bar, to find Kurogiri and teleport back to the place they were using as their home for now. He and his men preferred to stay on the Love instead of staying in one place as a base, plus, they were being given missions all the time so they barely had the time to stick around. "It's your turn now," exclaimed a voice as 3 girls ran by him, one of them colliding with his leg. "Kit, was he somehow teleported to a kindergarten?" "Ah wow, sorry mister, didn't see you there." It was a young girl, 6 probably, with white hair and red eyes and a horn sticking out of the right side of her forehead. Ah yes. The girl from the Yakuza fiasco, who in the underworld hadn't heard that story at least a couple dozen times. Torihiko sure did. And from what he heard, this little girl was her daddy's little angel, so making her cry was a one-way ticket to dying a very death. "Nope, not his problem, thank you." "It's no problem in the slightest," he replied casually. "OT like that actually hurt." She was very small. "Eri-chan, you okay? Did you hurt yourself?" asked a voice more recognizable. The voice of the quote-unquote demon princess, the youngest supervillain in history who beat him in the villain rankings. Doubtful. The impact wasn't that hard, it shouldn't hurt that much," replied a blonde girl, pink eyes and long blonde hair with a white dress. The unicorn was in a red one and the demon princess was in a pink one. Yup, Karma was a spoiling dad. But that wasn't his business either really. Who are you? The unicorn asked curiously. 9, and I work for your father, he replied calmly. Nice. What's your quirk? I love talking about them, she said, a notebook appearing in her hand from somewhere. Well, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, right? Torihiko, and laugh if you will, believes Shoto Todoroki, Eri Shigaraki was Deku Shigaraki's kid. He was hit with her quick and that's why he looks that young. He was the 2-century-old quirk thief, he just is far more nice because he went back to his youth. The whole thing about the successor was a play. And God knows how much All for One loves those. The drama god. I can control weather and manipulate it, he answered the question simply. And somehow, cuteness turned to a nuclear level at his answer as the red eyes shined brightly. That's so cool. With this quirk you could do many amazing things. Dispel thunderstorms before they cause destruction. You could cause rain to water plants and forests, you could decrease the heat in the summer and increase the heat in the winter. And that's just when not speaking about his insane combat applications. Aeon Theory confirmed as she started muttering like he saw the leader do that one time. Yup, father and son. You could even make it snow, Demon Child said with a bright smile. Yeah, be careful Torihiko, don't let your guard down to her. What snow? Asked the blonde girl. Why is he getting a bad feeling? The two girls gasped at that. You don't know what snow is? Asked Demon Child, to which blonde girl shook her head. We need to fix that, exclaimed the unicorn before beaming at him. Oh. Can you help us, mister? Please. Our sister is painfully sheltered. He noticed that. She was blank. Creepily blank. Why were all of Karma's kids messed up in a way? And back to her request. He won't use his quirk for something as mediocre as making it snow, it was a power so sacred, not a child's toy. But he should refuse calmly because the unicorn looks like a crier. He wasn't interested in having Karma hunting him to the end of the earth in bloody revenge, thank you so much. No, I am busy, he said calmly. The girls blinked at him. Then looked at each other. Someone passed by, Mustard, but when he heard him say no, he ran like the devil was in his heels. Was he missing something? Please, mister, the three girls said unison with what could only be described as a horrifying abomination of adorable eyes and innocence shining brightly with quivering and trembling lower lips. 9, the S-ranked villain, stared for exactly 3 seconds before his resolve broke down. Phew-uak. Later. 9 slammed his head on the counter of the bar and started mumbling curses on everything cute and innocent in the world. There were chuckles around him. He lifted his head to see Japan's scariest supervillains looking at him in sympathy with smiles. What? He asked. Let them mock, he'll live. Welcome to the club, buddy. I lost to those damn puppy eyes from Hell Club. We have t-shirts, said Reaper with a shrug. 9 blinked while questioning his hearing for few seconds before Kurogiri gave him glass of strong vodka. That's exactly what he need right now. You're kidding me? 9 deadpanned. Lady Nagant pointed at Hypnosis, smirking smugly while the purple-haired boy glared at her with the heat of 1,000 suns. March hare in an Alice and Mad Hatter tea party, she said while stifling her giggles. 9's lips twitched. Okay, that's funny. He must admit. Whatever the F you say, magical girl Nagant. Hypnosis shot back. 9 chose the worst moment to take a sip. He spat it on the counter. At least Kurogiri didn't seem mad. Small mercies because he was snickering. Well, at least I didn't end up giving her a piggyback ride around the base like Reaper, she scoffed. 9 wheezed. The scene was hilarious, dangerously so. And at least I wasn't a living campfire to roast marshmallows like Tuya. Reaper pointed at Dobby, only to receive a middle finger. The rest started bickering on which was the worst of them and kept cackling. Okay, his was way less embarrassing than these poor suckers. He admits that. Demon puppy eyes from hell, damn it. Picture of our little adorable rabbit. Didn't find a better one, sorry. There was a shining green light as someone jumped from the biggest building's top floor's window. The light exploded into green flames that grew bigger and bigger until it started shaping up into Dash. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Quicksilver's face and tone were once again the same. But this time it was a deadpan expression and tone. He thought the same, but instead of exasperation it was an excitement. Maria was here. Oh, he would enjoy killing that cultist beach all right. Maybe if he pulled that one off he would go back to being number 2? Atrocity stealing the spotlight from him. Yes, his attack almost wiped out the U.A, but Vengeance was sure he had a much greater firepower. Atrocity almost killed All Might in his weakened form, but Vengeance killed Endeavor, and battled multiple tops heroes. Come on. Sir, do we go back? Asked Quicksilver in exasperation. Oh, she knows the answer. She really got to know him by now, didn't she? Stick to the plan. We've got this. You deal with the fodder, I'll deal with Maria. grinned vengeance as his horse let out a roar and started running up in the air, at a speed most people would call that of a speeding jet. Quicksilver sighed at that before shaking her head. Well, time to be a villain. Hey Maria. How's it going with you, lady? Enjoying seeing your small parody of a church being set aflame? Yelled vengeance as he stopped in front of the giant behemoth. You! Yelled the green flame-haired woman in absolute outrage, her expression rather murderous. You really have a death, don't you? The giant sword raised in the air before it slashed down. Morrigan, yes, as in the god of war and destruction, sue him, jumped to the side fairly quickly while vengeance created a sword in his hand. The only one with a death wish here is you. No one else is stupid enough to stick around when someone more powerful is rather around with the intent on ending their worthless, miserable lives, retorted vengeance confidently as he focused his quirk. The sword started glowing with dark energy pouring around it menacingly before the dark armor-wearing villain slashed with it forward into the behemoth's direction. Dark heaven-piercing slash. He yelled as the sword unleashed a crescent moon-shaped blast of dark energy that traveled quickly to Maria before expanding larger. Crash. Kaboom. The giant behemoth blocked the huge attack with its huge sword, but the attack pushed it back slightly. The black energy attack exploded with black static crackling in the air. Is that all you got, you cheap copy of Ghost Rider? Maria yelled in anger as her Susanoo charged forward. Nah, that was warm-up, smirked the number 3 villain as his giant foe rushed him. He made no attempt to run as the giant closed on him. His arms and upper body began to bulge, like all of the muscles in it were flexing into their maximum capacity or even beyond it. Then rot in hell with your army, yelled the green flame-haired woman, raised her sword in the air. Now perish. Slam. Crash. Clang. The sword was brought down with enough force to generate whirlwinds that pushed the clouds away. But with all of that power, Maria was shocked that her enemy, with just his arms and weapon, stopped her sword right in its tracks without being slammed down and a speed that made it look like a blur. Not bad, you cultist, but you should know better than underestimating your opponents, declared vengeance before he pushed the blade upwards with all his strength. Then, the behemoth was pushed back slightly. The number 2 villain aimed his left hand forward, with it transforming into what resembled a cannon with pipes coming out of his arm aimed backwards and letting out steam. Now it's my turn to attack. A dark orb the size of a car was summoned from thin air in front of the Dark Knight teen. The orb of concentrated dark energy started being absorbed into the villain's hand. Now take this. Hellgates' release. In U.A, the Hero Corps students from the first years watched the battle between the Titans unfold with wide eyes and shocked expressions. Holy crap. That guy is no joke, said Nito in shock as he watched the boy block the Susanoo sword with his brute strength before pushing. This is the guy that ambushed you in the sports festival, right, Katsuki-kun? Asked Ochako in concern, looking at the blonde in the middle couch in the center of the room. The blonde was fully restrained, with chains around him and a muzzle on his mouth, his eyes focused on the screen filled with anger. Nobody here understands yet why their friend was at such a state other than that Lemillion and All Might had to bring here, restrained so he wouldn't blow them up. And apparently they are speaking from experience, considering how their hair was smoking slightly when they came in with a pissed-off Katsuki held up on their shoulders. The sight gave them one hell of a laugh, but now it was just concerning. Katsuki nodded his head. Since he was still muzzled, the instructions were leave him to cool down and you can set him free in the morning. They were so confused. But they wouldn't question when Aizawa-sensei comes into the girls, looking completely done with it all, and telling them Tio dropped the matter. Oh shit, what is he doing now? Asked Himoto, looking over the couch where the 1B girls were seated. The common room is honestly stuffed with people trying to see what was happening. That's the attack he used in Hosu. I think, said Yui, looking for once freaked out. She probably had PTSD concerning this specific, and considering she spent a week with the League that said something. Oh crap. Now that's what I call a destructive blast, said Denki, while holding an ice pack to his head. Too many times running to a wall, it was a miracle he didn't get a concussion. By the way, why? Are you chained up? You literally had Big Might and Small Might dragging you here. Nito will always be the suicidal idiot in the dorms, it seems. Katsuki turned to him, his eyes promising severe pain the second he was free from his bindings. He probably stayed in the gym for too long, and when they went to tell him to come here he threw a fit, shrugged Mineta. Because honestly, why would their resident Bomberanian look so freaked out? It's not like there was a devil on his heels. Nah, he probably made a promise and us trying to run from it, teased Setsuna, looking at Katsuki with a grin. She got growl in response, that sounded more animalistic than human. Oh shit, he launched it, cried out Itsuka as everyone's eyes snapped back to the screen. Nobody noticed Ibra glaring a hole at the TV while griping at her clothes tightly. Well, nobody aside from Katsuki, who narrowed his eyes at her. Boom. The blast that was launched was so big and powerful it created an insane shockwave as it clashed with the Susanoo sword. Kaboom. Maria, seeing that the attack was too fast to dodge, used her sword to try and cut through the blast. The clash of her gigantic sword with the dark blast created a huge explosion and shockwave. She managed to block, but the clouds around them dispersed and the wind pressure that was created tore the trees from the forest beneath them. Not bad. You actually managed to cut through my attack, grinned Vengeance before his horse charged forward, running at extremely high speeds at the air before Maria slashed at him with her sword. Slam. Clang. Crash. Vengeance smirked before using his weapon to block the hit. This time as well, not affected in the slightest. Brr. Boom. Kaboom. As he did that, his horse roared before it fired a fireball at the Susanoo. It barely missed the gem, but the explosion was still powerful to make Maria disengage. She proved to be persistent as she swung at him again, this time from the side. Slam. Clang. Crash. Oh, come on, Maria. Is that all you could do? Give me a bigger challenge for F's sake, cackled Vengeance loudly as he blocked with his dark sword the gigantic sword of Susanoo before pushing the sword forward with shocking strength. How are you an SSS-ranked villain? In her meeting room, Mastermind looked at the battle with a flute exasperation in her face. God damn it, Yami, why do you have to be such a pain in the ass? That boy is powerful, commented Curious lamely. You know shit. Maybe he would have been by our side if Redestro wasn't a copy-paste endeavor with a different quirk. Mastermind couldn't miss the chance for a snarl on her donor. She wasn't the biggest fan, alright? Sue her about it. That. Us rather harsh. Sod skeptic carefully. He wouldn't risk being Vader-style choked again, thank you so much. You know what's harsh? Knowing I could have had such a powerful soldier if my dad wasn't a problem, replied Mastermind dryly while pointing at the screen. Just so everyone could witness Vengeance aiming his hand forward, send shooting a blast that was so strong it sent the behemoth of a Susanoo backwards in the sky. Point taken, said Sliden, go with a sweat drop. You know you're gonna need what's more than that to defeat me, Maria. Power is nothing when it's just unable to reach me, gloated Vengeance as he pointed his shift at her threateningly, like he was gonna shoot another blast. Maria leveled him a cold glare before sighing in exasperation and shaking her head. You're right, boy. Vengeance wasn't expecting her to say that. Is she waving a white flag? Are you waving a white flag? Because I might actually let you live if you surrender peacefully, said Vengeance with a stupefied look. Don't judge him, he was surprised, all right. Maria smiled, though it looked more confident than defeated. She then started laughing in amusement. Oh no, I meant that you're right about my Susanoo being too much in size. I really got used to flying around in a behemoth that I forgot how strong my quirk in reality is, replied Maria in amusement. Vengeance narrowed his eyes, his face steeling up. What are you implying by those words? He asked carefully as he corrected his stance. Just for safety, he activated a perception and reflexes enhancing quirks. It means that I'm going to use my trump card with you. Which you honestly should be proud of, young man, explained Maria while pointing her palm at him, then she gripped her hand like she was pointing a sword at him. Regretfully, I was saving this as a surprise for Karma in our next fight. Or All Might. Or even Dynamite after the injuries he caused me a while ago. Vengeance tensed at that. The two of them then were interrupted as the sounds of destruction were heard beneath them, causing them to look down. What in the ever-living F? Sputtered Vengeance as he saw what looked giant roots exploding out of one of the buildings with a very familiar flaming meteor blasting away from it. He could even see Quicksilver speeding away from those. It seems my husband is in a particularly bad mood. Then again, I am in a bad mood. So it shouldn't be surprising. Shrugged Maria, still in the new stance. What? Asked Vengeance's shock. You beat your married. I thought you were married to your cult and the concept of being monsters more horrible than those you discriminate against. Then again, I heard rumors about you having kids that ran off. That seemed to be the wrong thing to say as her Susanoo burst into a mass of green flames that started spiraling on itself and compressing into where the green flame-haired woman was. Oh, that's not good, said Vengeance as he braced himself for whatever is coming. Oh, she's using her final form in this fight? I thought that she would try to keep it a secret, said Raijin in surprise as he looked at the TV screen in his manor. He was flanked by Inko and Rei on both his sides, with him wrapping his arms around them. After all, if taken off guard, she might even beat All Might in his prime. What are you talking about, Grandpa? Is she really that powerful? Asked Eri in concern. Well, that thing is already huge and it's shrinking down. So I say it's getting weaker, shrugged Koda. The kids were having a sleepover with their grandparents when this happened. No, it's more dangerous now, said Eve, looking at the large screen blankly. What do you mean by that, big sis? Asked Mahoro in curiosity. Well, think about it that way. Would you try to piece the skin? Would you use a knife or giant hammer? Said Eve, still with her gaze on the screen. They understood what she meant. Does Izuku know about this trip card? Asked Inko in concern. If he didn't before, then now he will, said Raijin as he grabbed some popcorn with telekinesis as well. ZD few more snacks. Whether that boy wins and survives or not, I know one thing. This fight is going to be sick. Everyone grabbed their snack, with Kota and Mahoro looking very excited. When the flames finally disappeared, it revealed the cultist leader, or was she? She admitted to be married in a completely new attire. Instead of her red rebis, now she was dressed in a dark green flaming kimono robe and wooden, or is it fire, sandals with what looked like a katana in her right hand, pointed at Vengeance as the woman's hair was now tied up in a low ponytail and her hair being clipped. Final stage. This is the true power of my Susanoo. Be proud that you got to see it. As a one last sight before your inevitable demise, declared Maria before she took in one-handed stance with her katana. Vengeance narrowed his eyes at her, focusing a glare on the kimono-wearing woman. His eyes zeroing on her as she was standing there. He made sure to not leave her out of his sight. Fwash. Until she disappeared completely. What? Thought the young villain in surprise before the hairs on the back of his head stood up on edge. Clang. The dark armored knight had a split second as he barely moved and used weapon to block a blade that was about to cut his throat open. Blocking the hit was much more efforts and struggle than it was for her Susanoo. Looking behind him, he saw the green-haired woman smiling at him in amusement. He tried to push her back, but she didn't budge in the slightest, her katana still the way it was. What the hell? How the hell did she get that fast? Her strength increased exponentially, then her Susanoo as well. Not bad, he grunted as he struggled to not be pushed back. He won't give her the satisfaction of seeing him struggling. Maria just giggled. Thank you, but they was barely a sample of the feast to come, she replied with a smirk. Fwash. Just then she disappeared again, then reappeared a fair distance away in front of Vengeance. The armored knight narrowed his eyes at the woman smirking at him before smirking himself. Alright, if this is how she wants to play, then that's how she will get it. You will play with her that way. Vengeance got off his horse and stood up on his 2 feet while pointing his weapon at her. People around Japan gasped in surprise, seeing that even top heroes like Mirko, Hawks and Edgeshot couldn't force him to go down from his high horse to their level. In a specific house, a rabbit woman snarled at the screen in front of her at both the armored boy and her personal nemesis. Well, beast was hers as well, but more insulted that woman was acknowledged first. In the meeting room in the Daika Central Tower, Mastermind gripped her hand on the table as she glared daggers at the woman at the TV, while praying for the safety of her brother. In the League of Villains headquarters, a pair of quirk nerds were, much to everyone's befuddlement, both staring at Maria's newest form while muttering to themselves about the possibilities about the new increase in stats Maris had displayed. In a certain school dorm's common room, a certain blonde red-eyed Pomeranian glared daggers at the villain still on the screen, having already undone his bindings and now muttering profanities at the two. Also, certain religious girl gave the cultist a look of utter disgust and hatred. Oh, you will stand on your own 2 feet for this one? I am actually flattered, sighed Maria as she stepped forward. Well, standing would imply I am on the ground, more like stepping on telekinetic plates of dark energy on my feet to be precise, replied Vengeance. Maria hummed at that. Something similar in my case. Clang. Fwoosh. The sound of metal clashing could be heard for miles as the sword and sword hit each other with enough force to create a whirlwind around the two of them. I think I understand what you did now, smirked Vengeance as he was being pushed back by the older woman who was still using only her right hand and wrist, not even whole arms yet. Oh, did you now? She asked in a disinterested tone as she kept pushing him backwards. Yup, I mean the whole show you made it pretty obvious. Your quirk is more like energy than flames, or a mixture of both. You said final form, so I guess that your Susanoo is multiple sizes and forms, where you construct the Susanoo with your quirk energy. But now what you did is concentrating all your power into this small body and blade so you can fight with maximum force at hyperspeed. It's like someone absorbed a small nuclear reactor or was struck by thunder, and instead of dying their bodies and muscles were supercharged, explained Vengeance with a grunt. Clang, clang. He was thrown backwards as Maria slashed at his sword again. Laughing in amusement, Maria gave the boy who was trying to stop himself an amused smile. Yes, that's exactly what I did, but I don't see how that matters much right now. You are outmatched. I'll admit that you could try to run or even use mass destruction attacks and then try to run. But you can't win this fight. I am far superior to you. This is the power I was blessed by God in the heavens, and I will use it to cut down all those freaks known as the complex mutants," she said, the last part turning her face into utter disgust. "You know, I'm beginning to think that you became from the CRC after the ISP did something nasty to you. You could have become a hero. Hell, Nedza would salivate over having someone like you helping him against the commission, but instead you are here, being a genocidal maniac. I sense a lot of trauma in there," mused Vengeance. Slash. Maria appeared right behind him and slashed at him with her sword again. This time Vengeance managed to dodge before slashing at her with his weapon. As she went to block, she noticed the blade of his weapon getting covered with a dark aura. Dark heaven-piercing slash. Bang. Clang. A huge attack of black energy on the form of a crest moon shot forward, which Maria blocked with her sword, but she was surprisingly pushed back, getting dragged quickly backwards by the strength of the attack. Clang. Fwoosh. Kaboom. How foolish, scoffed the woman before smacking the attack to the side with her sword. The attack traveled down to the forest, where it exploded into a sphere of darkness that erased everything inside, and left a crater on the ground. "Are you done with this game of yours? I have a more important matters to attend to, if you would be so kind." "Die already," sighed Maria before she saw a stream of black flames rushing at her. Fwash. Maria's eyes widened as she quickly flash-stepped as far away from as she could from the attack. Fwash. 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 Right as she appeared, another stream of fire shot at her. She flash-stepped again. And again. And again. And again. And again until she had enough of it. "That's it," she snapped as another stream of fire shot at her. She pointed her sword forward before shouting out. "Burn all that's in your path, be it alive or dead, good or bad, burn it into absolute nothingness, Tengaku no Hano." Boom. From the blade of the katana a large stream of fire shot out and traveled forward. It clashed with the black flames. The two started eating at each other and growing, until they were covered in a ball of dark energy. The ball shrank down before it was launched higher into the sky. Kaboom. Then it exploded into fireworks if green and black in a large distance. "Well, that was unexpected," commented Vengeance, looking up at the flames in the sky. He quickly created a wall of dark energy in front of him and jumped backwards. Slash. Crash. Right as he did so, Maria slashed at the barrier, destroying it instantly and covering everything around her in flames. "Damn, what wouldn't Hellboy do to get this sword?" whistled Vengeance in amazement as he saw the flames eat the pieces of barrier and burn into nothing. "Are you going to give up or not?" asked Maria, irritated, preparing to jump at him again. Her sword still cloaked with flames and the blade turned white from the heat. "Well, not really," he shrugged before smiling at Maria. That gave her a pause as she looked at him with a raised brow. "What's that smile for, you little rascal?" asked Maria in irritation. "I'm just grateful for you. I think that our quirks are more similar than I thought. They're both energy-based. So what are the chances of me being able to do what you can?" asked Vengeance with a genuine smile on his face. Fwash. Maria would have jumped at him to stop him, but then a huge aura of dark energy started pouring into the air. His body was covered in a huge aura of sheer power and started expanding as somehow bits of dark energy started pouring into the aura from thin air. What the hell is happening?" asked Maria, looking in Vengeance in surprise as he grinned widely. "My quirk absorbs negativity from people and transforms it into sheer raw energy. Also, there isn't really a limit to how much energy I can store. A single person gives me enough power to charge a phone. So do you imagine me taking a walk through a city or two?" Maria stepped back, her expression filled with horror. "Or just taking a fly above Tartarus. I should really try that one." His face steeled up. "But for now." The aura of sheer power compressed as and started shrinking down in size, being absorbed into the young villain's body. After few seconds, the aura is about twice the size of the night villain, as his armor broke apart, leaving him only in his dark spandex. Boom. Vengeance grinned, released an explosion of energy that blasted off the air around him, creating a whirlwind from the sheer amount of energy he is emitting. Maria had to use the sleeve of her kimono to shield her eyes as the wind started blasting dust from under the two of them and up into the air all the way up to them. After few more seconds, the dust and energy finally cleared before an astonished Maria to reveal Ichigo standing with his new form, consisting of a ragged black coat with a red lining and a pure black dado with a black blade, crossguard, and handle instead. The crossguard has 4 petal-like blades forming what seemed like a cross. What is that?" asked Maria in shock, unable to tear her eyes away from the boy in front of her. She could feel the air itself shake slightly from the pressure. The supervillain shook her head. He was strong, yes, but she was as powerful, if not stronger. She can beat him. She won't lose here. She refuses to lose here. And for that kid of all people. Not sure actually. But I think we can name this form. How about Sabit no Tsumi Noa? Yeah, sure, let's go with that, said Vengeance in amusement. Translation: King of the Sins, I mean wrath and envy. Those count as sins. You get the idea. Point is, you're done for Maria. Maria held up her sword in a challenging manner, daring him to come. Then come and show this power you're so proud of, King of all sins. Getting some new quirk awakening wouldn't make you superior by default. True, but you can't deny that it tips the balance of powers in battles, whether into my favor or just even. The odds is yet to be seen. But I am excited to find out, grinned Vengeance as he held up his dado. There was pause as the two stared at each other. The breeze blew by them, sending whatever dust left in air away. After what felt like an eternity of staring intensely, the two charged at each other before swinging their swords at each other. Clang. As the two swords clashed, the air blew away from the two, creating massive wind pressure mixed up with green flames and black concentrated energy with red outlines to it and red statics. The two stared at each other before Vengeance pulled back and swung his sword at Maria again, to which she deflected and counterattacked with her own slash, to which Vengeance dodged. Clang, 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 clang. After a bit of trading blows, the two jumped backwards while still glaring at each other. Not bad, you know how to use a sword properly, admitted the women. But you are way too green to defeat me. Vengeance blinked at Maria before tilting his head in confusion. What? She asked in annoyance. Did you just make a pun? Asked Vengeance while looking at the kimono-wearing woman quizzically. There was a pause. Clang. No, she replied as she flash-stepped behind him, and went to stab him in the back, to which he blocked without even turning and pushed her back. Clang, clang. Vengeance blocked again before counterattacking with his own sword. Right as he did, Maria jumped back, her sword generating more flames before she raised it over her head. Slash of hell, she yelled as she slashed down. A stream of green flames shot forward, so huge it could cover a skyscraper. Boom. Heaven Fong. Final level. At the instant of the slash, Vengeance channeled and condensed the dark aura of his quirk before releasing it at the tip of the blade, magnifying the slash attack, which flied forward. Fwash. This slash took the shape of a flat wave and went forward towards Maria. The blast went forward, cutting through the flames, despite them being very hot, and reached the villain. Clang. Maria looked on in surprise at her attack being overpowered before she blocked the wave with her sword. The attack was so powerful that it still pushed forward, cutting through her shoulder and pushing forward. Maria looked in surprise as her shoulder started bleeding out. She growled before looking at the boy, who despite having just cut her still looked tired. His outfit looked like it was tearing apart slowly, or more like it was vaporizing slowly in front of them both. Not that she was any better, her kimono was smoking white and about to disappear too. So, we just call it even? Asked Vengeance with a sweat drop. I don't know about you, but I don't feel like falling all the way to the ground. Maria clicked her tongue before turning and flying down. This was a very long night. The U. War Council. The brain. I wish to summarize the events of the night with 3 words if you don't mind. The brain, what a mess. I spy. Didn't know you could sugarcoat Nedzu. Lie detector. But he's right, words fail to describe. Mad bomb? Yeah, but you really can't describe this cluster without using many paragraphs, can you? Small might. And let's not even speak about the fight between the crazy cultist and the rip-off Ghost Rider. Big might, don't remind me. Mad bomb? Yeah, can't believe it. And here I thought the nerd was my biggest headache. Mad bomb? But nope, my self-proclaimed arch-nemesis took that spot tonight. Mad bomb? At least the CRC got their shit messed up pretty badly, so it was all that bad. Mean rabbit? You gotta there, brat, that shithole of quirkist idiots got their shit messed up by the QLF pretty badly. And they makes my day. Fashion statement. That's putting it lightly. Vengeance. A number on the CRC. Driller thread. Speaking of numbers, what are the casualties from the clash between the PLF and the CRC? Lie detector. Well, we were able to finally round everything up after getting rid of the trees and roots around the country club, but we are still counting and trying to find more. High mind. Can we actually get back a little and talk about the man who practically summoned the Amazon forest out of nowhere and had it attack the PLF? I spy. Don't remind me, please. I spy. Still having a headache and I'm going to have nightmares for quite a while. Hot bird. Can't believe Maria is married though. Hot bird. I actually agreed with Vengeance until that point. Mad bomb. Excuse me? Hot bird. On the whole married to cult and ideology thing, I mean who didn't? Mean rabbit? Ugh, the idea that there are idiots who could be attracted to that beach. The brain, which links us back to the new unknown supervillain who was able to push off multiple supervillains from the Paranormal Liberation Front and fight off the army, as well as take out the artillery launchers that was shooting down at he buildings. With an unknown but horrifyingly powerful plant quirk. Big might. What is it with way too strong quirk bearers going to villainy instead of heroics these days? Vengeance, Quicksilver, Hypnosis, Mustard, Vampire, Mastermind, and those are a few. I spy. Yes, it's honestly very depressing knowing such talents are going to the wrong side of the law. The brain, indeed it makes me a very very sad principal. Need nap. I must agree, despite how much of hellions they would be as students, I honestly think they're worth the trouble if they wouldn't have been destroying cities and killing people. I mind, this honestly depressing. Small might. Yeah, the only positive thing about this is that the HPSC president is probably thinking the same thing but clawing at her face like the witch she is. Mad Bomb takes off his metaphorical hat in respect. I spy, takes off his metaphorical hat in respect. Hot bird, takes off his metaphorical hat in respect. Big might, takes off his metaphorical hat in respect. Fashion statement, takes off his metaphorical hat in respect. Driller thread, takes off his metaphorical hat in respect. Knuckles Beach, takes off his metaphorical hat in respect. Lie detector, takes off his metaphorical hat in respect. Captain America, takes off and throws his metaphorical hat into the air in respect. Mrs. Eraserhead, oh no. Mean rabbit, oh. Nijiresmum, ha. The brain, yes that's truly a positive thing. I spy, back to depression now. I spy, how many CRC cultists? Lie detector. So far we accounted around 112 people and we are still working. The fire department, backdraft, manual and few other water heroes are still trying to put off the fires Hellboy caused in his rampage. Mad Bomb? And here I thought Dobby was a pain in the ass. Mean rabbit? Yeah, considering his quirk and donor, the amount of fires he caused in his villainous career is pretty tame in comparison to his shitty dad. Mad Bomb? Press F if you think that endeavor sucks. Knuckles Beach, F. I mind, F. The brain, F. I spy, F. Need nap, F. Mrs. Eraserhead, F. Nijiresmum, F. Mean rabbit, F. Driller thread, F. Fashion statement, F. Captain America, F. Hot bird, F. Lie detector, F. I spy. You really hate the guy, don't you? Mad Bomb? If I could adopt Icy Hot I will. I mean holy shit, he's like Sun Eater for my Lemillion and it's more sad than funny. Small might. I noticed it's rather sad how he needs you for social interaction as well as Uraraka. Captain America. Which reminds me, when's his next stream? Mad Bomb? Tomorrow actually, we're going to start having those twice a week now that we live together. Small might. Press F to celebrate. Big might, F. Knuckles Beach, F. I mind, F. The brain, F. I spy, F. Need nap, F. Mrs. Eraserhead, F. Nijiresmum, F. Mean rabbit, F. Driller thread, F. Fashion statement, F. Captain America, F. Hot bird, F. Lie detector, F. Mad Bomb? Back to business. You said over 100 people are dead? Lie detector. Regretfully yes, we also were able to recover the bodies of 15 soldiers from the Paranormal Liberation Front. We were able to identify them as complex mutants, quote-unquote villainous quirks bearers, weak quirk bearers and 2 quirkless people among the dead. I spy. Sounds like the running theme for the Paranormal Liberation Front. Lie detector, apparently. The brain? Any captives? Any known faces? Lie detector, not really. All that was left are the corpses. It seems the PLF were able to evacuate their forces through their warper, with the supervillains also leaving with it. Vengeance disappeared from sight, but apparently didn't escape with them. So there's a possibility that he is still around waiting for the warp. The brain, so there is a chance to catch him? Mad Bomb. I doubt it. You'll be surprised what a hoodie and sunglasses could do to let someone blend into the crowd. Hot bird. You seem to be speaking from experience? Mad Bomb. That's how he ambushed me in the damn mall. He looks like a normal teen with black hair and a hoodie. I only recognized him from his voice, and we know that could be changed with practice. Small might. Again, you seem to be talking from experience? Mad Bomb. Yes, and not telling. I mind. Back on subject, Maria and her supervillain husband, who's apparently more dangerous version of Shiozaki-san from 1B if not more, had escaped. Mad Bomb? Could you please repeat that about the villain? Hi mind. A more dangerous version of Shiozaki-san from 1B? Mad Bomb? Yeah, I don't like the comparison. Small might, as you. Mad Bomb. STFU Mirio Yagi. Small Might, I had enough of this bullshit. Big Might, same here. Nijire's mom, hey, if you can't beat them, join them. Nijire's mom, I mean Karma took the family name of a man he knew for what, a year? Nijire's mom, for heroes you should have better bonds. Small Might, are you saying that because Nijire-chan asked you? Nijire's mom, I will neither confirm nor deny that statement. Knuckles Beach, back on track again, come on people, focus, damn it. Can we discuss the battle between Vengeance and Maria? Knuckles Beach, I'm confused to what he actual F happened. Fashion statement, I think I understand their quirk awakenings made them insanely powerful. The Brain, I really think that we should leave this talk to a true unrivaled expert. Big Might, what? The boss had entered the group chat under the default name Small for One. Small for One, good evening everyone and thank you for the invitation. Mad Bomb, oh fantastic. The reason I was chained up and dragged home like an asylum escapee. Small for One, did you really have that much meltdown over it? Small Might, yes, if anything I'd like to inform you that Mr. and All Might had to team up to knock him out. She should get some type of survival hysterical strength or what? Mad Bomb, F you. Small Might, you got better options. Mad Bomb, ugh. Hot Bird, I need to know what the hell are you guys talking about, the curiosity is killing me. Small for One, as amusing as it would be to share Kachin's troubles so we all could make fun of his suffering, I don't think it's the time for that. Small Might, at least you have priorities. Small for One, All Might, could you get your son to be more civil please? Big Might, Mirio, keep going at him. Small for One, I hope Nana punches you in the face after you die. Big Might, she will either way, so joke's on you young Shigaraki. Small for One, Melissa is very pretty. High mind. Big Might, next time we meet I'm going to punch you at full strength. Small for One, but that would make Eri-chan very sad. The Brain, as amusing as it is to watch you play psychological warfare with All Might and Lemillion, I must ask you to stop. Small Might, thank you. The Brain, until we are done at least. Big Might, I should be disappointed but I'm not. Mad Bomb, I saw that coming a mile back, TBFH. The Brain, now that's unnecessarily mean. Need nap but accurate. Hot Bird, can't argue with that. I Spy, can we please stick to the subject? The Brain, oh yes. Shigaraki-san, would you mind helping us understand what happened actually in the fight between Maria and Vengeance? Mad Bomb, yeah, how the F did that beach turn into Jinryusai Yamamoto? And why the F did that jackass Vengeance turn into an Ichigo Kurosaki ripoff if all people? Small for One, finally. Someone gets me. Nobody in the league understood why I was so pissed. A jackass like him gets to be such a cool character's incarnation. Mad Bomb, yeah. I call bullshit. Mad Bomb, he strikes me more as a Quincy TBH. Small for One, OMG Cat-chan, you watched it all? Mad Bomb, all the way to the TYBW. And I have one thing to say, seeing Maria using Ryujin Jaka got me all pissed off again from the death of its wielder. Small for One, oh, so I wasn't the only one to call bullshit on that, good to know. Mad Bomb, to think that such two idiots from our world get to have such kick-ass ability like Zangetsu and Ryujin Jaka. Suck. Small for One, yeah. So unfair. Small Might, I think we drifted way off topic here, and what are you guys talking about anyways? Small for One. Mad Bomb. Small for One, you never watched Bleach? Small Might, is that a show? Mad Bomb, F me if you did, you all would have understood what Maria and Vengeance had was an icon to one of the coolest shows made in history. Small for One, it was a pre-Quirk era anime. Small for One, but whatever, you wanted to know exactly what Maria and Vengeance did? The Brain, that would be very nice. Small for One, fine. Do you understand the mechanics of Maria's quirk? Hot Bird, it gives her a giant avatar to control? Small for One, this practically the base idea, yes. The Brain, the base idea? Small for One, All Might has super strength but he can use wind pressure attacks. Kachan could just explode his palms. And he can fly. Endeavor could just shoot fire but he can cleave a building in half. There are a lot of examples but you get the idea. I Spy. I see, so you're saying that her quirk and basis should let her create those constructs but that's just the tip of the iceberg? Small for One, exactly. Need nap, well that complicates my job. Small for One. Quirks are infinitely fascinating and can be used in many ways with just heart and creativity. Small for One. Maria's quirk allows her to create constructs like her Susanoo in multiple sizes and forms from the energy her quirk builds up. That's just the basics of it. I mind, but. Small for One. But it's a stated energy just like Ochako Uraraka, Mirio Togata and Toshinori Yagi. Just with different mechanisms. but energy is energy. So instead of projecting it outwards into hopefully a bigger Susanoo, she instead concentrated and compressed the energy of her quirk, and then let it flow inside of her, not outside. Knuckles Beach. OF me, all that energy in one small body? Small for one. My point exactly, in that form her strength, speed, reflexes and perception are hyper-overdrive. Imagine her swinging her small katana with the sail force of the giant sword, but all that strength in a small arm. Knuckles Beach, that's saying it lightly. I mind, crap. The brain, oh dear. I spy, this is a nightmare. Need nap, tell me about it. Mrs. Eraserhead, hubby I want a hug. Neejire's mom. Mean Rabbit, FUCK. Driller Thread, this is a disaster. Fashion statement, that's putting lightly. Captain America, Ogig. Hot Bird, F me. Lie detector, same. Small Might, you think you can take her all might? Big Might, not sure? Mad Bomb, why the F are you do afraid? It's pissing me off. I spy. Can you even imagine a way to safely beat her? Mad Bomb, easily. The brain, oh? I mind, please enlighten us. Mad Bomb, All Might, you can take her in while a giant, right? Big Might, yes? Mad Bomb, great, just Eraserhead on standby so when she summoned the kimono robe and katana he can glare her down, then All Might chops her neck. Mad Bomb, bam, we win. The brain. I spy. High mind. Small Might, press F to celebrate my favorite junior. X3. Big Might, F. Knuckles Beach, F. I mind, F. The brain, F. I spy, F. Need nap, F. Mrs. Eraserhead, F. Neejire's mom, F. Mean Rabbit, F. Driller Thread, F. Fashion statement, F. Captain America, F. Hot Bird, F. Lie detector, F. Small for one. You guys have a perfect tag team but you keep freaking out all the time. Good to see that at least Cat-chan sees the advantage you have. Small Might. Oh shit, you're right, Eraserhead and All Might together are almost unstoppable. Small for one. Yeah, I created a monster with Eraserhead not needing to blink anyone, but I can worry about that when Atrocity is dead. The brain, yes. And I believe Vengeance did something similar to Maria? Small for one. His quirk is absolutely broken that we are luck Redestro was an as of a dad at the level of Endeavor, because if he, Vengeance and Mastermind teamed up on All Might he's TOST by all means. Small Might, you're exaggerating. Small for one. Vengeance can absorb negative emotions from people, improving their mood significantly, and turn it into energy. Small for one. One person is enough to fully charge a phone. Knuckles Beach, and? What's the big deal? Hot Bird. Yeah, it doesn't sound that dangerous. Small for one. Oh, you poor souls. Neejire's mom? Mean Rabbit? Fashion statement? Driller Thread? Captain America? Small for one. There is no limits to how much energy he can grab and store. Do you imagine him taking a 1-hour walk around the bad parts of Tokyo? Small Might, OHFNO. Big Might, F. Knuckles Beach, F. I mind, F. The brain, OH. Dear. I spy. This is a travesty. Need nap, FUCK. Mrs. Eraserhead, FUCK. Neejire's mom, F. Mean Rabbit, FUCKTHIS. Driller Thread, crap. Fashion statement, god damn it. Captain America, FUCK. Hot Bird, F Mondays. Lie detector, F all this. Small for one. Yeah, my point exactly. And he learned in his fight with Maria how to use that power to its full potential by compressing it and using it to power himself up. Small for one. All Might in a fair one-on-one battle would still win, but with Quicksilver and the others? Small for one. Yeah, you get what I mean. Mad Bomb, and that psychotic F declared me his arch nemesis. Captain America, ouch. Hot Bird, ouch. Mean Rabbit, ouch. Mad Bomb, I'll have to work very hard to get stronger than him. Small for one, you won't quit? Mad Bomb, what's that? Some type of African cuisine? Small Might, XD. Small for one, oh not surprised. And good luck with whatever this about Cat-chan. And good luck with that bet. Small for one went offline. Small Might, but seriously good luck. Mad Bomb, whatever, got training for tomorrow and a license to earn. Mad Bomb later. Small for one went offline. Hot Bird, but seriously what is this about? Some type of inside joke between teens? Small Might, mere like an inner joke between childhood friends. Espy, Mirio I'm concerned. Small Might, fine I'll tell you and All Might but don't tell anyone else. Small Might, I'ma text you in private. Captain America, are they done yet? Mean Rabbit, it's been 10 minutes. I spy. This was a good source for laughs and my mood is improved. Big Might, now I see why he tried to run. Big Might, I know I would've. Big Might, good thing All for One never tried that to F with me. In an island in the tropical, Raijin Shigaraki, formerly known as All for One, felt sad for some reason. The brain, I did see your chat and I find it indeed extremely hilarious. But knowing human tendencies, shouldn't it be a good thing? Small Might, in drama shows not real life. Big Might, real life would be a nightmare. I spy, a multiplied one anyways. Hot bird, tell me. Mean rabbit, yes. Mean rabbit, RWKO, come on. Nijire's mum, no, if you know then your boyfriend will know, and if he does then his friend group will know, and if they know then the internet will know. Nijire's mum, not telling. Fashion statement. Business is apparently done and I'm leaving. Goodbye. Mirio sighed after getting back to the dorms. It has been a long day of training. Then he had his work study. Then there was the less of the PLF attacking the CRC head-on with the head villains. Duking it out and getting more powerful. Mirio has no idea how this was happening around him, and he was the one in the middle of all this as the next wielder of One for All, but he was so far still unscathed even with the summer camp war. Mirio was having the weird feeling that he had when he read about hurricane survivors being in the eye of the storm. Like a lot of big things were happening around him all of a sudden, but he couldn't see or hear them. He went to bed after eating a smaller dinner than normal, despite his girlfriend telling him to eat more. That night he had a dream of One for All. It was a weird dark void where he could see multiple figures at his right, though a lot of them were smoky. Mirio was only able to clearly see 3 of them, and he found that they were all lined up. Reasoning that they were lined up based on the order of succession, Mirio looked at the wispy figure to his left to see that it looked shockingly like All Might's skeletal form, though he was incomplete, maybe because he still had the power? Or because he was still alive? He didn't want to think about it. Mirio looked down the line and saw a complete form, a tall woman with dark hair and a warm smile. She was incredibly muscular, though was still explicitly feminine, something Mirio thinks she balanced very well. She was very pretty, with a sort of spiritual aura around her, and Mirio knew she was Nana Shimura from her place in the order, right before All Might. Mirio looked even further down the line to see a man, with white hair and a jagged scar running down his face and over his eye. He was dressed in robes and looked sad, like he was mourning something. Looking out at the scene in front of him, Mirio saw 2 figures with white hair and more than a passing resemblance to each other, obviously the siblings that originated One for All and All for One. He tried to get a closer look and found that the one with dark, crackling energy around him that was All for One looked eerily familiar to Mirio. He was strikingly similar to Izuku. The same white hair. The same piercing crimson eyes. The same freckles on the cheeks. And the figure and body built were identical. Deku is shorter and smaller, but Mirio could bet he would grow up to look just like this. It was a scary thought. He heard the story of a kid that might as well be a second coming of him. Turning from the path of a great hero to a demon lord. All for One started to talk, and the sounds it made were not easy on Mirio's ears, likely having stolen multiple vocal quirks in his time as a demon lord of evil. One gone just for other appear, just my luck. Mirio thought miserably. Come on, little brother. Why are you so defiant of me? I'm only trying to do the best with what I was given. All for One yelled. Mirio somehow wasn't sure. He heard he cared for his family, but quirks influenced the user a lot, so his tendencies might have been more desire than need. Especially that Izuku admitted the guy loved quirks as much as he was. Don't try to placate me, brother. I know what you've done, how many lives you've ruined with that cursed power of yours. I'll have no part in it, the younger brother said. Mirio felt bad not knowing his predecessor's name, so he assigned him the moniker of One for All. Symmetry is a beautiful thing. Or is it irony? Thought Mirio. You're naive, little brother. You haven't seen the world of superpowers in full, yet, but you will. Those people are savages, brother. They'd rip each other apart for any modicum of power. When you see it, and you'll finally come to terms with the fact that what I'm doing is necessary for the betterment of mankind. Without me, they'll kill each other given the chance. I'm taking away that chance. If you look at it without the bias of your righteous anger, you'll see that I'm saving lives in the long run. All for One yelled back. Mirio had to begrudgingly agree yes. He heard the stories, the dawn of quirks was a nightmare. But he also heard that All for One would steal quirk for just being interesting. At first it was more people begging him to take it, but it slowly became more of a habit than work. Or so he heard. No. You're taking away people's bodily autonomy. It's against the most basic rights we have as people. Superpowers don't make you more than the rest of us, they just highlight the parts of you that aren't given the chance to thrive under normal circumstances. You were always controlling, brother, and your powers just highlighted that in the worst way, One for All replied. Mirio was in agreement with that. Stealing a power from the unworthy was a thing, taking it from who doesn't want it is similar. But taking it by force was a crime, even if the law to this day doesn't treat it as such. All for One's red eyes seemed to glow in the darkness, and he held up his hand, that was sparking dark lightning, if there was such a thing. It was another similarity he had with Izuku. Is Mirio sure he wasn't a long-lost secret love child? All for One stepped towards One for All and put his hand on his brother's face, the lightning coursing through the younger brother's body. The energy pulsed from All for One to One for All, and Mirio could almost see an aura forming around One for All with two distinct colors, white and black, mixing together and swirling around to form a grayish glow, and Mirio felt something in him change. Mirio realized that he was watching the creation of One for All, and couldn't help but feel like he was intruding on a personal moment, something that even the predecessors hadn't seen at least while they were alive. Your power is wrong on a fundamental level. Superpowers aren't something to be controlled. That's like telling people how to use their arms or their legs and then cutting them off when they misuse them. It's evil, One for All said. The first user has a point, thought Mirio. And he wondered what he was watching. Don't be a fool, Yoichi. I'm going to save the world like in those manga we read together. All for One said, with a dark mist flowing from his head and hands. You're the fool if that's your takeaway. You see, you only read to volume 3, brother. That's the volume where the Demon King kills the hero's mentor, taking away everything he loved. The next volume, and all the volumes after that, all show the hero overcoming that blow and defeating the Demon King in a final battle to save the world. The Demon King didn't win, brother, and neither will you. Yoichi screamed, the passion in his voice almost feeling tangible. Mirio blinked. Wasn't that exactly what happened between All Might and All for One? That was something? He really wasn't sure what to think of this. Was All for One such a geek in the past? Then again, the time he spent around Izuku, the guy talked about something similar about the old times of comics. Shish, was his greatest fear just a geek? Oh brother. I know just what you need to stop this pathetic quest for meaningless justice. The older brother said, approaching his younger brother with an outstretched hand. Mirio didn't know why, but he felt that the hand that was steadily getting closer to Yoichi wasn't meant as a peace offering. It offered a dark energy, pulsing with evil intent, just like All for One had been from the start. He finally pressed his hand against the younger brother's face, and the smaller man instantly knew that it was a mistake to let it happen. Black lightning began to dance around the older brother's skin, illuminating him in a dark, twisted way so that the shadows that had concealed his eyes so far suddenly lifted upwards, making everything but his eyes cast in those same shadows, giving Mirio a look at the man's piercing gaze, his red eyes looking into his younger brother's green ones with surprise. Then the form of All for One faded away, leaving the weak and smaller Yoichi to raise his head and look right at Mirio. The two locked eyes before Mirio smiled slightly and stood up, walking toward Izuku with an uncertain expression on his face. So you're Mirio, right? Yoichi asked. Mirio still couldn't talk in this place, so he settled for nodding. I'm Yoichi Shigaraki the First. Mirio Togata, you've reached the point of singularity. We hope you do great things with our powers and know you have the drive to do them, Yoichi said, reaching toward Mirio with an open palm. Suddenly, all of the previous users, smoky or not, were behind Yoichi, reaching out in the same gesture that Mirio guessed meant the passing of the torch was being officiated by the previous wielders of One for All. Mirio, with his one hand, reached out as well, grasping onto Yoichi's hand. All of the forms in front of him glowed a different color. White, blue, red, brown, turquoise, bronze, silver, indigo, salmon, aqua, teal, navy, azure, gray, maroon, green, orange, purple, pink and finally yellow, in order from Yoichi to whom Mirio was sure was an incomplete avatar of All Might. Mirio could count 20 people and colors from it excluding himself. In a flash of light, each of the colors started overtaking each other and battling for dominance, and Mirio woke up in his bedroom, the sun rising outside his window. He looked around but nothing seemed too out of place, his things were in place and he was in his room, everything was normal but something still felt wrong. Like he knew something nobody else did. That was probably the case, considering that All Might had never said he had dreams about seeing Nana. He loved her too much to not talk about her in any chance. Ibara Shiozaki wasn't sure what to think when Bakugo asked her to meet up after training. Alone. Usually she would have been suspicious of something foul, but this was the guy who had a pride the size of the UA's budget. She didn't know what he wanted. But the serious expression made her feel like she better show up. She didn't know how he does it, but he made her know not to not ignore it. So here she was, in the middle of the fake city after the training. Despite her being tired, she still had enough energy to make it to the place, in fresh clothing after a nice shower. After a bit of walking she found him. Bakugo was standing there with his hands in his pockets and his face unreadable. She didn't know that was a skill he possessed. He was usually painfully straight with his thought. And very vocal. He would always voice his displeasure about something. Or that he liked something. Or that he straight off wanted to beat someone up. But now she couldn't tell what he was thinking. So, here I am, Bakugo-kun. Just like you asked. Can you tell me now what you wanted to talk about? She asked politely as she stood up in front of him, a respectable distance away. She didn't want anyone walking on them and getting the wrong idea of why a boy and girl were alone in here. Bakugo tilted his head to the side before narrowing his eyes. You looked pretty pissed off when we were watching the TV last night. More than everyone else anyways. Way too much hatred. Bakugo remarked. His tone was disinterested but his eyes were sharp. Ibra's heart skipped a beat at his words. She could feel her face pale slightly. But she ignored it in favor of trying to look casual, which she was probably failing at miserably, and replying. That'd because I have personal hatred to a woman who covers up for her crimes with religion aesthetic and treats our religion as a parody. Plus, I have very short temper when it comes to hate crimes, she explained. But her heart was saying different things. Much more personal things. I believe you, he said in a carefree tone of voice, still looking bored but also sharp. She was starting to feel relieved at his words. But she felt like there was a but in there. But that shouldn't be all there is to it. I mean, even froggy raccoon eyes and limbs didn't look as murderous as you did. You looked like you wanted that beach to die. Slowly and painfully. Believe me, I spent so long saying those words to others on daily basis. I know who's faking it. You weren't. So why don't you enlighten me over why you hate that beach? Ibra felt herself start to sweat with every word he said. The question playing in her head over and over us, why? Why? Why is he saying this? Why are they here? Why is he telling her all this? Why is he interrogating her? You are looking too much into it, Bakugo-kun. I just dislike, no, I hate that woman. There isn't more to it than that. You're just way too tired and stressed these days. And you've grown paranoid, maybe she could sway him off? Make him forget about this and believe he is just spending too much time with Todoroki? So why don't we go back to the dorms? Let the others cook tonight and you go to rest. You earned it. She turned to walk off. She took exactly 5 steps before Bakugo spoke again. And she felt like a bucket of iced water was dropped on top of her. Did I ever tell you that your face reminds me of that beach, Maria Vines? He asked in a casual tone. Way too casual. Her heart started beating faster in her chest. Her ears started ringing. Her breath picked up. Not in a bad way, it's just that, take away the vines and instead put a flaming hair and voila, we get a younger Maria. Or maybe give that beach vines for hair instead. Then we would see what you'd look like in the future. She's not sure what possessed her, but she sent her vines at him to grab him. And then everything went red. Bang. That's what she was feeling. Bang. Everywhere. Not horrible and excruciating but more like soreness. Ibra was feeling like she ran a marathon without a break, and she doesn't like it. She opened her eyes to see that she was in Recovery Girl's infirmary. She looked around her and right beside her Bakugo was sitting with some bandages around his body. He noticed her looking at him and raised a brow. The wildcat already is finally awake. Nice. Wanna drop another building on me or was the previous one enough for you? He asked in a sarcastic but amused tone. What? She asked. Was she hallucinating or something? I don't think I'm following. Bakugo for her surprise started laughing. You completely lost your shit there. Attacked me mid-talk and started screeching at me to shut up. I tried to dodge you and I did for a while, I tried to calm you down, but you just told me and I quote to shut the hell up while trying to rip me apart with your vines. She squeaked. She actually said that? More than once. Oh dear Lord, what is her deal? I need to pray. She mumbled. And what else could she do? He was being civil, speaking calmly, and she had a literal meltdown/murder spree on him. If you ever even think of scolding me for my language, I am so calling you out on that, he added. She couldn't even complain about that, could she? Anyways, I held my own for a bit. Didn't attack by the way, just dodged you. But then you smacked me into building. Then brought it down on the two of us. She stared. She did nothing but stare. She didn't find the words. He looked at her. In amusement. Was this a prank? Or was he serious? I dropped a building on the two of us? She hissed. What, was he kidding? Well, you're not suicidal. You covered your dumb ass with vines. And I blew most of the building off of me. but I still was buried underneath some rocks. Then the teachers showed up, you kept up your meltdown until midnight sedated you. And boy, what a fight that was. Worst timing for all to not be around, he finished explaining before grinning. I saw a lot of kids throwing temper tantrums in my life. I threw some myself. But holy shit, ain't you just the queen of all temper tantrums? She hid her face in her hands. God, this is embarrassing. She could feel her face heating up and she bet she looked like a tomato. If I knew you'd lose your shit like that, I probably would have tried to get a trank gun or something from Cross Eyes, he mused. She stared at him, remembering what he said to her before. Everything went red. I am nothing like her, she mumbled. What else could she say? You don't get to choose your parents, and Ibara Shiozaki regrets that immensely. Bakugo frowned as he looked at her. I know that woman is female Hitler with a Bible made flesh. I didn't say you're like her, he clarified. At least was reassuring to her. And accurate, she had to admit. I said, Hat, you have a similar facial expression and body build. Not that you are acting like Hat Freak. That made much more sense. And he was right about that, but it didn't mean she likes it when people remind her that she in fact looked exactly like her. Why couldn't she be born to a normal family? I don't like speaking about her, she stated slowly. Bakugo looked at her with a wide grin. No shit, Vines. You went homicidal on my dumb ass for trying to ask. And I was stupid enough to not have anyone on standby, he chuckled. Then looked at her seriously. But seriously, you're nothing like that beach. If you don't want to tell anyone, I'll shut the F up. But you shouldn't let your blood imprison you. I mean, look at Icy Hot. The dude lived to hate his dad. Do you want to stay like that? She shook her head. She didn't want that. Then F Maria. And F whoever your dad is. You should tell everyone. Trust me, they wouldn't give a shit. But if you don't want to, then fine. Just forget about that beach completely. Live for yourself. Ibara stared at him for a bit before smiling. Is that why Todoroki-kun is hanging around Bakugo most of the time like a lost puppy? She could see the reason for it now. You're right. Thank you, she smiled softly. He was gonna reply when the door swung open. You're awake. Finally, boomed Vlad King as he entered the room. He looked very concerned right now. Ibara winced. This is gonna be ugly. Especially that she came to appreciate her sensei as a parent to her. Hey sensei, she started lamely. It was, in fact, a very long talk. But she was still in class. So that was something. And at least one person now knows her burden and could help her in bad days. Plus, she should find a way to make up for dropping a building on him. Usagi Midori, I don't like it. Mirio Togata, being terminally bad in this game does that to people. Usagi Midori, okay, so point 1, it's mostly about how silent things are recently in the country. I feel like everything's going to explode tomorrow or the day after. Usagi Midori, and point 2, stop being so smug about being so good in video games, you ass. Usagi Midori, seriously, how you didn't strike me as a gamer. Mirio Togata, my best friend has enough social anxiety for at least 20 people. We've been playing a lot of games together because he needs some interactions but can barely speak up when he sees people. Usagi Midori, oh I see, that's kinda admirable. Mirio Togata, and since I started playing video games a lot, I decided to be the best in them that I can be. Usagi Midori. Plus Ultra? Mirio Togata, yes. Usagi Midori, stop being this damn pure and adorable. Usagi Midori, ugh. Mirio Togata. Mirio Togata, adorable? Usagi Midori, you're just fascinating and adorable. I can't bring myself to squash you even if we fight again. Mirio Togata, I feel insulted. And flattered. In the sale time. And you speak like it's simple? Usagi Midori, All Might told you about how his fight with Dad went, right? Usagi Midori, Dad practically had All Might on his knees, and the worst damage he got was his business suit getting torn on the arms from quirk usage. Usagi Midori, All Might on the other hand was on the brink of death, with other heroes laying in pools of their own blood around him, and he barely won because that a-hole Torino and some other heroes distracted him. Usagi Midori, well that, and he monologued for 15 minutes while All Might was slowly gathering his strength. Usagi Midori, he should have ripped the arms off first. Mirio Togata. Usagi Midori, I'm not doing that to you, by the way. I'm not arrogant to say I surpassed my predecessor, but I am growing in a rate faster than yours, and have potential greater than yours. And I won't give my enemies the chance to sneak attack me. Usagi Midori, so point is, you will live, send pass in your quirk because it's an important part of heroism, and so is the symbol of peace. Mirio Togata, I hate how you're ahead of everyone and has everything laid out perfectly, damn it. Usagi Midori, welcome to the club of your predecessors. I bet they hated how dad had their miserable asses in a checkmate all the time. Mirio Togata, whatever. Mirio Togata, so, the nanomachine's child? Usagi Midori, what? Mirio Togata, the child. I want to know more. Usagi Midori, why do you have to bring politics into this? Mirio Togata, it's not politics but heroics and you know it. Mirio Togata, we've been talking and playing games for like a month now. Well with our mutual explosion buddy. But he is busy tonight. I enjoy these gaming sessions surprisingly. Mirio Togata, but I'm still trying to fish for information. Usagi Midori. Usagi Midori, why? Are you trying to kidnap my daughter? You know how I take stealing my family members HM? Mirio Togata, holy F no. The rat is not that dumb. It's more of us concerned about a bioengineered little girl being experimented on by some psychotic sociopaths. Mirio Togata, I want to know how she's doing. How she acts. How she feels. How she seems to be shaping up for the future. And if possible some developments on the nanomachines. Usagi Midori, you do realize that I can just, lie? Mirio Togata, yes, but I also believe that this is unlikely. You are many things. But a liar isn't one of them. Usagi Midori, that sounded a lot like Eraserhead. Usagi Midori, fine, so let's do a question for a question. Usagi Midori, what do you want to know about my baby girl? Mirio Togata, first off, stop being a wholesome dad, it's sickening. Second of all, I just listed. Usagi Midori, that's more than just one thing L. Usagi Midori, but I'll answer just to be generous. Usagi Midori, my baby is just fine and learning how to feel happy. And how to feel in general. She is pretty blank and emotionless in general. It actually kinda hurt to see. She doesn't feel a lot of things. Honestly, making her feel something whether good or bad might be an achievement unusual. And she seems to be a massive bookworm and love books like you wouldn't believe. She also likes writing. Like a lot. She wrote 3 books already about fiction and I might terrorize a manga company to make it into one. It's that good. Mirio Togata. Well, at least the poor girl is happy. Mirio Togata, nanomachines? Usagi Midori, making them costs a fortune and they're too much work and research. Melissa is working on it but, even with her quirk the process is slow. It won't be useful for my nomus and I'm far from using it on people. But I should be able to use them in a year or 2 to restore bodies and limbs and cute illnesses through reconstruction of bodies from the inside. Mirio Togata. That would fit what we know about the nanomachines, thank you. Usagi Midori, NP buddy. Mirio Togata, your question? Usagi Midori, did you ever get to see your predecessors? Mirio Togata, what? Usagi Midori. Okay, so secondary question. Are you in on the details of how Atrocity survived? Mirio Togata. No? Akatani Mikumo. He is carrying a single added quirk, transferred with enough personality to overwrite whatever body he possessed completely. But he is suffering from the backlash of his quirk being non-compatible with whoever poor sucker was possessed. Mirio Togata. Why didn't he, and don't make it sound quirkist, I'm being objective, use a quirkless person? Usagi Midori. According to Dr. Evil and Dad's diaries, this guy was so quickest Redestro and Geeton might be moderates. Mirio Togata. Ouch. Usagi Midori, back on track. You are carrying a quirk that formerly belonged to anywhere between 10 and 20 heroes. Usagi Midori, I refuse to believe that there is nothing left of them. Usagi Midori, odd dreams, thoughts that aren't yours, strange reactions to mental quirks, is your body reacting to the quirk differently than All Might's, any hallucinations or SMH? Mirio Togata. Is this going to be in Let's Tilt Your World Upside Down talk that I heard a lot about from Vampire? Usagi Midori, Vampire said that talking with me about quirks is dangerous. Something about me coming along and casually telling her that her quirk is actually a complex mutant one rather than a transformative one. Mirio Togata. Mirio Togata. She is a what? Mirio Togata. You know what, not my business. Mirio Togata, and I can see how that can be shocking. Mirio Togata. As for an answer. Mirio Togata. I did have an odd dream after Hosu, but I don't remember any of those properly. Mirio Togata. No thoughts that aren't mine. Mirio Togata. Oh, a few days ago I had a dream. I was like in the Avatar. With people on my right lined up by succession while we witnessed the creation of One for All from the third person's point of view. Then they all reached out to me, there was 20 of them including All Might and excluding me. Mirio Togata. I was hit by a mental quirk during training 2 days ago, a form of mental invasion thing. The guy screamed and passed out but doesn't remember what happened, only some faint voices but not what it said. Mirio Togata. All Might had full power from the start, while I'm struggling with bone breaking and only slowly raise the max power level I can reach. Which I call bullshit upon. Mirio Togata. No hallucinations. Usagi Midori. This is incredibly fascinating. Mirio Togata. You don't say? Usagi Midori. I now think this quirk has finally hit the final point, no more power-ups by passing forward. You reached the limit. Mirio Togata. What? What? Usagi Midori. Well, I believe it finally matured. Mirio Togata. Matured? Usagi Midori. If my theory is correct, past generations of its users were using it in its still developing form. It was stockpiling power in preparations of something, but was also letting its users tap into said power while at it. Usagi Midori. Your body seems to find it hard to use One for All's power properly, unlike AM's, because you are dealing with something vastly different than he did. Usagi Midori. I mean, I did check out Nana, Daigoro, and Kuriko. None of them had records of broken arms or legs. So they didn't have this problem either. Mirio Togata. It's not that much different in mechanics though? Usagi Midori. Because you barely start to explore the new avenues. Usagi Midori. You started having some faint dreams about past users after you put your back into it and used maximum power available during our duel in Hosu, probably pushing One for All / your body adaptation to it through some threshold. Usagi Midori. The United States of Smash is different from everything else in your arsenal after all. It's not just a strong attack. It's the ultimate ultra attack. You pour every single atom of power into it that the power of the punch is just way beyond what you should have. Which leaves both your body and quirk exhausted. Usagi Midori, and you using such an advanced move after. What? A week of getting the quirk? Pushed you to data fapt faster. Plus your body built is strong enough to adapt faster. Usagi Midori. Those dreams should grow clearer as your body and quirk adapt to each other better. Usagi Midori. I can't with full certainty say that the long-term damage thing is still a thing RN, because your quirk changed vastly and it seems to be changing you in the process. Maybe you shouldn't worry about the old age thing, but I'm just rambling here so don't get your hopes up. Usagi Midori. Also, I don't think those are dreams, those are past holders of the One for All trying to communicate with you. Usagi Midori. And you said you saw my dad? Please tell me you didn't piss yourself. He can be sweet intimidating when he wants. Shishide no. Mirio Togata. So if you're correct, I'm going to deal with 20 voices in my head, yes? Usagi Midori. Heroic voices, so no body hijacking, and I think that they'll stop talking if you ask them. Probably? Mirio Togata. Mirio Togata. Reassuring. Usagi Midori. You should also ask David Shield about regular testing of your quirk factor. I think something about it was in the overhauls research data I gave you guys, and if my theory is correct, each time you use One for All in its fully matured state, it enhances and enlarges your quirk factor. Usagi Midori. In preparation. Mirio Togata. Preparation for? Usagi Midori. We know that it has stockpiled strength of the past users. I'm almost certain that it also stockpiled their memories, perhaps personalities. Usagi Midori. Call it a soul if you want to, because honesty it could as well be that. Usagi Midori. And I'm willing to bet a lot of money that it also stockpiled their quirks. Mirio Togata. Oh. Mirio Togata. Oh. Usagi Midori. I wouldn't be surprised if the dreams did start because your quirk factor reached the size when it can safely fit first quirk out of many, but you still have some communications problem to fix and they don't want to push a quirk onto you without explanation. Usagi Midori. You should check that immediately. Mirio Togata. Wait, so you told me something about your daughter / bioweapon and in exchange you told me a lot about my quirk? Mirio Togata. What? How's that an exchange? Usagi Midori. But I like talking about quirks and yours is horrifyingly fascinating that I can't bring myself to rid the world of it. Mirio Togata. Mirio Togata. You are making it really hard for me to try to put up the righteous heroic zeal thing when I'm thinking about you. Usagi Midori. Aw. Mirio Togata. So what now, you think this is the end of the line for One for All? Usagi Midori. I am 90% sure that the past wielders won't let that happen. Uncle should be the landlord, so he probably designed the stockpile limit while in there. 200 years is a long time, and he probably will have your quirk develop in new unexpected ways instead of more strength. Usagi Midori. Who knows, he was a geek, you might be able to summon them in battle as assists lol. Mirio Togata. I don't know what to say to that. Usagi Midori. Well, now that's over, wise Cat-chan excluded. He usually is here all the time. Not that I mind, if he was here we wouldn't be able to have this talk. Mirio Togata. You wouldn't believe me. Usagi Midori. Try me. Mirio Togata. How long has it been since the PLF versus CRC fiasco? Usagi Midori, a week now? Mirio Togata, let's just say that. Mina Ishido is a one persistent shipper or the secret illegitimate daughter of the Cupid. Mirio Togata, our explosive buddy is taking 2/5 of his new girlfriends to a date XD. Usagi Midori, OMFG. Usagi Midori, are you kidding me? Oh. Mirio Togata, nope. XP. Usagi Midori, who's in this? Hilarious counterpart of my insane love life seems to be situation. Mirio Togata, Battle Fist Rule, you probably guessed that. Analyst, the one from the Brilliant Festival speech. May Hatsum, pink hair, crazy engineer, hyperactive. And IQ from CI, don't ask how, I don't know. Just happened. Usagi Midori, WTF Cat-chan? XD. Mirio Togata, I know. Oh. Mirio Togata, anyways gotta go. See you later arch nemesis. Usagi Midori, don't get a hole in your guts on your way. Mirio Togata. Mirio Togata, you have a messed up sense of humor. Usagi Midori, I had a messed up childhood. Mirio Togata, ouch. Later at night. Mirio and Katsuki were walking a bit away from the Hero Course dorms for their respective years despite being past curfew right now. Mirio wasn't sure what this was about. The instructions were, to put it simply, come meet me out of the dorms and follow me, then nothing more. It was concerning, and his favorite junior was answering his questions despite him trying for the past few minutes. Where are we going? Asked Mirio again, only for Katsuki to ignore him again. They soon reached ground beta, where Katsuki finally turned to face him. What is this about, Bakugo-kun? Asked Mirio once more, getting bothered by Katsuki's silence. This was starting to get slightly annoying to him. If you're not going to say anything, I'm heading back to bed, no dash. Your quirk awakening, if it's even called that, started Katsuki, narrowing his eyes. Mirio was slightly startled by the coldness in those red orbs. How'd you get it? Oh, now that's not good, thought Mirio with a gulp. Did Katsuki already suspect that there was something fishy about his quirks? Then again, his junior was far more perceptive, smart, and detective-like than most people give him the credit for. But he doesn't really have evidence, does he? It's just some slight suspicions. Maybe it was seeing him hang out with All Might a lot? Or was it that he uses moves similar to him? Whatever the case, he must salvage this situation before it gets out of hand, and quickly. I told you, it was a quirk awakening, along with it a strange mutation to my quick factor, the dashed replied Mario with a nervous smile. Bullshit, spat out Katsuki, your quirk had nothing to do with physical enhancement of performance. And you sure as hell didn't get a quirk awakening normally. I can understand your quirk evolving to let you make things you touch intangible when you didn't before. Quirk awakenings let you surpass an old limit of your quirk, not get a whole newest thing from scratch. Mirio flinched at his logic, which he couldn't even find a single loophole to use to his advantage like he usually does. Was this what it feels like to be locked on by a lion? Now he sees why Nedzu froze a while back. Katsuki's eyes narrowed before continuing. Mirio just looked to the side. Izuku stiffened at this accusation, unable to truly deny it. The boss of the League of Villains, that idiot, from what I could tell, could steal quirks and bestow them to others. All those nomas had multiple quirks in them, meaning quirks can be transferred. All Might knew the villain and vice versa. The transferal of quirks, meaning All Might is connected to him. In the sports festival which I watched for your year, from what I saw. You didn't have it. You got that extra boost in power from All Might, didn't you? It's not a mutation from your body absorbing electrons from the air or whatever the F, nor is it like Icy Hot's quirk. And it's sure as hell not telekinetic energy being used for both super strength and gravity manipulation / telekinesis. It's a completely separate quirk, isn't it? Mirio looked at him with wide eyes. Okay, he is calling bullshit. Was he a secret love child of Nedzu or some shit? Or did his new super genius girlfriend help him? He was too proud to ask for help, and he respects privacy. So he probably discovered that himself. Scary. Not to mention when we were kidnapped, you were brought over to the shitty nerd for lunch, to the boss himself, and you didn't have history with him like I do. He was really interested in you. When the nerd attacked the witch head-on to save Auntie Inko, he spoke how All Might fought and barely defeated All for One with a cheap shot. And that got me thinking. What the hell does All Might have to do with a 2-century-old mastermind that no other hero in the limelight knew about? Because Endeavor and the other tops never heard of him before. And now with All Might about to retire, the nerd is focused on you? And all that started with that in Hosa City. It's connected to All Might and All for One. Maybe something pretty old? As in Dawn of Quirk old? Katsuki took a step forward, his hands were in his pockets and he looked pretty relaxed, but Mirio couldn't help it as he stepped back, feeling as if being glared at by an apex predator like no other before. Was he in the wrong to ever get traumatic flashbacks to his lunch with Izuku but with a blonde person instead? The disinterested but still sharp eyes sure as hell were identical. I asked my new tea-loving girlfriend on quirks that could hypothetically grow as strong as All Mights in strength, continued Katsuki. The only option was a stockpiling quirk, but shit still didn't add up. You would need to, with a newly and freshly bloomed quirk, at the least 2 centuries of power and training to hone it to be like All Mights. And nobody alone could live for 2 centuries to be as strong as All Might. So I had to think outside the box. And after a bit, I realized that it's not the person that lives on but the quirk, the legacy, lives on instead. You have a power stockpiling quirk that is inheritable, and not just the quirk but the power inside too. I spent 3 hours on the phone with Psycho, with her practically vomiting idea after idea on this subject just because she likes our chats. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if you are immune to mental quirks, or even have the ghosts of your predecessors in your head by now. And back to All Might and All for One. How the hell is there a quirk transferable? I thought about it and then I decided that the fruit doesn't fall far from the tree. All for One had a relative that could transfer quirks. Or maybe something less effective like giving up his own power. But didn't have one, so it was damn useless until one day All for One gives a power stockpiling quirk. And here we are. The demigod that forged a sword to slay the demon lord, but it needs sharpening. And all the way to All Might, King Arthur as All Might finally slayed the demon. I tried to get the answers from All Might, but he evaded the questions. So now I'm asking you. Mirio held back his tongue, trying to figure out what to say. Despite Katsuki's brash temperament, he was the third in academics and extremely sharp when it came to details. Not to mention that he had a network of friends to ask for information and undead when needed. He wasn't someone to be underestimated. So it's all true then, concluded Katsuki after seeing Mirio stay silent. You have a shit poker face, Small Might. If it is, Bakugo-kun, began Mirio very carefully. What are you going to do about it? Katsuki gritted his teeth and clenched his fist for a bit before turning around. With a roar, he fired a giant explosion blast up into the sky in anger. Why? Roared Katsuki as he whirled back around, facing Mirio once again. What the F is all this about? Why is this happening? Why couldn't I do more? Why can't I do more? Why am I so weak? Why am I stuck behind an escapable barrier? Mirio stared at Katsuki, stunned at this admission while Katsuki's voice continued to break. If I was stronger, if I was better, maybe nobody would have died. Maybe I could have defeated that zombie bastard. And maybe I could have avoided having my friends almost die. All Might tried to keep all this a secret so I couldn't tell anybody. I tried to push those thoughts away but they always keep coming back. I don't know what to do. Mirio was shocked. This guy was blaming himself? But it didn't make sense. He was a hero. He fought harder than everyone else. Even Mirio himself didn't do as well. And let's not even get started on the whole mess with my life goal and dream being now nothing but a cruel joke, snapped Katsuki before painting at Mirio, his face resentful. With you having All Might's quirk, a power that was cultivated for centuries, I am practically wasting my time and efforts trying to be the top hero. The best I can ask for. The best I can CDN ask for is being an eternal number 2. So close. Yet so far from the top. It's all a lie. A one big miserable lie. It's all fake. All the bullshit about anyone being able to be the best us a lie. It's forged. Mirio was able to at least speak about this one. Nothing is fake, Bakugo-kun. Just because I have All Might's quirk it doesn't mean I'm going to be on top automatically. Please stop overreacting. Katsuki just burst into laughter. Mirio was startled by that. Oh yeah. If I understand your quirk correctly, not only do you get All Might's level of bullshit strength, but you add on it. You, my friend, are going to be, by default in a couple years, stronger than the strongest hero in the world. And don't get me started on the fact that you are almost untouchable with your birth quirk. Katsuki sneered at him. How am I supposed to beat that? You will be able to change the weather with damn punch. I can't pull that shit off with an explosion if I train my whole life. And don't even get me started on the popularity charts. With a face and smile that reminds people of the symbol of peace. Yeah. Good luck for not just me but honestly everyone around to be even 10th as known as you are. Mirio Togata was so tired right now. He was mad. How could he? Honestly, he never considered this type of things. His biggest concern was mastering his new quirk, punching all the supervillains into Tartarus, and figuring out his love life with his engine if of chaos and joy of a girlfriend. But Katsuki was speaking the truth. Was he getting All Might's quirk, making it unfair to everyone involved? Is this cheating? What's going on here? The two turned to see Toshinori walking up to them with a concerned expression, still in his hero costume. As he reached them, he looked between the two of them in concern and suspicion. Why the F didn't you tell me that being the best hero is bullshit? That the #1 spot is already reserved? That you can't be the best without getting a bullshit OP please nerf quirk from 2 centuries ago? And why the F didn't you tell me that all this crap was connected to Izuku? Katsuki snapped, stepping forward to All Might with each sentence. All Might, for all his experience in heroics, wasn't ready for his almost favorite really student coming at him, demanding to know why he wasn't told about a secret that All Might spent decades hiding. Even the HPSC didn't find out about this. He internally shivered at the idea. There was no lie, just having one for all doesn't automatically make you the top hero, said All Might as he patted Katsuki's head. Bullshit. Katsuki snapped as he swatted the hand away. I can never surpass any of you. I can't even get close to you. And if I can't, then what the hell is the point? I always believed that all I need is hard work, grit and a steel-like will to succeed. And you now tell me it's counterfeited from the beginning? Katsuki gripped at his hair. I'll never be strong enough. I will always fail. It will always be just another summer camp. I just am stuck in the same level of strength no matter what I do. My friends almost died to the camp and it will happen again. Because I am just too weak to do shit. Toshinori grabbed the boy into a hug. Now my boy. It'll be alright, truly alright. You're not weak, the opposite in fact. You're very strong. The #1 villain, and the successor of your idol both saw you as an equal and battled alongside you in the camp. The second strongest villain in Japan sees you as his rival. The summer camp wasn't something one man could have changed. I almost died, a lot of good people died, but those who lived with FO better. I know you will. Toshinori patted the boy's head gently. Shut the F up. You don't know what it feels like to be helpless. You are All Might. The greatest. The symbol of peace. A man so big the entirety of hero society is living under your shadow. You don't know what it feels like for you to be climbing a mountain, just to realize in the middle that this is just a hill from the actual thing. Despite the yelling, Katsuki made no attempt to get away from the hug. And that's where you're wrong. I felt helpless. I felt helpless when my master saw killed in front of me. I felt helpless when I almost died to all for one and barely won. I felt helpless every single day after that because of my time limit. I felt helpless when the USJ attack happened and Melissa crushed me. I felt helpless when karma killed thousands of people I couldn't save. I felt helpless when you were in Hosu. I felt helpless in the camp. When UGMFN and women were dying. And now I'm feeling helpless seeing one of my students suffering and I can't comfort him, explained Toshinori gently. Katsuki stopped crying before pulling off. His eyes were still red. But he looked better now. Mirio was just standing to the side awkwardly. Not knowing what yo do. Shall we go back now? I am grateful for you not telling anyone, but we should probably get back, said Mirio with a nervous smile, and Katsuki sighed in loudly. The three started walking out of the fake city, with All Might in the front and the two students behind him. I don't give a F about rankings anymore. Katsuki started. The two looked at him, listening intently. I'm going to defeat more villains than both of you combined. I am going way more people than any of you can. I'm going to solve far more cases. I'm going to have way less amount of property damage than you two. So even if I am stuck as #2, I would still know that I am a better hero than you guys will ever be. Even if people will remember me as #2, I'll be enough of a man to such it up. I will not let it control me. I'll be a good husband. And even a better father. Fuck. Can't be the best. Then F it, I won't let that ruin my life. You can see what the obsession leads to. The two grimaced at that. Before Mirio grinned widely and cheekily. You say that now, Bakugo-kun. But I won't let you save more people than me or beat more villains than me. And you make it sound like I'm going to destroy a street or two every time I leave my agency. Sorry, but it won't be that easy, teased Mirio with a smirk. Katsuki gave him a feral grin. You're on, Mirio. I will beat you in that. F.A. 2-century-old quirk, I can do hero with far better than you. Katsuki barked before frowning. And use my first name, idiots. I already know all your secrets. I owe you that much. If you say so, Katsuki, grinned Mirio before said grin tired mischievous. So how was your date with Battle Fist, Analyst and Rule? I know Nedza let you take them out. Katsuki glared at him. None of your business. The two started bickering loudly, with All Might laughing loudly seeing the two boys making up and back to normal. When Mirio went to sleep that night, he was both mentally, emotionally and physically exhausted. And when he opened his eyes within the ruins of a city, the sky over it is red, and the ground itself is twisted and broken in horrifying forms. He could see some massive damages in the nearest buildings that appears to be recent. Is that all? Mirio heard a thundering voice. The blood in his veins froze and went cold. There was a figure floating in the air, one wearing a black suit and familiar helmet. But instead of maybe 181 centimeters tall teen, he saw a man around 246 centimeters in height. I expected something more from one of my brother's successors, Nana Shimura. Mirio's eyes moved to where All for Ones were looking. He recognized the bloodied figure standing amidst the broken concrete. She must have been thrown into the floor with enough strength for it to break around her, but she still managed to stand. She honestly looked awful, and it was obvious how different the levels of powers were. The blood and wounds are everywhere. Her arms were both broken. He escaped. Nana replied with a smile, a strained one but one nonetheless. Her voice is weak, held up only by willpower of steel. I no longer carry the quirk. You can kill me, you probably will, but Yagi will stop you. Words that I heard oh so many times before. All for One laughed. In a blood-curdling way. It was terrifying. Well, watching you say goodbyes to your beloved student and totally not an adopted son was good entertainment at least. One for All holders always make for a decent comic relief. There is a reason why I'm always letting them transfer the quirk before I end their existence. His arms begin to shift as he calls upon his quirks. Now perish. Nana Shimura makes a last pained smile. Then she is overtaken by an explosion of black electricity, after which darkness envelopes everything around Mirio. When it parts, Mirio found himself in a large void. There was a camping fire in the distance, and around it there was rocks, where some people were sitting. There were 20 rocks in total around the big campfire. And the rock number 20 was empty. The others weren't, but no matter how much he focused on them, he couldn't say what the people on the rocks looked like. It's as if some perception-altering quirk was hiding them from him. The only exception is the number 19. Mirio recognized the woman instantly, though this time there was no wounds on her person. And there is a heartwarming smile on her face rather than the expression of someone who knows they will die, but refuses to be broken before that. Not my proudest of days, you know? Nana said cheerfully while standing up from her rock and approaching Mirio. I really thought that I could win. And I probably could. Some additional allies aside from Gran Torino and Yagi, some different plan. Nana shook her head before sighing. No use being angry about it right now, am I right? Her smile grows even wider. Mirio tried to answer her with an agreement, but he discovers that he can't. He was smoky mostly. It was startling. Everything beneath his nose was made of smoke. Don't try that, kid, Nana said with a casual wave of her hand. There'll be a time when we'll be able to talk with each other, but not now. We kinda rushed this meeting from our side, so, well, shortcuts, am I right? She laughed, and Mirio decides that he missed out some internal joke. Sometimes he wishes Bakugo was with him, and this was one of them. That kid was from Gen Z, and even the explosions, profanities and delinquent attitude won't hide that forever. As you already figured it out, Karma was correct about the one for all. Nana continued. Her face turned bitter, her smile became strained. Her eyes carried pain that Mirio felt horrible just looking at her eyes. 20 past users. 12 quirks. Inheriting the whole thing will take decades, but we decided to start as soon as possible. Japan seems to be a bit messy recently, so you have to be able to protect yourself properly. We didn't spend 2 centuries on keeping the line alive for someone to extinguish it right before the destination, right? You wouldn't like it either. It would honestly be a waste of life and effort. So, you'll get my quirk when you wake up? Nana said before giving him a slap in the back. It's great. You'll love it. Yagi always said that it was awesome, and if your face wasn't a copy of your dad's I'd have suspected that you are his secret love child. Mirio Togata felt like screeching at her for that one. But she froze in place, then looked back at the circle of rocks around the fire camp behind her. I'm on it, idiot. I can finally talk with Yagi's successor. Give me that one damn moment, Lariat. Or I swear to everything swearable to that I'll punch you so hard that you'll die from dehydration while still in the air. She yelled while waving a fist threateningly. She turns back to face him. He is only slightly intimidated. Karma was right, women were scary. But there are few things that you need to know, she said to Lemillion. Her face, while still smiling, appears significantly more serious than earlier. And even more pained. First is the fact that Izuku held back on you and Hosu, as in, from our contact I could say he these days bothers using maybe 30 to 42% of his full power, but he can get to a 100%. Which, believe it or not, is greater than yours. Lemillion stared at her in horror. She smacked the top of head with her first. It hurt, but at least it gave him a distraction. Don't give that look, brat. You gotta smile more. While in physical contact, we were able to get a good glimpse of what in the actual hell is going on in there, she said with a smirk. He felt slightly reassured by that. He didn't lie in your first meeting. In fact, he was and still is shockingly honest with you. Whenever he feels like telling you a truth, he does. But whenever he doesn't want to, he politely tells you to get lost. Which, to be honest, had us all in a bit of a conflict. One for all and all for one are two sides of the same coin. And we were able to see few of Yuku's memories. Honestly, I don't know how he didn't snap earlier. And honestly, all for one got us all to dodge a bullet. You wouldn't want him quirkless but going around Stain style, would you? Mirio really doesn't. He will never admit it. But he always thought the Green Rabbit was extremely scary. And he knew that without one for all he would lose to him. So with him being a stable person with a stable quest and stable ideals instead of some deranged psychopath/sociopath/whatever else, running around murdering heroes left and right in the swing of a mood, that gave you a chance. Mirio was confused by that. Now, one for all is a heroic quirk, at least in theory. I hate labels like that. Way too many people with villainous quirks end up villains over that. But the point is, there were times when the word hero meant something else or meant nothing at all. The 18 before me were all heroes by heart, but some were called vigilantes, villains, terrorists and so on by the world. We all have some mixed feelings about seeing someone with all for one being a not quite maniacal and mass-murdering force of nature. He still is, but way more reserved, less malevolent and or righteous. Honestly, we all in here voted that the HPSC HQ and president had that bullshit he unleashed coming. And other than that, he did nothing really bloody. Even Hosu was more of a riot than a massacre. We are not fans, but we sure as hell prefer him over all for one senior. Mirio couldn't agree more. He heard the stories. And he isn't going to budge on liking Izuku more than most other villains in the country. But despite him being another all for one, most of us are in a way looking forward to seeing what he does next. Call me a hypocrite, but he is my grandchild and I wish to get to know him better. The others want to see some good action from his live streams of battles with other supervillains. Yoichi especially is just giddy to watch his somewhat adopted nephew. Oh, you know I'm right, you reverse Brocon. Don't deny it. She shouted at the invisible crowd again. Then glared fiercely. Oh, shut up second. You know you are as excited to see little Katsuki in action more often. You absolutely grand whatever grandpa. Yes, I am talking to you. You wanna go? Mirio now is very intimidated by the woman. And what was that about Katsuki? Karma is a villain, yes. She said with a nod while turning to Mirio again. And he has to be stopped somehow in the future. But thus far we've seen nothing suggesting that he should be made an absolute priority like his predecessor. He's not like his mentor used to be. Nothing suggesting that he should be killed rather than just arrested. So watch him and make sure he isn't trying to walk in his father's footsteps fully, alright? He might be way stronger than you are right now, but you have all might and Eraserhead by your side, so stopping him if you can find him shouldn't be impossible. Lemillion agrees with that statement. The second bit is a bit more personal. I need you, Sunshine, to deliver some messages for me. Nana leaned forward. Her smile turning a bit more happy. Tell Gran Torino that I thank him for saving Yagi during that battle. For helping him finish school. For helping him fight when he returned from America. For helping you figure out how to use one for all properly. And that I'm sorry that I couldn't be there with him. Her smile is still there, but it is filled with sorrow. I'll get to meet Toshi personally sooner or later, so just tell him to better prepare some sensible explanation about that day and he knows what I mean. Tell him I saw it all. From the first person's perception. And I have many questions, starting from what the hell Yagi? And then did you brat ever look in the mirror? And my favorite one is, did you learn how to escape a German suplex before you should? There is a history behind those words, one that Lemillion is really interested in knowing. Oh, and by the way, tell him that he better hook up with that dragon lady, because if he passes her like many good women in the past, I'm going to spend the rest of one for all time hunting him down with a large, as in comically large, frying pan. He has a 1-month time limit to hook her up. I'm serious. Mirio will enjoy delivering that message. He can already imagine the absolute horror from the threat. And knowing how much of an idiot he is. This is going to be a one entertaining month. The last message is to my grandson. Nana added after a few seconds of silence and grinning mischievously. Tell him that I disagree with his little murderous crusade and I would have punched him in the face if I met him while being alive. But I am so sorry I gave up Inko as a baby, and I am truly sorry I didn't let Yagi look after her in Kotaro, and I am very regretful of how his life was as a child. Mirio isn't sure what to feel about that part. Long story short, I lost my husband. Wasn't sure if it was all for one my life up or just an accident. Had a newborn baby girl and a few years old son. Gave them up to adoption. And Izuku is my grandson from that baby girl. Mirio doesn't envy this woman. Seeing her grandkid turned, by the world she died saving, into a deranged mass murderer who looks at the world on the opposite of what she does? Yeah, he doesn't want that drama. And now that we're past the depressive stuff, Nana puts her fingers at the edges of her mouth and pushes them up. Smile? Then he suddenly woke up. On the ceiling of his room. Explaining this is going to be a pain in the ass, isn't it? Ah, Mirio-kun? Why are you flying? How are you flying? Wait, you're floating. Why are you floating? How are you floating? Get back to bed. It's getting cold? Nijire started asking before whining in protest. Ah yes, she came for some cuddles last night, which she spiced up because she was in the mood and he is a horny teenager. They both are. Katsuki Bakugo, I'm back. Usagi Midori, hey Kat-chan. Mirio Togata, hey Kat-chan. Usagi Midori, Katsuki Bakugo. WTF Mirio? Mirio Togata, what? The nickname is great. Mirio Togata. It shows that despite the rough exterior you're a very nice guy. Katsuki Bakugo. I'm not a nice guy. Katsuki Bakugo. I'm an ass, ask my classmates, they'll confirm it. Mirio Togata. Doubtful. Usagi Midori. Yeah, Token and Kai can say that you're very nice. Katsuki Bakugo. Did they hit their heads as kids? Usagi Midori. You helped your friends study for the exam. Usagi Midori. You asked me for help to up their training and you organized the meetings to train. Usagi Midori. You challenged and then threatened Nedzu and successfully forced his rodent as into helping people you never met to be heroes. Usagi Midori. You helped in the fighting in the Interfestival and Hosu, and sacrificed your life in the summer camp without hesitation. Usagi Midori. You before that in the camp did cook for your tired friends despite being tired as hell. Usagi Midori, you're a nice person, Kat-chan. Katsuki Bakugo. Mirio Togata. Damn, when you put it like that, no wonder multiple girls are willing to share just to have a piece of him. Katsuki Bakugo. Now that sounded awful. Mirio Togata. I know. Katsuki Bakugo. F you. Usagi Midori, you have better options. Katsuki Bakugo. Ugh. Mirio Togata. But seriously, he's right, you're nicer than most people give you credit for. Usagi Midori. Sometimes I still ask myself what would have happened if we went to a school district that wasn't full quirk supremacy. Katsuki Bakugo. Your dumbass would be here with your harem LOL and probably most of the league, the brats somehow would still be saved, the villains rehabilitated, and we're actually playing video games in person while throwing relationship jokes. Mirio Togata. Damn it. I actually like the sound of that. Usagi Midori. That would be one hell of a happy rat in hat universe. Mirio Togata. Oh. Katsuki Bakugo. LOL. Usagi Midori. So how was your triple date? Katsuki Bakugo. Got F ton of weird looks. Mirio Togata. Expected. Katsuki Bakugo. I mean, two cute chicks grabbing into my arms with big smiles, mind you, with a third one hugging my neck from behind? You'd be a weirdo to not bat an eye at that. Usagi Midori. Yeah, that happens to me too. Mirio Togata. What? Usagi Midori. You think I never take my wives on dates? Usagi Midori. I'm a villain. Not a monster. Leave being an idiot partner to people like Endeavor and Redestro. Mirio Togata. I hate how you are so right. Usagi Midori. I take my roles as a husband and father seriously. I live my life with strict rules and owe no one nothing. I never raise my hand on the innocent people and have nothing but goodwill to my people and the true heroes like the UA. Usagi Midori. So that way when my time is up and number is up, I can check out without any regrets. Knowing I did right by wives, kids, friends, family and those I swore to not hurt is enough for me to regret nothing. Mirio Togata. Katsuki Bakugo. Ha, we have similar mindsets. Getting to speak with you, I'm honestly more into being good than lawful. The law is important. But if it gets in my way to save someone or put a bastard in jail, then I happily say F the law. Mirio Togata. Now I see why Knuckle Duster is so persistent on recruiting you. Usagi Midori. God help us if you two collaborate. The two biggest hotheads with similar tendencies to solve your problems with your fists, plus quirks and weapons and whatever else, working together would be a nightmare to the HPSC. Mirio Togata. Honestly, I am 90% sure Nedzu is willing to let you do that in your free time if you don't leave officially with your friends, which honestly might as well be the whole hero course. The rest of the first years will swap Jules out of principal, since the PR slap to the school will be like All Might went and slapped 6-year-old boy. Katsuki Bakugo. I'll ask the rat. Katsuki Bakugo? But anyways, the date was good. Usagi Midori. What did you guys do anyways? Katsuki Bakugo. A movie. The rat gave a shit-eating grin when I asked him for permission to leave the school grounds. But surprisingly did offer the movie tickets. How the F did he know about their movie taste? Which honestly was a godsend. Usagi Midori. I don't fully understand Nedzu. But that's probably him trying to make up for one of his students getting so messed up and killed, mind you, where he was supposed to be concerned with just his training and enjoying his summer break. Usagi Midori. We masterminds take our jobs and responsibilities very seriously. Mirio Togata. Reassuring. Katsuki Bakugo. I'll take what I can get. Usagi Midori. Also, can you tomorrow morning open a second chat with me and invite Sir Night Eye to it? Mirio Togata. Mirio Togata. Please explain? Akatani Mikumo. I have intel to share and I'm not visiting UA for it, and I am not going to ask my wife to spend 20 minutes hacking your system again after doing it yesterday. Katsuki Bakugo. Did Fiery Nurse actually talk to you? Usagi Midori. Yes. Katsuki Bakugo. F yes. Mirio Togata. What? What am I missing? Katsuki Bakugo. Wait, I didn't tell you? Mirio Togata. No? Katsuki Bakugo. F me, well, I met someone on one of the internet forums. I go to those a lot with my so-called Baku squad to establish something like an information network, and I found her by chance. Katsuki Bakugo. Has serious hate to the ISP and would happily see them burn. So I pointed her to the nerd since she has info. Katsuki Bakugo. Don't tell the deadpan stalker I have those contacts. I like to have some backup plans and contacts. Mirio Togata. Mirio Togata. Fine. I'm going to do both this and that later, but please don't make me regret any of them. Mirio Togata. By the way, there was new developments in One for All. Usagi Midori? Mirio-kun? What's One for All? Katsuki Bakugo? I don't know, how about the 2-century-old quirk made as a holy sword made to slay demon lords like you and All for One? I mean, a power stockpiling quirk that can be passed down sounds pretty great way to me. Usagi Midori? You told him Mirio? Mirio Togata. No, he found out himself. Usagi Midori. What? Katsuki Bakugo. Did you forget that we were tied in grades in school? I don't give a f what the teachers say, your grades were as good as mine if not better. Point is, I'm not dumb. And can connect the dots and solve puzzles just fine. Usagi Midori. I see. What happened with you, Mirio? Mirio Togata. I saw All Might's mentor. Usagi Midori. Oh. I bet she looked as beautiful as my mom does all the time. Inside One for All, Nana perked up at the message, a smile blooming on her face. Mirio Togata. You bet she did. And she told me few important stuff. Usagi Midori. And that is? Mirio Togata. You are sandbagging each and every goddamn battle you had so far. All of them. Katsuki Bakugo. What? Usagi Midori. What? Mirio Togata. When we came in contact in Hosu, the previous users saw your memories and few other things. They know that. You barely use half of your strength despite being able to keep up with All Might. Katsuki Bakugo. What? Usagi Midori. Is that all they saw? Mirio Togata. Yeah? And few of your memories. Usagi Midori. Oh. That's embarrassing. Mirio Togata. They also low-key like you. Usagi Midori. Oh. Mirio Togata. They don't get to see a lot of action these days. So your live battles with the other supervillains are pretty good entertainment in there. Mirio Togata. They also voted 18-2 that you should be arrested instead of killed. The other two are more neutral and don't give a shit since your dad's dead. The rest low-key like you. Katsuki Bakugo. Wait a goddamn minute. You have a council of dead heroes in your head, and they have democracy in there? WTF, Mirio? Mirio Togata. Tell me about it. Mirio Togata, you want the quirk? Katsuki Bakugo. F you. You can keep it. My life is already invaded by friends and lovers already. I don't need my head to be invaded too. Mirio Togata. They also demand some info about the league in exchange for not trying to enter your mind when you're not looking. Usagi Midori. Katsuki Bakugo. Are you serious, man? I can see your bullshit from my bedroom. WTF? Mirio Togata. I am fishing for information. That's my job. Usagi Midori, and that's how you get it? Threats no one else would believe, let alone me? Mirio Togata, I just want to understand you people. Mirio Togata, you and your motivations. You and your message to the world. Usagi Midori, those I can happily provide. Katsuki Bakugo, let me get a stress ball. I feel like I'll kill Sumi after this without it. Usagi Midori, okay, let's start with vampire. Mirio Togata, is this line secure? Mirai Sasaki, unless you want to send nuclear launch codes or UA's bank account password, yes. Why do you ask? Mirio Togata sent an invitation to Usagi Midori. Usagi Midori accepted the invitation. Mirai Sasaki, oh. Usagi Midori, hello there Sir Night Eye. What a nice day for a conversation. Mirai Sasaki, my migraine made manifest is here. Mirai Sasaki, what is it about? Usagi Midori, I have something for you and for Nedzu. Do you remember me talking about taking down the whole CRC in one big scheme? Mirai Sasaki, yes. Usagi Midori, so yeah, I have information on multiple CRC bases and need your help to confirm it quickly. Mirio Togata, a bit of a heat of the moment thing, but I think I speak for us all when I say that intel like that will be very useful. Mirai Sasaki, yes. What sort of base are we talking about? Usagi Midori, all of them. Mirai Sasaki, what? Usagi Midori, let's that my baby girl Mahoro is the biggest social butterfly and she got in contact with someone high in the rankings of the CRC. Usagi Midori, few days ago I finally got a spy in Maria's inner circle. Usagi Midori, I have the location of no less than 17 notable facilities of the CRC, including the High Cathedral, the personal citadel of Maria. Usagi Midori, but we're on the time limit here and I need the hero's help to confirm the intel and dismantle the CRC entirely while we still can. Mirai Sasaki, time limit? Usagi Midori, I began my investigation of the High Cathedral 2 days ago. Yesterday Melissa's recon drone spotted a group of clanners training a group combat alongside the Nomus. Mirai Sasaki, oh well that's not good at all. Mirio Togata, Maria joined the goddamn apocalypse. Usagi Midori, according to my informant, not yet. But Atrocity provided the Nomus as the proof of concept of what it can do. Usagi Midori, the informant really doesn't like the Inhuman Supremacy Party and wishes them death by fire, but has no problem with non-idiotish complex mutant quirk bearers. Usagi Midori, the informant has a lot of issues with the CRC for a while now, and Maria considering an alliance with someone creating abominations like the Nomus, even if she is willing to backstab him when I am supposedly gone, was the last straw. Usagi Midori, we have 20 days before the CRC and the PLF will have the final round of negotiations, and when that happens the CRC will provide their base coordinates to the PLF's warper. Usagi Midori, when that happens we can expect Atrocity interrupting any attack on their allies with his forces and the Nomus, or them just evacuating the CRC into wherever they are hiding. Mirai Sasaki, but now we can potentially annihilate one of the largest terror groups in the country if we act fast enough, while denying PLF a powerful ally. Mirai Sasaki, I understand and support it fully. Mirai Sasaki, what can you give us? Usagi Midori, as I said, I can't investigate the whole thing within the allotted time frame. My spy network is great, but let's face it, I would need 3 more days no matter what I try. I wish it was a whole month but shrugs. And I'm not going to launch a full-scale assault without being certain that the intel is true. Atrocity is painfully smart. And this could be a deception. Usagi Midori, never thought Dad's taste in followers would bite me in the ass. Usagi Midori, UA and its present allies have access to much more specialist investigators and heroes good with quirks for espionage. So I plan to give you what I have about all 17 bases, to confirm the intel within the next 19 days. We attack on the final day. Mirai Sasaki, to make sure that we won't miss Maria, due to her negotiating elsewhere. So the day before the deadline? Usagi Midori, correct. Mirai Sasaki, I see. Continue. Usagi Midori, I promised Spinner, the reptile man, you know him, that I would see Maria dead and I'm not budging on that. High Cathedral will be attacked by the League of Villains. But we can't exactly announce to the world that we're working together. So if you agree. Any ideas how to pull that off? Mirai Sasaki, shouldn't be a problem. We'll send a proper assault group to the High Cathedral, but it will be late. If you'll be in the shape for that, we might stage a brief skirmish before you escape. Usagi Midori, not going to try to arrest us for real? Mirai Sasaki, I'm going to arrest you for real. But after the apocalypse gets destroyed and Atrocity is either in Tartarus or dead. Mirai Sasaki, I disagree with your very existence, and knowledge about your quirk makes me extremely worried about the future. But I do agree with you, Mirio and Nedzu, that right now Atrocity, Mastermind, Vengeance, Beast, Maria and their factions are a much bigger threat. And that the UA in its current, weakened state, has manpower and resources to wage a single war with reasonable chances of victory. Mirai Sasaki, I'm not going to start a war on two fronts when I know that I can't win it. Usagi Midori, I absolutely love working with intelligent people, you know that? Usagi Midori, in 20 minutes I'll have someone leave an envelope with a pen drive filled with data in front of your agency. Usagi Midori, good hunting. I'd like to officially congratulate Best Jeanist, Edgeshot and Hawks for their successful operation against the Apocalypse Soldiers base. Nedza started the meeting on a high note. You have managed to dismantle their operations in Kyoto, eliminating 56 enemies, while sustaining no casualties yourself. They are all back in the meeting room in the UA. The tables and chairs are placed in a big U letter with everyone perfectly arranged, with each of them having a bottle of water. Gang Orca is absent, and so is Crust, who is busy with the Northern Battle Group stuff. Too bad the rest managed to escape through a summoning quirk to avoid capture. Maruko growled, she is clearly pissed off. Warpers. Best Jeanist was much more reserved with his expressions, but he clearly agreed with the rabbit woman. Sir Night Eye is already analyzing the recovered computers. Nedzu replied with a nod of his head. And hopefully we will manage to get some useful intel from said computers. New bases, bank accounts, research and allies, funders. Everything would count in these situations. So let's be optimistic. Eraserhead doesn't say a thing, but it's nice to see the UA Alliance actually achieving something. Their team-up so far had brought some good and satisfying results. Mostly, the information shared between the vigilantes and the underground heroes managed to give Nedzu enough of a lead to latch onto and find several places owned by the Apocalypse. They even raided some small bases of the CRC and ISP as well. All in all, it was going spectacularly. So why are we here? Knuckle Duster went straight to the point. Is like that. You called for this meeting ahead of schedule. That's usually not your thing. So I bet that it's important. We got some new evidence. Nedzu replies. Karma has managed to obtain a spy within the Creature Rejection Clan's command structure. High enough to give us enough intel to completely annihilate the entire organization once and for all. Maruko perked up at that, but she merely reacted the strongest of them all. Even Knuckle Duster cracked a small smile at the news. Unfortunately, the situation is grim and the time is limited. Nedza continues. Aerial reconnaissance confirmed the presence of Nomus within the High Cathedral grounds. Karma Spy claims that we have no more than 2 weeks before the negotiations are concluded and the CRC will join the Apocalypse. Something we cannot allow to happen. Oh well, that's not good at all, Shoyuta decided. He wasn't the only one apparently. Everyone looked disgusted and furious. But one person stuck out the most. Maruko looked livid. Not a rare thing, but this time it's pretty bad. She opened her mouth to give a piece of her mind, but someone beat her to it. Wow, just wow. Those hypocrites. Dynamite looked more angry than Maruko, and wasn't that a sight to behold? Shoyuta didn't even find in himself to be bothered by his excessive swearing. So animal people and different-looking people are pure evil, but mindless abominations like those reanimated Frankensteins are cool. Those idiots. Ah yes. Shoyuta Aizawa just remembered that the boy was friends with complex mutants. This was personal to him as much as Miyuko. And speaking of her, she was looking at him with joy. Someone is on the verge of adoption, it seems. I wouldn't expect consistency from groups like that. Nedza calmly shrugged. The spy in question decided to betray the organization precisely due to not being a fan of looking down on complex mutants but still employing Nomus in CRC's order of battle. Well, at least that one quirkist is somewhat consistent in being an ass. Maruko sneered mockingly. Actually, the person in question isn't quirkist against complex mutants. Night Eye decided to surprise them all. Shoyuta sure was by that. And a bit confused. Then what the F are they doing with the CRC? Asked Maruko, somehow that made even more pissed off. Shoyuta was impressed. If I have to make a bet, all eyes in the room turned to Dynamite, who wasn't fazed in the slightest by that. I'd say that they joined because they want to F with the CRC's archenemies. The ISP. Because let's be honest here, those idiots has a lot coming to them. Oh yeah, how could I forget those jackasses? Snarled Maruko in disgust. Shoyuta found ironic that she hated the ISP members as much as the CRC. Though he understood why, since they kept giving the CRC propaganda ammunition. Yes, you are surprisingly correct. Night Eye nodded scarcely. The spy was a victim of one of the ISP riots in the past, you know. The spy managed to survive said riot and found their way into the creature rejection clan. They, according to Karma, haven't participated in any of the hate crimes the CRC indulged in quite often, and instead stuck to doing their job in the organization for money and shelter. Then how did they manage to get into Maria's inner circle if they didn't indulge the CRC's ideology that much? This time, it's Ryukyu who asked. Shoyuta was curious to the answer as well. The spy we are speaking of is the bearer of a healing quirk, not as potent as recovery girls or rewinds, but it's still a very powerful one. Night Eye explained while fixing his glasses. Well, that explained a lot. Healing quirks are pretty rare, especially strong ones. Even if not like recovery girls, quirks that can make you heal twice as fast would still be appreciated and on high demand. The spy managed to earn their spot in Maria's trust by tending to be wounded of the creature rejection clan members for the past 2 years, which caused them to get, despite not being very social to them, very popular, and the members, including Maria herself, to feel somewhat indebted. Like how Maria needed urgent care after Dynamite gave her a taste of his ultimate move. I should have crippled that beach. Heroes are supposed to avoid killing, but maiming is fair game with supervillains, grunted Dynamite. Shoyuta couldn't scold him. Get was technically right, supervillains are given different treatment than normal villains just for how dangerous they are. The person we are talking about also, as Karma said, would actually like to know if he could be part of the rehabilitation course for his first years, added Night Eye after a second. Everyone else was startled, even Nedzu himself, though he was more scarce with it. Yes, I am perfectly serious with what I'm saying. They'd be happy to try to atone to whatever they committed. If you count healing people a crime anyways. Shoyuta honestly didn't know what to say to that. That was something. Yes, another healer would make Recovery Girl jump in joy, but it sounds a bit too good to be true. We can discuss that on a later date. When we actually wipe out the CRC and catch this spy. We will have Naomasa interrogate them to see if they are serious about it. And if they are, and if they actually don't have a truly horrible criminal record. We can sort out a reasonable deal for them, concluded the principal, and the detective nodded in agreement. Shoyuta would bet the rat was secretly hoping it was the case. Not that he complained. Having a student with a healing quirk, with the student with a warping quirk would make them an excellent rescue team in the future. Alright, what's the plan? Asked All Might. Back on track finally. We have locations of 17 facilities of various sizes, Nedzu replied. We managed to confirm the presence of the CRC forces in all of them, thankfully. We're going to go through the data given to us by Karma together during this meeting, but before it happens I have to say that the raid will be rushed. Karma has also asked us to leave the High Cathedral assault to him due to personal reasons, but to maintain the ruse of League not working with us, we'll have to send an attack party there. It'll be mysteriously late to the battle, though. We're going that far for him? Ms. Joke was the one to ask, which is a surprise to Shoyuta. He thought that Knuckle Duster would be the one to say that. I'll be frank with you. Nedzu replies. As of now, we can't afford to lose Karma or invoke his wrath. The Paranormal Liberation Front, the Meta Liberation Army, the Apocalypse and the League of Villains are opposing superpowers of the underworld, and the last is massively more powerful, no hay are the most. If we pick a fight the League now, we'll make all the League allied villain groups straight into confrontation with us. If that happens, then the member groups of this alliance will fail to stop atrocity because we will be, to be honest, toast. Especially with the Hero Commission being busy with keeping the Meta Liberation Army in check. I am not arrogant to say we have a snowball's chance in hell to win that war right now. Eraserhead read something more about the Second World War after Katsuki's verbal purge in the past meeting. This whole deal reeks of what the Allies did with the Soviets. Alliance with a lesser evil to stop the greater one. He also read about the Cold War that ensued. He isn't looking particularly optimistic at the future, but he simply doesn't see an alternative. We will continue to gather information about the League, however. Nedzu continued to reassure everyone. We're fully aware that they will become our enemies once this war ends. I believe that Detective Tsukachi has something significant to talk about concerning this, am I right? Detective nods from his place behind the UA table. Let's start from this, Maruko says loudly. If I'm supposed to risk my head by jumping in according to the villain's intel, I at least want to know everything I can about them. Just because she was sparring/dating/Toma-chan, that doesn't mean she got all buddy-buddy with the League of Villains. Heroes and the Soul Vigilante were also agreement with that. Nedzu decided to go along and left his place in the middle to Detective Tsukachi. Legion has been very active recently. And I mean by that, very active. And by recently I mean between the sports festival and the summer camp war, announced the detective. Our informants connected to various small-time villain crews and organizations, and some remaining Yakuza clans all over Japan have reported numerous sightings of him and some other League members, primarily Dabi and Reaper, and sometimes Stain as well. Each time they get the leaders of said groups to a negotiation table. The negotiations aren't about an alliance against his enemies, however, the stern and serious detectives sighed loudly and painfully. As of now, we estimate that no less than 78% of the Japanese underworld of crime have bent their knees before karma and became the League's subsidiary groups. The remaining 22 are the Meta Liberation Army, the Paranormal Liberation Front, and the Apocalypse. But other than those, the rest of Japan's underworld of crime is under the thumb of the not officially crowned emperor. Oh dear, Nedza said slowly, and then took a long sip of tea. The table of allies probably were a bit too far to hear it, but Shoyuta was very close to the rat. He gets the reaction. And why All Might and Sir Night Eye appear frozen. Deku Shigaraki had rebuilt the empire of his father/master/mentor/predecessor/whatever else just now. And they aren't in a position to do anything about that, because an empire of crime is a better prospect than mad scientists with armies of bioengineered monsters wanting to tear down society. An egomaniacal genocide over quirkiest psychotic sociopathic idiots with delusions of grandeur. So the damn nerd king just built himself an empire. In the time we were busy sitting on our asses doing jack shit, he rolled up his sleeves, tied up his headband, and started doing the hard work, summarized Dynamite in a carefree manner. They couldn't help but wince at his words. Honestly, that sounds like something I would do. The opportunist won't let any chance for greater success slip from his grasp. So he built himself a criminal empire? Knuckleduster commented. Well, not extremely surprising. With what the other villainous powers are doing and the Nomas starting to become something less exclusive than just the League, many small-time villains look up to someone for protection. The vigilantes see my presence here as something similar. Not just the small-time villains, sir. Naomasa replied with another sigh. According to gossip from the underworld, the Quirkless Liberation Front and the Quirkless Equality Movement have become subsidiary groups as well, with Sunset and Mightless becoming regular members of the League of Villains. There was murmuring in the room. So much about those two groups being the League's allies and equals. We have also noticed some new members of the League, but this requires a bit more context. Please provide it, then, Sir Night Eye said. About a month ago the police noticed the disappearance of several previously active small-time villains, started Naomasa, looking like he just aged up 10 years. That was alarming to the heroes. Thugs, thieves and the likes. This happened in the span of a few days, and the only common things to them all was their status as villains and relatively young age, between 15 and 21 years. We knew of 7 such disappearances while further 11 were suspected to be a case, but we weren't sure if they were connected. This changed 3 days ago. Shoyuta was almost certain this is going to be yet another headache. Dynamite, on the other hand, leaned on his hand. I'll bet All Might's quirk it's a school, he thought with a feral grin. Those who saw the grin shifted in their seats uncomfortably. A D-rank villain known as Sucker Punch, who was counted among the group that disappeared, has resurfaced in a gang that swore fealty to karma, continued the detective. One of the gang's leaders is an occasional informant of the police. He tends to sell us information about other gangs, and we aren't sure if the other leaders of it aren't aware of that. Well, according to that person, Sucker Punch joined his gang as an intern. From an organization known as the Villain Academy. Eraserhead and Dynamite had both called it. But they had different reactions to it though. From what? Maruko is the loudest. Was that a surprise? Not really. Oh, dear. Nedzu is clearly startled. Eraserhead gets painful flashbacks to the Villain Factory case. And Dynamite is reminded why he always calls Karma a nerd. Dynamite started to cackle madly. Everyone almost jumped from surprise. After few seconds of loud, surprisingly joyful laughter, Dynamite stopped. Holy shit, I called it. And you asked why I call him a nerd, he wheezed, wiping a tear from his eye. I don't think you realize the severity of the situation, kid, said Mrs. Joke. Eraserhead doubts that. Dynamite was, well, different than most of them. The reply was a shit-eating grin. I assure you that, Sensei second half, I know exactly what this means. Dynamite raised a finger. 1. We no longer have the advantage of learning our trade while they don't. He raised another finger. 2. The level of villains will increase, so there will be more experts and less amateurs in the future. Another finger raised. 3. Deku just started increasing the quality of his army of villains while gaining reputation to maybe make this an international thing. A 4th finger went up. 4. He is getting them indebted to him, since they'll have to pay student loans, possibly by either paying in cash, favors, or just working directly in departments that's following his command, a fifth finger. He is decreasing the amount of recruits available to the villain groups not following him. That's practically a pain in his and our collective asses, while offering his subsidiary groups already trained members as newbies, saving them the trouble and money of having to teach amateurs the trade. He used his second thumb. Sixth, once all this is over, we are going to be dealing with less idiots and more worthy masterminds and skilled combatants and intelligence agents, second index finger. Plus, and most importantly, he'll be graduating villains with morals and creeds, with lines they wouldn't cross, with personal honor. So less murderers and psychopaths and more people with actual goals and plans. So less destruction and civilian casualties from mindless brutes running around. Dynamite grinned widely. It was excited, bloodthirsty, and just overjoyed. That nerd had laid out a challenge for us, on the form of competent enemies for the future. And I accept the challenge. If you people are afraid your job is no longer being easy, then resign already. You won't be missed in that case. When life kicks you, you either stay down or get the F up. But me? Dynamite's palms started cracking, his grin widening. I get up, kick back, then beat the ever-living shit out it, then forced to submit to my will. What about you? Will you man up and fight, or chicken out and buy tickets for the next flight out of the country? I already chose. How the hell do they grow so fast? It's been barely a semester, wondered Eraserhead, feeling parental pride in the blonde menace and problem child he was teaching. All Might looked as proud. That speech, despite being mostly filled mockery, was inspiring. And Maruko looked fired up to the challenge. Knuckleduster as well, in his own way anyways. Lemillion was absolutely pumped at the idea. They were also shocked at the dissection of the situation for the future. They didn't think of it that far, but now that they considered it, he was right. Karma's scheme was, to put it simply, ingenious. No wonder he already took over the country, or most of it at least. There was still, as discussed, great powers still opposing him. How the F can you inspire me to do better like this, and make me wish to kick you right in the face and wipe that smug grin in the same time? Maruko asked with her own grin. Ah yes, the question most people keep asking. Eraserhead would just say charisma and call it a day. And it might as well be that. Shitty Hair says it's a mix between my bluntness, my sheer confidence, the fact I'm willing to call anyone out on their bullshit, and positive masculinity, replied the explosive blonde with a shrug. Okay. Or reply with that as well. Kirishima has a point. Informant asked Sucker Punch about details of it. The detective continued after everyone settled back down. He stopped, then gave them a tired look. The academy seems to be located in what the student identified as a tropical island in the middle of nowhere, where access and exit is through the warp gates of Kurogiri. The academy's campus is honestly as big, if not bigger than that of the UA's campus from what we were able to get from the informant. The room exploded into a bit too loud murmurs of shock at that. The academy also fully equipped with a 30-meter-tall circular wall surrounding the school's campus. And the school has a full-time security system. The best money could buy, honestly. There is artillery rounds in there, mortars, rocket artillery, multiple rocket launcher, surface-to-surface missiles, ballistic missiles and navy artillery. There's dead silence in the room. Everyone is staring blankly. Eraserhead is trying to compute what the F did he just hear. Did that guy rob some American military bases when no one was looking, or what? Hawks looked like his jaw was gonna hit the floor. Eraserhead doesn't blame him in the slightest. This was security enough to make the Tartarus manager whistle in amazement. That's just the things he brought with his money. He also has an army nomus patrolling the area in units, each of them capable of battling a top hero in equal grounds. The patrol routes include the entire area of campus without any blind spots, with fully dedicated squads of nomus patrolling the outside parts of the island 24 hours, 7 days a week all over the year. Second-gen nomus disguised as purse and normal animals, also extremely powerful. There is also gossip that there are sea monsters the size of zero-pointers hiding in the ocean around the island and waiting to destroy whatever intruders attack from the sea, made by none other than Echidna herself. And speaking of Echidna, she must have had the time of her life filling the place with her art projects. There are literal dinosaurs in there, with flying dark dragons that could breath fire, hell knights with dark armors and literal flaming swords, soldiers with fully automatic weapons and military equipment. And Sucker Punch joked that, and I quote, "I wouldn't be surprised if there was a nuke in the middle of the school inside the statue of our resident Lord of Evil, all for one that is tied up to the principal's heartbeat and fully programmed to nuke the national diet of Japan in case someone killed him because our principal is that much of a spiteful prick." That's an exact quote, added Naomasa Tsukachi with the face of a dead man. There was even longer silence after that. If Karma is challenging them to attack by starting a villain school, he made sure to not go cheap in security. Nezu himself looked amazed by the security systems. Is he housing the children, the world leaders and international crime lords in there or what? Asked Best Jeanist blankly. Edshot nodded his head in agreement with that. Wow, I knew that kid was a drama queen / overkill incarnation made flesh, but even then this is way overboard. What the hell does that kid smoke? Ms. Joke didn't seem very smiley right now. Eraserhead was in agreement. This was way overboard. I mean, it makes low-key sense to do all if you ask me. Everyone's eyes snapped to Dynamite with disbelief in them. I mean, this is possibly the first school for heroes in history. Something that would become international in the future. Nations would try to attack, so if I was him, I would make my school look like an anti-apocalypse base to those willing to throw punched. And I wouldn't be surprised if he did have nukes in there. He is that much of a spiteful prick. Plus, he might decide to do like Nezu and live there and make it his personal fortress. It definitely is one already. Good to get confirmation. Thank you, Dynamite. You just killed all chances of Eraserhead sleeping in the foreseeable future. Good for you, young hero. Naomesa decided to get back on subject. Sucker Punch is one of the 60 students, who are apparently a part of 3 pilot classes of the entire initiative. The academy teaches them how to fight with and without their quirks, imid combat quirk analysis, opening locks and disabling alarms, disguising themselves, first aid, information gathering and analysis, and a lot of other similar things. The more he listed, the more concerned they got. While most of them. Dynamite looked fired up, and so did Miruko, Knuckleduster and Lemillion. The students are divided between 3 courses: Combat, Espionage and Command, with Sucker Punch being from the first one. The list of identified teachers includes Kurojiri, who is the homeroom teacher for Class 1A, 2 unknown but apparently veteran villains that retired and came back because, and another quote, this salary would the dream of anyone in the teaching industry, and I thought I'm going to be the Minister of Education with this much money, and the quote, Vampire for disguises, Stain for handling blades and swords, Lady Nagant for those interested in becoming assassins and snipers, Razor with guns from small pistols all the way to assault rifles, the Rapper for quirkless combat, as well as several retired villains. There was also a pair of women claiming to be Karma's mothers, probably Inko Shimura's and Rei Himura, who cooked food for the entire class which, apparently, tasted divine. Naomesa sighed painfully, his face that of a man that gave up on living. This is everything that we know about the academy as of now. Academy? Best Jeanist was clearly on the verge of a KO. Villains opened a school for themselves? That sounds like something a hero nerd like Karma would do. Oddly enough, it's Lemillion who says that. During my stay with the League, I saw firsthand that he is truly a massive fan of heroes. The good ones anyways. In a way, he respects both them and the villains for as long as both of them fit his image of their profession. Making a school for the latter that they lack in order to improve their quality is something I can easily picture him doing. He didn't bring up the fact that the League had their spies in the UA, but they all know that. They get to observe the best hero school for a while, and they probably stole a lot of the teachers' handouts while doing so. Karma was probably basing his school on the best hero schools of them all. Last few months are a nightmare that Eraserhead just can't wake up from. What's the school's name? Asked Dynamite with a shit-eating grin. Everyone looked at him in confusion while Naomesa groaned miserably. He named it the AU Villain Academy, responded Naomesa. Eraserhead slammed his head on the table. Karma is mocking them all right. That fits in its position as the villainous UA school of the sorts, grumbled Sir quietly. What's next? Tsukishi? Jinsei? I say? But Tsuketsu? Asked Dynamite with a chuckle. They would have asked if he was taking this seriously, but he apparently made his opinion clear on the matter. This wasn't a disaster, this was, to him at least, a source for quality foes and better villains than mindless brutes and quirkist mass murderers. Looking at it from that way, it wasn't that bad compared to the current villains. He is offering the villains who follow him his support, rather than simply demand obedience out of fear. Nedza said calmly. His face is unreadable. All you need to do is swear loyalty to the League and by default Karma, and suddenly you have access to the support items of the villain industries. Competent and pre-trained interns from the Villain Academy. Information gathered by Karma, who seems to be getting cozy with the information brokers and has at least 3 wives who excel at espionage. I wouldn't be surprised if he was running an underground bank for member groups. What a brilliant, brilliant scheme. Nedza was probably still in pain that Izuku didn't decide to join the UA and become a hero. Eraserhead doesn't even want to imagine the result of those two teaming up. But it probably would include them laughing maniacally while drinking some high-class tea, with the Hero Commission headquarters burning down in the background. Eraserhead just is in nightmares no matter what world he lives in, huh? Well, can we stop admiring him and start being genuinely afraid of what he can do? Knuckleduster interrupted Ned's special moment. Eraserhead is eternally grateful for that. Listen, I get that he is way less nasty than Atrocity and the others, but from what I'm hearing now, he is just as dangerous in the long term. If not more. Oh, I'm afraid of what he can do. Nedza replied with a nod. I assure you that we're attacking his headquarters with quirk suppression when only it's possible gas to do that without losing the war against the PLF in the process. And when we actually find it, which isn't easy, we don't know when he moved to his current headquarters. Worst of all, Karma, Shield Maiden, La Brava and Kurogyri made it almost impossible to find. They do not enter it normally, only warp in and out. And the hacker duo from hell, as Power Loader calls them, made it practically untraceable through the internet, even when they connect to it from the inside. Trust me, Power Loader, David Shield and May Hatsum tired simultaneously. Unlike everyone else I asked, because every computer expert I tried to shove this work to took a look at the security and instantly told me to forget about it. Nedza sighed. Unless we capture Kurogyri and make him cough up the base GPS coordinates, we can only hope for the League to mess up somehow. Or to catch them when they are outside of it. Good much with that, everyone looked at Dynamite again. And again he didn't give a f. Eraserhead was actually impressed with the kid. If people call me a perfectionist, I advise them to not work with Izuku. That damn nerd is a details freak. He won't launch a plan until he foolproofed it 3 times and got at least 10 letters plans from to A to J and then plan K because he is a paranoid ass. Your only bet is to catch him, and then let his order crumble when he isn't there to keep it like clockwork. Now that seemed like an excellent plan. Easier said than done. But at least they got something. I'll continue narrating the new developments concerning the League, announced Naomesa in the resulting silence. I believe that it bolstered its numbers with at least some of the Villain Academy interns, probably the best of the group, although we don't know their number or identities. The only exception is the kid that we managed to catch on a camera exiting from the headquarters of a Russian crime lord. Did you just say Russian? Asked Knuckleduster skeptically. The rest looked at each other in concern. You mean a Russian group in Japan, right? Naomesa gave a resigned look. Right? Naomesa stayed silent. Yelled Hawks in exasperation. Eraserhead wants to go home. Karma was expanding outside of the country? How big is that kid's ambitions? Is Japan not enough? Does he wish to take over the world? Back on track. How did you get information about that? This time it's Ryukyu. She was silent so far, just observing. She looked exasperated right now. Like she was living in a comic of the sorts. Eraserhead could really relate to her. Karma is pretty famous. When a civilian saw him they took a picture and went to the police. Their government called ours and we were able to get some footage they provided. Karma showing up in their country spoke their president, and the president of their nation was very cooperative in keeping Karma from burning down one of his cities, explained Naomesa. Eraserhead wasn't surprised. Karma had a reputation. Nobody wants to have that kid committing homicide in their country. Thank you so much. The hologram displayed a short recording from a CCTV camera. They recognized Karma in his business suit, and Kurogyri preparing the warp. The third person looked like a young kid with long messy black hair and a blue hoodie that she quickly pulls up after a second, displaying the bunny ears on the hoodie, who was holding a big stack of papers, a backpack, a katana, and Eraserhead could swear he saw a gun at her belt. The girl seemed nervous, looking around while Karma turned off his head towards her, probably saying something, before giving her a head pat. The girl beamed widely at him. Hawks, Ms. Joke and Ryukyu cooed at her, and how adorable she looked at besides the older teen. We are yet to identify her, since she isn't on the list of vanished villains, but, started Naomesa, but Sir Night Eye interrupted him. Usagi Atsuki. The hero said with complicated expression. Like he didn't know if he was frowning or not. Dirank villain name Rabbit. Which is just ironic. Sir clicked his tongue. One of my greatest mistakes. Oh? Naomesa glanced at the man questioningly. Would you like to tell us some details? Sure. Sir Night Eye replies promptly, but it's clear that he isn't particularly comfortable with this. But let me warn you, this will be a wild story. We are yet to identify her, since she isn't on the list of vanished villains, but, started Naomesa, but Sir Night Eye interrupted him. Usagi Atsuki. The hero said with complicated expression. Like he didn't know if he was frowning or not. Dirank villain name Rabbit. Which is just ironic. Sir clicked his tongue. One of my greatest mistakes. Oh? Naomesa glanced at the man questioningly. Would you like to tell us some details? Sure. Sir Night Eye replies promptly, but it's clear that he isn't particularly comfortable with this. But let me warn you, this will be a wild story. Well, if that isn't encouraging, thought Eraserhead sarcastically. Usagi Atsuki is a 13-year-old child from Kamisunagawa. Claims to have an analysis quirk but is actually quirkless. Her parents knew and had mostly distanced themselves from her as a result. The young girl was severely bullied in elementary school due to her docile, shy and very timid nature, and her small build and the suspicions of quirklessness. The school shockingly didn't intervene, and when junior high started, little Usagi finally snapped. When Night Eye said shockingly, and despite his tone not charging in the slightest, the word was so filled with venom it was a miracle he didn't spit anything poisonous yet. There was also the fact that he spoke about the little girl in adoration, something only reserved to Lemillion. So he must have developed a liking towards her. Speaking of Lemillion, he looked very grim, his smile a bit forced. So he heard of that? Shoyuta noticed him gasp quietly when Rabbit was showed. What did she do? Nedzu was clearly interested, and surprisingly so did Dynamite, who was on the edge of his seat. Eraserhead suspects that he knows why for both of them. It's like Hey are seeing what Izuku Midoriya would have done if he snapped himself. Little Usagi found a part-time job, and used the money to get some surveillance equipment, then she secretly placed it around his school. Night Eye replied with a sigh. Eraserhead is getting increasingly interested in this. It's already shaping up to a huge fiasco. Then she spent months gathering incriminating evidence for the school's tolerance towards bullying and a handful of other things, such as the principal's ongoing affair with an underage student. She was a minor, damn it. Sir coughed into his hand and fixed his glasses after his little outburst. He might look like a creepy murderer sometimes, but he has a heart in the right place. When it was graduation time from her first year to the second, she gained enough of it. Usagi sneaked into the school again after the ceremony, uploaded everything she found to the internet from the principal's computer, before using ridiculous if not insane amounts of gasoline and homemade explosives to destroy the school and the majority of evidence which could point towards her. There was silence in the room. Okay, that's actually quite awesome. Miruko really doesn't care about her words and has a short temper for bullies. Dynamite looked on a high, probably having an explosion quick makes you get excited about this type of things. But I assume that's not all? Nedzu is almost salivating at the tale. He loves well-planned operations that he personally agrees with on the moral basis, even if they are technically villainous. With what remained from the school in chaos, she started to target the bullies. Sir Night Eye continued. Knuckle Duster and Dynamite perked up at some action, and Eraserhead was getting an increasingly bad feeling. Not only hers but also those that she saw bullying others. Her revenge methods ranged from uploading incriminating video recordings, through unearthing various other publicly humiliating things, to destroying their family's prized vintage car with another makeshift bomb. Usagi also attempted to destroy the home of her main bully with another bomb. Unfortunately, said bully returned home earlier and sustained some injuries, which was out of her plan because according to the family the bully got grounded that very morning, and was told to come back immediately, otherwise he would have visited his usual arcade. Sir Night Eye's face flinched. That might as well be a huge wince of pain. Then I took the investigation over and, well, I royally messed up. Mirai Sasaki using words like that publicly is a sign of the situation being serious. So everyone winced including Nedzu. I have managed to locate and gather evidence for Usagi being the one responsible for it all. Sir continued calmly. However, if anything, I was impressed with the dedication and her serious attempts to do the whole thing without spilling blood. My idea was to have her arrested but provide her with a good lawyer that would picture the whole thing as a case of vigilantism caused by extreme bullying, which honestly it was. I was just making sure the little lady got a fair trial, mind you. And when that would occur, I would step in, mention that her going to a juvie would only make situation worse, due to her acute insecurities and previous history, and I'd call in the law allowing a hero to personally oversee the re-education of a vigilante by placing them in the care of their hero agency. Young Usagi certainly had the smarts and the talent to be a valuable member of mine. Because of that, I asked Smiley, the rank 55 hero who is known for being good at dealing with children, to arrest her and explain the situation. And this is where I actually messed up. What happened? Nedzu asked, while Sir pauses for a few seconds to gather up his thoughts. She's a quirkless, she probably thought it was a huge setup and attempted to run. Seeing that she's with the damn nerd she obviously succeeded, said Dynamite bluntly. Lemillion flinched once more and Eraserhead was getting a worse feeling. Yes, Dynamite-kun. You are right about her. Me and Smiley had severely underestimated Usagi's anxiety and paranoia. A fatal mistake on our part? Sir replied with another but more tired sigh. It's so bad that the kid is practically hyper-paranoid, and that's without mentioning at least a handful of other mental issues, such as depression and maybe some form of social phobia, as well as some form of touch and love starvation, which caused her to overall be very scared of strangers, and have a terminal amount of trust issues. The point is, Usagi didn't believe what Smiley told her at all. Worse, she had an acute panic attack on arrest, that made Smiley search the little girl less attentively to not worsen it further. And worst of all, Usagi expected to be caught eventually and due to her paranoia, was prepared for that option at any given moment. A 13-year-old managed to escape en route to the police station, despite being handcuffed, and in a police car with 2 policemen and a rank 55 hero. Eraserhead stared at the hero in disbelief. He isn't the only one. She did what? Maruko, as always, is the most expressive. Holy F, I like her already. Dynamite, just like Maruko, doesn't give a flying F about his words. And he was serious. How the hell did she do that? Hawks is shocked. He isn't the only one, but he personally found it hard to pull that one off at her age without a quirk. He wasn't quirkist, okay? But he was a trained soldier. He knows facts. Usagi expected to be handcuffed, so she personally sewed in lockpicks to the sleeves of her every long-sleeved piece of clothing, started Sir Night Eye, his eyes displaying bitter amusement. She also made it so that they weren't visible, but could be easily pulled out if you knew they were there. Then she used said lockpicks, and we aren't even sure how exactly to unlock her handcuffs. When no one was looking, she pulled off 2 buttons from her shirt and mashed them together. They only looked to be actual buttons, and instead were made from some malleable materials that, when they were mashed together, began to produce lots of acrid smoke. She threw them in a hard-to-reach place in the car, forcing it to stop on a bridge. When Smiley pulled Usagi out of it, she discovered that the high soles of Usagi's boots could be taken off. She hid a flashbang and a smoke grenade inside of them, both of them most likely homemade. Then Usagi used the flashbang to escape Smiley's grip, and then escape towards the edge of the bridge, only to detonate the smoke grenade. The pursuers thought that she was going to jump off it, but instead she used the cover to flee in a different direction, but not before throwing her shirt, which had some hidden weights inside it, off the rails. The sound of something heavy hitting the water and the smoke bought Usagi enough time to escape off the bridge before Smiley and the policeman figured out that she didn't jump off. What a brilliant, brilliant scheme. Sir sighed painfully. I was trying to locate her afterwards, but it appears that Kurogiri or Karma did it before me. Eraserhead was still having problems understanding what he just heard. This went from the level of being an escape artist to the level of being an escape Leonardo da Vinci or something like that. He can't even have problems with Smiley for letting this kid escape, because he is lucid enough to admit that there was a fair chance that it would work with him. You said, she is 13? Dynamite asked. There was a curious look on his face. Sir looked at him strangely and nodded. Dynamite snapped his fingers in disappointment. F me, if she was 2 years older and I knew about her a month ago, I would have hunted her down just to ask her out for dinner. Everyone stared at him blankly. Eraserhead didn't find the words. What? A chick that has enough balls to destroy whoever F's with her, escape artist to escape high-ranked heroes, smart to fool almost everyone and good with explosives? How the F can I not like her? Eraserhead is so done with teenage hormones. At least he said if he knew about her a month ago and if she was older, so he did have standards. And high ones at that. Eraserhead will admit that if he met her in junior high he might have done the same just for the same reasons, except the explosives, that's scary. So, an extremely intelligent escape artist, capable of planning and executing almost perfectly a week's if not months-long revenge plan on an entire institution, summarized Naomasa after everyone decided to leave the blonde teen in his personal dreamland. That had enough foresight to train self-unlocking police handcuffs before starting her plan. And has probably located the nearest precinct and decided that if she gets arrested at home, she can use the bridge between them to escape. Hence the weights. Oh, and a master of creating makeshift explosives and who knows what else. Naomasa sighed loudly. I think we found a Command Corps student of the Villain Academy. And probably the Emperor's new assistant. Oh look, Maruko said dryly. The Villain Academy is more tolerant towards quirkless students than 99% of hero schools in this country. Oh, the irony. Eraserhead is certain that rabbits aren't venomous. But a certain rabbit woman certainly is. Please don't start that talk. Nedzu is just slightly hurt. The UA has already announced the much-needed corrections to its policies concerning issues like that. Kaboom. Everyone flinched when Dynamite exploded his right palm upwards. He really has no care about authority figures or people older than him in the room, does he? Then give your rodent as a #OneHeroSchool medal and nail it to your head with a jackhammer. Dynamite sneered with a glare. Eraserhead was about to F under the table. Another roast is coming. Showing basic human decency after years of doing nothing is apparently a praiseworthy achievement in this piece of shit country. Dynamite leaned towards Nezu, then looked at every single person in the eye, with Eraserhead flinching himself. And don't forget that your corrections didn't come from that big but still empty brain of your rat. It happened because students teamed up, and you were threatened by an idiot who would have been not 3 months ago before said threats the first person to protest against these changes. Doesn't that show your hypocrisy on your part? Everyone winced. Wow, now he called all of them out on their bullshit? Now they know how Nezu felt. And it hurt. But in Eraserhead's defense, he did yell at Nezu many times to change that abomination of an entrance exam. Please, can we not fight? All Might finally had enough. But he looked hurt by the words because they were right. We're supposed to be working together. Stopping the supervillains and their organizations. Finding a way to dismantle the League before it becomes the second version of All for One's empire, saving people. Anyone still remember those goals? Dynamite and Miruko relent, much to Nezu's relief. The day is saved. For the next 20 minutes at least. Be happy that you mentioned the recruitment bit, Knuckle Duster announced with a glare. Or I'd punch you in the face for arresting a little girl for doing the right thing. 20 seconds, Eraserhead corrects himself. It was just 20 seconds. Great. Sir Night Eye opened his mouth for some nasty retort. One that will probably including a rebuke of the very concept of vigilantism, bad enough to make Knuckle Duster tell them all to F off and go home. Just stop. Eraserhead spoke before that happened. We had less arguments and got more things done when we had a villain among us. Stop acting like you need one as a voice of reason among you, and let's get some things done instead of trying to murder each other with words. He just wants to take a nap in peace. Is it that hard? Eraserhead is right. Nezu took advantage of the moment. He probably figured out how close they were to having the entire meeting skydive into some nasty place, and decided to stop this. We should focus on the information exchange. If you want to continue learning more about the League of Villains, I can tell you all about my new findings about their members. You have something new? Sir Night Eye asked. They share most of their data, but both of them have their own secret little investigations here and there. Actually, quite a lot of things, Nezu replied. Some might be enlightening, some might be shocking, some might be interesting. So, do we do that first, or do you want to plan the CRC raid before that? They decided to talk about the League first. Lemillion found that odd but perhaps understandable. He himself would have preferred to talk about the CRC, because he was still trying to mull over the existential crisis that Izuku gave him with his motivation talk. Seriously, how the F did he convince the League of Villains to not burn down the country? Lemillion sure as hell would've with one of those backstories. Dynamite besides him was calm, but inside he was murderous. He thought he was a monster, but honestly he was just being a little as compared to some shitty parents and schools and a certain prime minister. Nezu started from the ground level and will slowly go up. The allies are still missing some bits of the knowledge that the UA faculty had for a while. Nezu decides to picture them as a result of recent investigations rather than risk being attacked for withholding the information. They skipped Izuku Midoriya, now Deku Shigaraki, for obvious reasons. Honestly, that guy was a known story by now. The only thing new to his information is that he rebuilt the empire the heroes worked hard to dismantle. Why are we even allowing him to do that? This time it's Ms. Joke. Well, he's yet to burn down a city. Lemillion answered. For that alone, it's a point in the damn nerd's favor, all things considered. Especially with the other powers going on a rampage, added Dynamite with a shrug. I'd like to add. Detective Tsukachi decided to risk a sudden death and interrupted whatever reply Miruko is preparing. That the police did gain access to what can be considered a standard treaty for a group trying to join the League of Villains. Karma seems to be strict in what said groups are doing for the living, and he has some very high opinion of what villains must commit, so he has a list of bans. We have everything from extortion rackets to assassination on the list, but things like human trafficking and hate crimes are a huge no in his list. And he does require the groups under League's banner to follow the rules. Those include ban on mass murder and generally understood indiscriminate killing of civilians, no attacks on heroes' families or heroes themselves while off work, no attacks on heroes' schools without his approval, which we suspect depends on whether he sees them as corrupt, and no intentional harming of children. Accidents in work are one thing, taking a bunch of them hostage is another thing altogether, and that's apparently a quote. And we heard a rumor that one group 2 months ago did disregard that rule, and kidnapped the kids of some pros. The villain net was then flooded with the punishment videos. Nobody dares to break the rules ever since. Knuckleduster was gonna speak, but Naomasa kept talking. Oh, and the kids were given back, unharmed, untraumatized, and don't remember a single thing. Lemillion is slightly happy by the human trafficking bit and the thing on heroes. Mirio also can't imagine Karma making a lot of effort to defend really nasty groups from heroes, though. He also gains a lot more of points with the rest of the report. Okay, now that's actually pretty cool, admitted Best Jeanist. Not being attacked in his own home in the future sounds like a very nice thing. And the kids of heroes being guaranteed safety is nice too. Who's next? This time it's Ryukyu who spoke. Chronologically speaking, that would be Kurogiri. The hologram of a man partially composed of black mist was displayed right next to Nedzu. Warp Gate user with one of the strongest warp quirks known in history. He can alter the shape of his misty body parts greatly, while using them as warp gates. This is easy when he can see the endpoint of the warp, but he can do that on a distance unknown but presumably measured in hundreds of kilometers provided that he knows the GPS coordinates of the landing location. If what Lemillion and Gran Torino narrated to us after their brief visit to the League's headquarters is to be believed, he is a paternal figure to the majority of the League members. In fact, many of them refer to him as Papagiri. Protective, and appears to have a soft place for children. We estimate that no less than 20 UA students survived the training camp attack due to Kurogiri evacuating them to the field hospital. Sounds like a decent guy. Maruko commented. What is he doing in the League? She didn't add it, but having a hero with a warp quirk that powerful would save hundreds of lives. I've believed I discovered the reason for that. Nedzu replied. He was lightly wounded during the training camp attack by a stray bullet. It appears that while his limbs and head are made of mist, there is still some flesh left around his chest and abdomen areas. Probably the reason why is wearing armor on them. The tests confirm the presence of two quirks in Kurogiri's body, which has to some degree merged into a single one. He also carries certain blood anomalies associated with pneumification process. Some gasps in the room. Lemillion is surprised as well. Dynamite sits straighter at that. Kurogiri doesn't appear to have his mental faculties impaired, which we believe happened due to the probably unexpected merger of his original quirk and the one that was granted to him. If I know about All for One, and I do, I think Kurogiri might have been All for One's personal chauffeur, but then he became some form of a caretaker that Reaper received from All for One before his demise, and that continues taking care of him, and Izuku after being pulled under All for One's wing and now his friends even today. Who did the body originally belong to? Sir Knight, I asked with a frown. Nedzu flinches slightly. DNA analysis estimates with 98% probability that Kurogiri's true name is? Nedzu paused for a second. He appears to be conflicted about something, which is... Lemillion isn't familiar with that. Oboro Shirakumo. The name is unfamiliar. But not to everyone in the room. No Eraserhead has a face that will probably haunt Lemillion in his dreams. Dynamite is not far better. He is staring at his teacher with a startled expression. And very worried. I'm afraid that there are almost no doubts about it. Nedzu should probably work on his tact. Not like this could ever happen, but it's nice to have some dreams. Eraserhead looked down on the table in front of him, trying to chew through what he just heard. For those unaware, Oboro Shirakumo was a second-year UA student, and Eraserhead's close friend. He perished in a villain attack that we suspected to be All for One's doing, but the style was different than his. He was severely wounded by falling debris and transported to a nearby hospital, where he was pronounced dead. I reinvestigated that event, and I believe that the hospital worked for All for One. Nedzu sighed. Oboro's hero name was Loud Cloud, and his quirk allowed him to create and control clouds. His hair was also partially cloudified, for the lack of a better word. If All for One bestowed a warp gate quirk onto him, there is a possibility that it merged with the cloud control quirk, resulting in Kurogiri's ability to control cloud-like mist with a warp gate element. It also expanded the cloudification from hair to head and the limbs. Do you think that he is still there? Eraserhead asks. If it's brainwashing, then maybe. I do not know. Nedzu replied. But it's possible. If you run into Kurogiri again, you should try to call him by his old name. If we catch him, we'll also attempt to undo the brainwashing. You are free to explain that to present Mike and Midnight, they were Oboro's friends too. Perhaps if you try it together. Lemillion doesn't wish to be in Eraserhead's place. To have someone do that you saw as a best friend, just for them to Reaper like that. Ugh, he can't even imagine what he and Nijire would feel if Sun Eater died just to reappear as a Nomu babysitter. Dynamite was having similar thoughts. Imagining Temper dying, just to find a half-flaming, half-frozen Nomu acting as a bodyguard/caretaker years later. How would he abd Uravity react? How would they feel? Poor guy. Thought the two students with matching pitying expressions. The next one is Reaper. Nedzu moved on from the subject. Kurogiri's hologram is replaced by one of a gaunt young man wearing some black clothes, a long black trench coat and several realistic-looking human hands. 5-finger point disintegration quirk, expert in close-quarters combat. His quirk appears capable of spreading through nearby objects of similar nature in the air, or just spread through surfaces like we saw Karma do in the HPSC HQ attack. We confirmed that it was in fact Reaper's quirk used that time. We also have footage of him doing similar feats in Hosu to old buildings and streets to destroy them in seconds. There is murmurs if worries, which is very understandable. He did this again during the training camp battle, this time killing 212 villains about to attack the hospital from the north. That certainly sounds like a double SS rank, at least combat-wise. Best Genist commented. Do we have any idea what would be the result of him using this attack on, for example, a concrete building in the middle of Tokyo? This is an image that Lemillion didn't want to have inside his mind. Dynamite even shot Best Genist a glare for the idea. No quirks are without limits. All Might speaks up, surprisingly enough. His is probably the range from the initial activation point, so it's not an infinite spread. If it was infinite, the planet would have collapsed after he touched the ground for too long. This doesn't change the fact that Reaper can collapse a skyscraper with a single touch, simply by damaging his lower section enough for the rest to come down if he wanted to be discreet, but he can also just fully turn it to dust with everyone inside as well. That image is only marginally less bad than what Lemillion had in his mind earlier. We don't know much about him. Nedzu adds Med. We have his name, Tenko, but no surname. We know that he is an avid gamer, who spends almost his entire life playing video games in League's headquarters. He appears to be a bit of a man-child, who has a tendency to resort to murder against things he doesn't like and emotionally shutdowns into inactivity when he doesn't know how to react to some event. Karma is treating him as a sort of an odd older brother, and is Tenko's favored player one. He is also keeping him on a tight leash when it comes to murder, but isn't adverse to using him as a living weapon when the situation calls for it. Tenko is the leader of the League's Vanguard Action Squad and us willing to kill as many people as told without questioning the orders, simply because Player 1 asked him. I'd like to add something. Lemillion stood up from his seat. For a few weeks now I've been in contact with Karma. Through the internet, and under Sir Nightai's oversight. Nedzu was startled. The allies were very surprised. Eraserhead is pulled back from his state of shock just a bit. Sir Nightai probably wonders why now. And Dynamite is happy he wasn't mentioned. He isn't telling me a lot, but he did mention that Reaper's father hated the heroes for some unspecified reasons. He also said that Reaper accidentally killed his entire family during a traumatic first activation of his quirk. He apparently fled the scene and continued to survive on the streets for weeks. He became a victim of a bystander syndrome where citizens expected the heroes to deal with him, while passing by heroes expected the police and child services to intervene. He was eventually found by an unspecified villain, who ended up handing him to Kurogiri, who has eventually become Reaper's de facto adoptive uncle. I think he meant All for One. I asked him if he did. And apparently All for One became super attached. Everyone gaped at him, but he continued. He visited every weekend to play video games and watch pre-Quirk era movies and shows. And they read comics together too. It seems All for One was relearning how to feel empathy from taking care of a kid. But few years later All Might smashed his face in. And Reaper now is still begging to be allowed to dust All Might. Lemillion finishes and sits down. Poor guy. Maruko says quietly. Not quietly enough. She felt bad that he was dysfunctional, but come on. Finding a parent just to have his face splattered? Villain or not, Ho explained that to him. Which Karma seems to not allow. And is bribing him off with video games and murdering other villains? Sir Nightai commented. He is surprised by the revelation, and probably wonders how many things Lemillion hides from him, but doesn't show that. It was apparently even worse back then. Lemillion replied. Karma and Kurogiri managed to get him to therapy. Before it, the hands he was wearing as a part of his villain costume were actual human hands, formerly belonging to his family members. A lot of flinches at the images, at least from those who weren't already aware of it. Aka knuckle duster. He was getting panic attacks when they were taken off, and was often seen talking to them as if they were his family members. He was developing into an extreme nihilist and misanthrope, but after a few years with Kurogiri he became somewhat functional. Enough to kill only on Karma's orders and no longer hate everyone murderously. Lemillion sighed. He still hates heroes for never helping him when he needed it, apparently. Another failure of the system that we're now going to have to fight against. Nedza commented. Messed up story creates a messed up man. Dynamite added with growl. All part of the messed up society. Fantastic. Next one is Himiko Toga. Nedzu announced, and the hologram is replaced with a girl with golden hair. She is Dash. Himiko Shigaraki. Lemillion corrected him. Everyone winced at the reminder. And by the way, my inquiry for a house address to send a wedding gift in the form of heroes has remained unanswered, unfortunately. I see. Nedzu nodded. She is an expert fighter when it comes to knives, and possesses a transformative quirk that allows her to transform physically into a person whose blood she drank. She also dashed. Lemillion raises his hand. What is it? She has 2 quirks? Lemillion replied. She is a rare case of a complex mutant quirk bearer gaining an additional theme-aligned quirk. Or at least Karma thinks so. That's all that was said, but we can probably guess from her villain name and her additional quirk being blood transformation requiring her to absorb the victim's blood that her complex mutation is based on either some blood-drinking animal or the mythical image of vampires. This is especially possible due to Karma offhandedly mentioning that not drinking blood gives her anemia, and in the past she used to wear sunscreen and lotions. Everyone in the room was increasingly confused by what's happening. For how long did you know all that? Nedza decides to ask. I learned most of that yesterday. Some a bit earlier than that, Lemillion replied. Besides him, Dynamite was doing his best to look surprised. I have a deal with Karma that the talks will continue and I'm allowed to try to fish for any useful intel if he slips up, but I shouldn't announce the presence of said talk to anyone unless he agrees to. I said yes and upheld my side of the bargain. The situation changed yesterday, when he agreed to me coming forward with our contact, allowing me to openly deliver the intel without having to lie to people about their origin. The student shrugged. What I'm saying is in no way confirmed, it's just what Karma said. He appears to be oddly honest with me, and openly admits to not wanting to say something when he doesn't want to, instead of creating a convincing lie. I wish to also state that Sir Night Eye monitors our talks, and that it was through said contact line that we've received the intel about the CRC operations. Sir Night Eye was surprised by hearing about him monitoring the talk. Then again, he trusts Mirio, which is something that goes both ways. Mirio wouldn't openly lie to him, and he did promise to share everything he can from the talks. In Mirio's opinion, Sir considers this a form of graduation exam for Lemillion, so he nods when people look at him for confirmation. I see. Nedza just accepted and continue. She has disappeared from her school after she apparently stabbed her classmate in the graduation ceremony and drank his blood. The boy survived, by the way, which happened when she was graduating junior high. It's a fact that I find highly suspicious and... Lemillion raised his hand. I'm getting the feeling that you should be standing next to me during this lecture, Lemillion. What is it? According to what Karma told me, Himiko's parents considered her quirk to be villainous, unnatural, and evil due to requiring her to drink human blood regularly, Lemillion explained. He could see at least few angry faces in the crowd, and they certainly aren't angry at him for the constant interruptions. Dynamite grabbed a stress ball and started squeezing something offered to him by Hound Dog, and it seems to make him less murderous. He still is though. She after the incident flexed to home. She almost killed her father in self-defense when he attempted to forcefully tear off her fangs, which she uses to drink blood that she requires to stay healthy if not alive. She stabbed him with a box cutter in the shoulder, close to the neck, but he survived. She escaped home in panic, but later on attempted to turn herself in. Unfortunately, the hero she ran into considered her a freak as well, and found some genuine pleasure in beating her up. Fortunately or not, depending on whom you ask, she wasn't a weakling and, well, snapped. She grabbed the box cutter and literally shoved into the hero's throat before she bit him and started sucking him dry from blood. I sincerely regret the fact that he killed that hero, Maruko announces. If this story is true, then I'd really like to meet them. Before kicking them in the face so many times that it would stop resembling a face. Hearing that the girl apparently had a complex mutant quirk has only made her case more relatable to Maruko. Dynamite nodded approvingly. Knuckle Duster and Ms. Joke look like they would gladly be there to take pictures or hold the hero in place for the kicks. For a couple months she attacked random people to get blood to survive, but according to Karma she doesn't remember anything like it was a frenzy. Karma nursed her to full health, gave her blood and food and got her mental therapy with Dr. Evil. And now he is apparently her personal exclusive blood bag while she became his personal warm and adorable body pillow. It's fully consensual, by the way, he finished. That was disturbingly wholesome. Considering their backstories, It's kinda cute for them to find acceptance in each other. Hawks commented with a sweat drop. That would agree with my findings as well. Nezu added with a sorrowful nod. I'll double-check everything, and perhaps I'll manage to find some evidence to form a child abuse case against her parents. Way too late, but, he sighs. Anything else you know about her, Mirio? Don't waste your time. Karma admitted to have tortured them to death, and took his sweet time doing it after Himiko joined. Oh, and he recorded it for his personal amusement? Lemillion replied. Everyone flinched. Dynamite looked ready to vomit. She is an extrovert with a tendency for serious mood swings, likes cute things, and has single-handedly started the whole thing as a sign of devotion for he only man to treat her, not only as a human being mind you, but a cute girl and special one at that, and she also took it as her life mission to build up his self-esteem and self-worth and try to, and I quote, try to put together that shattered and bleeding heart into at least something resembling a heart. I will buy and send her a huge box of chocolates. And if we arrest her, I'll negotiate to her a TV and monitored internet connection. And books to read. I'm not budging on that, Dynamite declared as if challenging anyone to oppose him. He in turn infected her with a respect for heroes worthy of the term, and she is apparently the second member of All Might's unofficial fan club within the league with Stain as the first and Eri-chan as the third. The hero in question stared at him with so many questions that Lemillion isn't sure how to start answering them. Him speaking his mind about villainous quirks only further cemented this state. I see. Nedza decided to not jump into that rabbit hole. The hologram changes again. Dabi was old news. Son of Endeavor, with Nedzu and other Todorokis confirming his tale. His part of the talk is mostly about what he can do and what he did. Serial arsonist, firepower actually surpassing the former number 2 hero and formerly lacking his resistance to his own flames which karma fixed joy. They were startled though to hear that in fact he got a copy of his mother's ice glacier quirk, meaning he was fully balanced now. Intelligent enough to be a dangerous tactician too. He didn't have a lot of occasions to showcase it, but there was probably a reason why Reaper picked him as his second in command. Spinner is a bit more complicated. Complex mutant of the lizard variety. Somehow managed to finish university, history, but with grades not good enough to earn him a job while wearing a lizard head. No one exactly knows why he turned to villainy. Lemillion corrected that. Not getting a job a few dozen times and knowing that less qualified people with better looks got it instead, turned Spinner into a social activist. A run-in with some nasty thug of the Hero Commission, which had issues with Spinner's group calling it out on blatant quirkism, turned him into a bitter enemy of the state. Finding out that his girlfriend who was arrested during said hero encounter was beaten to death in prison apparently for consorting with a mutant turned him into a hero hater. A chance view of the famous video of the Green Rabbit made his career much longer than it probably would be. The Lizard Man was inspired and went to see if the League would accept him. Spoilers, they did, with open arms, with Izuku literally seeing him as a family member. To sum up, Spinner not just loved but worshipped karma. Spinner was apparently a gecko mutant, allowing him to scale vertical surfaces easily and quietly. The League added training with blades and guns. Next one is Twice. The famous one-man army, announced Nedzu, and the hologram showed the villain in his black and white spandex. When Jean was in middle school, his parents were killed in a spree, leaving him an orphan as he had no one to raise him. He was able to find a job because the landlord was kind enough to give him food and shelter. Jean was eventually caught in an accident when he hit someone with a motorcycle. Luckily, the victim survived with only a broken arm as an injury. Jean was then taken to the police, where he explained that the victim had jumped in front of his bike and that he was following the law and the speed limit. Realizing this, the police officer let him go and only told him that he would likely have a criminal record because of the incident, but assured him that it is never too late to start over. So why didn't he? Asked Deadshot. He was getting a bad feeling. Lemillion did the answering. Jean was fired from his job and evicted from his residence by his boss, who had received an angry complaint from one of their regular customers that the motorcycle accident victim was a member of his staff and stated that he would never return to their business. This enraged his boss and led him to take out his anger on Jean by firing him and throwing him out, leaving Jean homeless and in despair to walk around the city. He explained. Am I right to assume that boss got his punishment from karma? Asked Night Eye in exasperation. Lemillion nodded grimly. Fantastic, Dynamite said sarcastically. My poor baby brother that I messed up and could never go back it or fix it became a revenge freak. Eventually his loneliness and depression became so severe that Jean used his own quirk on himself. He did this to comfort himself and create someone he could trust. At first by creating a single copy of himself to talk to and eventually be his friend, but eventually he began using his quirk to carry out numerous armed robberies and heists. Using his immense numbers to commit various crimes, Gene eventually became one of Japan's most wanted criminals. Gene abused his powers by letting his copies do all the hard work for him. This eventually backfired on him, as all of his copies were perfect copies of himself, as they also shared his lazy attitude and were unwilling to do all the hard work either. Jin's clones revolted and nearly killed Gene, cutting his forehead and tying him to a chair, continued Lemillion. So from a law-obedient citizen to a highly dangerous criminal because of one bad day. Knuckle Duster summarized. I regret that karma killed his boss. Me, Crawler and Pop Step would have loved to give him a beating and drop him to the police. Can I join if you ever do that to someone? Sounds like fun, unsurprisingly, or not? It's Dynamite who asked. Knuckle Duster gave a thumbs up and Eraserhead groaned. Lemillion is getting increasingly concerned with Dynamite getting more cozy with a vigilante than he was with them, but decided to leave it for now. They argued over who was the real Gene and fought for 9 days until all the clones slaughtered each other and only one Gene remained. Since the incident, Gene has struggled to come to terms with his status as a clone. Sometime after the incident, he met Jiren, who then told him that surprisingly many people are like him in the world and recommended that he join a group of comrades similar to himself. Jiren then promised to introduce him to one such group, finished Nedzu. The League of Villains, summarized Ed Shot with a sigh. Such a waste. That guy would have been one hell of hero. A guy that could single-handedly patrol a city district, pull off coordinated rescue operations and clone other heroes in both fights and natural disasters. It truly saddens me that such a talent went to waste. Lemillion couldn't agree more even if he tried. It was truly a huge and unfortunate loss of an amazing hero material. They also skimmed through Mr. Compress. He was already a double S ranked when he joined the league, but of low priority since all of his heists were more of vigilantism than villainy. Bloodless thievery, very good at it, steals from the rich and gives to the poor. Apparent heir to the peerless thief Aji Harima and takes the tradition very seriously. One of the league's most pleasant and least murderous people. With a mindset and standards oddly similar to Stain about the true heroes and fake ones. Incredibly skilled in parkour and could outrun most heroes. Combat skills not something to scoff at either. His quirk could be extremely dangerous and he could finish fights in a single touch. Whether by storing you or storing half of you instantly killing you is honestly that depends on who you are. Which links them back to his standards. A master of misdirection and uses magical tricks in fights. Also has a lot of things stored in marbles for heists like equipment and extra clothing too, and escapes are all waiting to be grabbed. And has excellent leadership skills, since he seems to be leading a now newly formed crew named the Levelers consisting of him, Get the Criminal, Twice and La Brava. He was the one in charge and their success speaks volumes about his leadership skills. All in all, he was a pain in the ass worthy of being a double S-ranked villain. Next one is Mustard. Nedzu replied with a nod. His quirk allows him to generate and control clouds of poisonous gas, which causes paralysis, unconsciousness or death depending on the density. He is capable of generating a poisonous cyclone several miles in diameter, centered on himself, if given enough time. He proved it by almost single-handedly annihilating the Inhuman Supremacy Party's base in Shizuoka. Said gas seems to have the capability to turn solid, locking the opponents in solid dome of poisonous gas until they die, or manage to defeat Mustard. He is one of the League's members whose actual name Karma has kept hidden from the world. I managed to find out 2 days ago, and this is going to be another shocking revelation after Kurogiri. Nedzu sighed. Mustard's true name is Amaya Namuri. He is a missing and thought to be dead nephew of Pro Hero Midnight. This is new even to Lemillion. Izuku didn't mention Mustard's parent name. Dynamite's face turned to that disbelief. He did like Midnight, and not in the usual way most teens did. She was nice and he respected her skills. Why the F did that guy become a villain? What? Eraserhead actually raised his voice at this. He disappeared a year and a half ago. He was a bright student. He had nothing to make him a villain. You can't be serious. I am. Nedzu replied regretfully. I've kept it under wraps for now in order to not create another PR disaster, but Amaya Namuri vanished mysteriously without a single trace. I always thought of it to be suspicious. I thought at the first couple weeks that it was a good villain group that eventually would ask for random. But it never happened. I'm also unsure of his motives, but this time he visibly expects Lemillion to pick the subject up. So he did just that. Well, Amaya Namuri as you just revealed him to be. From what Karma told me, he was fiercely bullied in middle school due to his quote-unquote villainous quirk. He was the target for a lot of verbal abuse and taunts from his peers. But worst of it is that he was also harassed for his pro-hero aunt's costume and hero persona, leading to him being in general very uncomfortable to any of those talks. Karma even said it's developed by the time he joined in with full-blown phobia. He fought through though with the power of sheer spite. But that changed from one incident. Lemillion trailed off and grimaced. Everyone stared at him uneasy as he trailed off. This isn't going to be pretty, is it? I'm afraid of asking, but... What? Asked Ms. Joke. There was no smile. Her face looked, to be honest, like she was right before a spooky scene in a horror movie. Let's just say that it was a confession letter from a very pretty, very rich girl from an extremely powerful family. If you could even call it that. It went way too south, sighed Lemillion. How south? Eraserhead asked this time. Enough for Mustard to have as his first kill. After breaking her arms and legs. Then he shot her in the face. Right between the eyes, grimaced Lemillion. Not giving details. But the phobia should tell you enough. Eraserhead stood up, went to the door, kicked open, left the room and then slammed the door shut. His muffled screams could be heard for a minute before he came back. Looking dead more than usual. How the hell did that stay under wraps? Hawks looked ready to burn down the school. That would be nice. Well, the girl's family has power over the school board. They also have money, and the school didn't wish to be annihilated for what happened to the nephew of a very famous and influential hero like Midnight. So it stayed under wraps. Until the girl disappeared, and her family had all of their fortune destroyed and their businesses ruined. Through sheer vandalism, robberies and arsonists, finished Lemillion. Okay, this is one of the most messed up things. And I am almost beginning to feel like a saint in middle school despite me being a hell spawn, spat Dynamite as he grabbed his water bottle and chugged it down in one go. Shit, what the hell is this crap? Everyone else were too mad to even say anything but they fully agreed. Midnight is going to lose it when this happens, sighed Sir Night-Eye before he started cleaning his glasses. He does that usually when he is on the verge of hitting someone instead. I'm going to bring down that school. No, I shall annihilate it. And then have it burned down for good measures. Just to thoroughly destroy each and every staff member that helped cover up this mess. The school board included. And after that? I'll investigate into their relatives just to be petty, declared the Foresight Quirk user. Lemillion would have swore this was personal if he didn't know his mentor. Moving on. We finished the Vanguard Action Squad. Now to move up to the teams. Terror of the League, declared Nedzu. Oh boy. Lemillion knows that this won't be pretty in any ways. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through What If Deku Became the Villain Emperor. I hope you found it as intriguing and thought-provoking as we did. A big shout out to DekuVerse for crafting such a compelling story. Don't forget to check out their profile on Archive of Our Own for more amazing works. The link is in the description below. If you liked this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe to What If Deku 2.0 for more fascinating explorations into the world of fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we're always excited to hear your thoughts and suggestions in the comments section. See you guys in the next video.